live. Just double checking everything. The TikTok stream seems to be running. Let's see. We seem to be having... Yep. TikTok is running. Welcome, Pastor Fairy on the TikTok side. Homeboy. Welcome. And welcome to the YouTube friends as well. Hopefully you are here and hopefully the stream is running. I always appreciate it if you could just drop me a quick message in both chats just to let me know that things are okay your end, that you can see things and that it's all right. Hopefully it is. Jane is here. Hey Hasty, lovely to see you. And welcome to some good friends on the YouTube side too. Martin is here, Zeitgeist is here, Anony is here, PVG of course. Hopefully you can all hear me okay. Otherwise I'm talking to myself and that would be very, very sad. Let's see. Excellent stuff. All good in the internet world. I'm very relieved to hear it. Well, I'm going to get the guest box open and hopefully someone will come knocking on the door at some point and we can get some good discussions happening because that's what we like over here. Thanks, Martin. Appreciate that. How are you all doing? This is the Tuesday stream. If you're in America, it's early in the morning, so thank you very much for joining me if that's the case. And if you're in Europe, it's not quite so early, but thank you for joining me nevertheless. I really appreciate it. I think I'm flying solo today because I think that Sean can't make it, but that's okay. We can do that too. And today's topic, as you can see, is we don't need God. I was going to phrase it as a question, like, do we need God? And then I thought, you know what? I don't want to do that because some people will read that and think I'm trying to sell the idea. Do you need God? Come and let me tell you why you do. And that is not where I'm coming from at all. So I thought actually I could be a bit more declarative about this and a bit more emphatic and actually say we don't need God because I don't think we do. I think it's all a bit silly and I think it's time we grew up and I think that this idea that we need God hangs around in our culture purely because it's been there for a long time. And I don't think it's really justified on the basis of any evidence or any sound arguments or anything like that. So, no video or sound apparently. Hang on a minute. Let me just double check this. It's always one thing, right? No video or sound on TikTok. Amazing. Same every time. Sound on TikTok. Let's just double check this. Okay, that doesn't look good. So what we'll do is we'll just restart the TikTok stream. It's always one thing. Everything all right on the YouTube side? No TikTok. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. We'll sort this. It's amazing. It's so sensitive. TikTok seems to be so easily upset. Let us try to. I'm just going to restart the TikTok and see how that works. We'll restart the stream. So dull. We'll restart stream. Yeah. We'll restart the stream. Okay. Oh dear. Okay, let's do this now. We're going to restart that. End the live there. And hopefully this will work. I don't know why it does this. Sometimes, and the problem with TikTok is you can't test it until you're actually running live. I think I said this before. With YouTube, you can do like a private stream and make sure it's all working and go and test it on another machine and all of that good stuff. With TikTok, you actually can't do that. There's no way of testing the TikTok stream until you're actually streaming live. It can't be done. So I do all the bits on my end that I can do to sort of say, make sure connection's okay and all of this stuff. It's all set up. It's all the TikTok software is recording and receiving the signal I'm sending. But unfortunately, you can only actually see what happens when it reaches the outside world once you hit that go live button. Very, very strange. So hopefully, we have had this before. It just seems very easily perturbed. So hopefully, I'm just restarting it now. And with any luck, hopefully it will be okay this time. Let's try it. Second time lucky on the TikTok side. Let's see what happens. Go live again. Let's see what happens now. Hopefully it will be better. Let's see. Hey TikTok people, tell me what's going on in your world. Waiting for someone to come in. There we go. Okay. TikTok, can you hear me? Drop me something. Drop me a chat if you can see and hear me. Okay. Where it was previously not working. Yes, sounds okay. Okay, that's good. Loud and clear, Martina. Thank you very much. So it seems that TikTok needs to be gently caressed, seduced into cooperation in order to work. So we understand that it's early in the day for some, but TikTok, you're supposed to work 24 hours a day. So let's do this. How are you all? I hope you're all well and everything is good in your world, and that you had a good weekend and that you're having a good week and all of those things. So all okay. No, that's great. Thank you very much indeed. Appreciate that. So yeah, we're talking about this God business, right? Why do we need God? I really don't think we do. It seems to me, as I say so often, that this is a ludicrous, outdated, and defunct concept that we really don't need, and it's time we move on from it. So if you're listening to this and you disagree with me and you think we do need God, well, obviously I'd like to hear from you, and I'd like to hear why you think we do. To me, it makes absolutely no sense. There are so many other areas of life where we've sort of got the common sense to give up on these supernatural ideas. You know, we don't burn witches anymore. We don't do fire dances or rain dances anymore. We've realised that whilst that stuff might have been a good idea or seemed like a good idea for our ancestors 100,000 years ago or 50,000 years ago or even 5,000 years ago or even 1,000 years ago, some of these things, we don't need to do that anymore because we've sort of figured out that it's all a bit silly. And so that's why I think we should stop doing it. Right, let's get Eli in, our first guest of the day. Eli, welcome.
Yeah, what's good?
How are you?
I'm doing pretty good.
Excellent. Thank you for joining. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Well, I think we do need God.
Okay. Why do you think we do?
Well, I think it gives someone a reason to be more morally good person.
Do you think without God you don't have a reason? Like, I don't have God in my life, right? I don't believe in God at all. But I am motivated to be morally good because I care about other people. I care about the impact that my actions have on other people. And that's all the reason I need to be morally good. Why would I need a God to be morally good?
Yeah, but so what happens when you stop caring about other people?
Well, if I stopped caring about other people, then I wouldn't be morally good. But you know, that's you could say,
Yeah,
well,
so that's the point. You don't have a reason to be morally good. It's just that you care about people.
But that is the reason.
That's not
though.
a reason. It's
But
just a motivation.
Yeah, but that's the same thing could be said of belief in God, couldn't it? That you could say, well, what happens if you stop caring about pleasing God?
That's why you need God.
Why though?
That's exactly my point.
But I think you could just as easily stop caring about pleasing God, because lots of people with God belief treat other people really poorly, don't they?
That's why I say you need God. Exactly my point.
But I could just as easily say you don't need God, you just need to care about other people. Well, God is just introducing an unnecessary component into the discussion, right?
What happens if you just simply don't care about other people? I think a majority of people don't care about other people as much as mainly it's only because it's socially acceptable to care about people. But like given that without the pressures of society, most people wouldn't care about other people.
I'm not sure if I agree with you. Do you know what mirror neurons are?
Not necessarily, no.
So mirror neurons are a type of processing that happens in the brain where we identify very strongly with others that we can like relate to and empathize with. So like when we see other human beings suffer, we sort of feel the suffering. There's a part of our brain that kind of feels that suffering as well, and that's how we experience strong empathy. and it's coded into us. It's built into our nature to have this kind of mirrored feeling of others. When you hear a baby cry, it sort of distresses you. When you see someone in pain, you feel uncomfortable. It's built into us to identify with other human beings.
Exactly, that's exactly my point. We really, so if there's someone being harmed, but we don't have to visibly see it, then we a lot of times turn a blind eye intentionally, because that's just human nature. So if you believe in a God, there is no, you can't believe in a blind eye. Your blind eye is, there is an eye, so you're still obligated to be good regardless if you see someone struggling or you don't see it.
I hear you, Eli. I just not sure if I agree with you. I think that as easily as you can say, well, you ought to do what God says, I could just say, well, you ought to be compassionate to other human beings, and all that's happened is well, because the why of it is an interesting one, right? You could say, well, why should we do what's right? Why should we want to help other people? I guess it depends on what you want to be true about reality. Like, what I want to be true about reality is I want there to be less suffering, and I want there to be more
why do you want less well-being?
Because that's what's important to me. I don't like suffering, and therefore...
So you don't have a reason, it's just...
Well, no, this is the reason. The reason is that the reality I want to be in is one where there's less suffering, because that pleases me. It makes me feel good. It's an aim, right, for me. In the same way, hang on. Let me follow the argument, right? In the same way that you may want to please God, that's just as arbitrary, right? That's a subjective preference you have. You like pleasing God. Okay, great.
Well, I think it's a moral duty to please God.
I think it's a moral duty to be compassionate to other people.
What would be giving you that moral duty? Like, what is causing that moral duty?
The moral duty comes from the fact that I define morality in terms of the well-being of others, right? If there weren't any other people alive, imagine you lived on a desert island on your own. Would it be possible to do something wrong?
Depends on what you consider wrong. I guess internally, yeah, but objectively, no.
Yeah, I mean, what would be an example of some wrong that you could do if you were the only person alive in the world, if you were the only sentient being in the world, right? There were no animals for you to cause suffering to and no other people. What would it mean to do something wrong?
Of course, it wouldn't mean anything to do something wrong.
So wrongness comes from how our actions affect other people. It's baked into the definition. And so for me, wrongness means hurting other people. So to avoid the wrongness, I don't hurt other people. It's pretty straightforward. Adding a God into the equation and going, okay, well, on top of all of that, on top of the obligations not to hurt other people, you also have this being who apparently is the one you're supposed to obey. But
why should you care if you wrong somebody else?
Well, I've already explained this, because I do care. It's just the thing I care about.
No,
I could say, I could say, why should you care about pleasing God? I could say, why should we care about pleasing God?
How you feel, dude, but how you feel is irrelevant to.
Well, it's not because no, it isn't, because there is no objectivity here. Ethics is ultimately about how you feel. In my view, there are people who think that ethics and morality is like a real objective thing, but I don't share that view. For me,
okay, so then so what you're saying is there is no reason to be moral, is what you're
saying. I didn't say that.
Wait.
I didn't say that. No, I didn't say it, or I didn't say it or imply it. In fact, I was actually very explicit about it. There is a reason to be moral, and the reason to be moral is
personal reason.
Yeah, my own personal reason to be moral is because morality is to do with avoiding the suffering of others. Your own personal reason to be moral is you want to please your boss in the sky. They're both subjective.
Well, your internal boss differs between persons, so another person doesn't have you as their boss. So there is no reason for somebody else to be moral. Let's just say, okay, I'm gonna give you an example.
Okay.
Let's just say someone is on the verge of, just for no reason, you meet a serial killer and he's on the verge of about to unalive you. What would be a reason why you say he shouldn't do that?
Well, I mean, if he's amenable to a discussion about ethics before he plunges the knife into my throat, I would say, let's talk about ethics. Let's talk about the value of promoting well-being and avoiding suffering in others.
There is no value.
And is that something that's important to him?
There is no secular value.
Right. Then if that's not important to him, then that's the point to stop the conversation, and I'm going to defend myself or run away, right? So a serial killer who wants to hurt me isn't going to be interested in my reasons for him not doing so, is he?
Actually, that is not true. There's a lot of actually I've heard of a couple scenarios because I was like into like how psychopaths' mind work, and a lot of times psychopaths could be moved by certain stuff that just like if they have like some sort of identity crisis. You can so it's not like it's impossible, even illogical to say. So if you can let's just say hypothetically you're in this scenario and you're trying to like running away isn't an option. You have an option to just try to convince them. Just saying because you're going to hurt me, obviously he doesn't care about that. There has to be some sort of reasoning outside of.
So you're suggesting a carrot and stick. You're saying that a better discussion would be to say, if you hurt me, the magic man in the sky is going to pay you back for it.
No, it's just that there's some sort of justifier that's going to do you want to be held accountable for this?
And okay, well let's imagine that there's a psychopath who's easily swayed by those kind of arguments. Then you could make a utility case by saying, in that scenario, you could try to persuade the psychopath not to hurt you by threatening him with the consequences of what magic things might happen to him if he does. And you know what? If that's effective, good, you played the situation well. But that doesn't mean that doesn't provide a reason for thinking it's actually true. That's just a utility argument for using that argument.
Saying. Okay, you're not understanding my argument. Where did I even say that the God's existence is even true? Even though I do believe in it, but I'm saying the whole argument is if there's a need for or some sort of purpose, even within if he doesn't exist, I believe it's still beneficial for society.
That's a different argument, isn't it?
Well, that was the argument I've been making. Don't misrepresent my argument. I've never said that God exists. Even though I believe it, of course.
So you're just making the argument that it's good for society for people to believe in magic stories because it might make them behave better.
What do you mean magic stories?
It's a magic story. A magic man up in the sky.
Yeah, the Big Bang is a magic story too. Would that be misrepresenting the Big Bang?
Well, it would be a bit silly because the Big Bang doesn't play. The Big Bang is a mathematical model about the expansion of the observable universe.
God is a philosophical model about how the universe came to existence.
God's not a philosophical model; it's a bedtime story.
Yes, no, actually, quite literally, it's a philosophical model.
What predictions does it make about the world?
About the reason for its existence. What are you talking about?
What predictions does the God hypothesis make?
The prediction of the reason for its existence. What are you talking about?
That's not prediction. So models allow us to predict reality, and then they make predictions which we can test, right? So, for example, the Big Bang predicted that we would have cosmic microwave background radiation.
No,
right? at a very particular temperature.
No, that's a scientific model, not a philosophical.
That's what the Big Bang is.
Models you can't test. You can't test a philosophical model. Tell me how you test a philosophical model.
That's the point. It's not a model. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm differentiating.
No, quite literally is a model. You don't have to test a model.
No, it's not a model. It's a bedtime story.
When it comes to philosophy,
it's just a story.
Maybe in science, sure, but that's not how you test.
I think we've diverted a bit from what we were talking about, haven't we? So we started off with you saying that we need God because without God we have no basis to say anything's right or wrong. I think I've just demonstrated that that's not true, because the basis of saying that what's right and wrong is just to say, do we care about harming others or not? If you don't care about harming others, if you are a person who thinks that avoiding harm is not a desirable outcome, that maximizing harm is a good thing, well, then I don't think
I didn't say maximizing harm, but you can be neutral about you don't care.
If you are indifferent about human suffering and animal suffering, if you just don't care about it, then I think that
a majority of people are indifferent.
Hang on. Then I think that disqualifies one from a discussion about ethics.
I think a majority of people are indifferent about human suffering.
Well, if somebody really, really doesn't care and really can't tell the difference between more suffering and less suffering, and has no preference, absolutely no preference. But that's the entailment of what you're saying. If someone,
it is not.
It is. Hang on.
You're taking it to the extreme.
No, I'm not. I'm literally taking the ramifications of what you're saying and presenting them back to you.
You're making a leap.
Well, I'm literally telling you.
Slippery slope.
I'm literally telling you what your position implies. So, if you are a person who cares about suffering, then we can start to form a basis for ethics. Because
I care about suffering.
Great.
I do.
Well, then we can form a basis for ethics. Then all your questions about why should we care, why should we be good, are answerable in terms of what outcome you want.
Okay.
Do you want? Let me ask you a question. Hang on. Do you want a world where there is less suffering or more suffering?
It doesn't matter.
I'm asking you.
Want.
I'm asking you.
Sure, of course, I want a world with less suffering.
Right.
What are you talking about?
Well, right. Once we've accepted that, then that provides a firm foundation for us to judge any action as to whether it's more or less likely to bring that world around. What do we need a God for?
Yeah, exactly. Because people, if other people are... Wait, I'm not done. Wait.
But I asked you a question.
Because that's not... Let's say we want less suffering. There's people who don't care. So when these people don't care, there still has to be a need for a justification. There could be someone who's an immoral person or who really doesn't care about suffering.
Right.
But because they have a sort of belief in a Godhead, they could be a terrible person. And they could be a person who's even damned to go to, whatever judgment. But because you have some sort of God, it's keeping them at bay. Like almost like a psychopath. Almost like if you know there's a psychopath who exists, and you're taking away his...
I understand what you're saying.
The psychopath's knife.
You know what? I hear you, Eli. I understand what you're saying. I just think we can do better. I think we can do better.
It's almost like this. I'll put it like this. It's almost like you threatening someone that they can go to jail, even though they may not even have to go to jail. They may go to jail or may not, but you're threatening, saying you can't do this because you will go to jail. I think that's beneficial for society.
Yeah, I do hear you. I just think what you're making essentially is a sort of utility argument, right? You're saying that sensible people like you and me can ground our ethics based on the outcomes we want, like reducing suffering. But for all the other proles, or for the other people who are just such savages, we need to terrify them with stories of punishment in the afterlife. I just think we can do better. I think we can do better. I don't
understand how that's better. If they don't care about morals, how's that a better? For someone who doesn't care about morals.
If someone who genuinely doesn't care about morals, then they're probably not going to care about being good. And they're going to commit whatever heinous acts they want to commit. And then they're going to look at some kind of idiotic theology that tells them as long as they go solely Jesus at the end, everything is forgiven and they're all good. I don't buy what you're selling, mate.
Okay. Do you believe, let's just say, I'm going to think of a religion, a very strict religion. Okay, so, and within Islam, or I can do Christianity. Within Islam, they pray 5 times a day, right? Correct.
Yeah.
I don't think they believe they're going to hell if they don't pray 5 times a day. But because there's some sort of, or I don't even think that they believe it's morally wrong to not pray 5 times a day. But because there's some sort of standard they hold to, or there's some sort of standard they believe in, they're going to do it anyways. Correct? I'm not saying they're wrong for doing it. In the same way you have someone let's just say someone who's inclined to do stuff like some psychopath. A psychopath can still at least hear the standard, and they may choose to follow the standard. They may choose to still be as bad person as they already are.
They may.
But at least have that standard and give them a shot to change their mind.
Can you account for the fact that religious people are overrepresented against non-religious people in prisons?
Religious people in what country?
So in, for example, the US, the percentage of religious people in the prison population is higher than the percentage of religious people outside.
The reason why I believe that is because Black Americans are typically in a lot of fills up prisons, and Black Americans are a bit more religious than white Americans.
Well, doesn't that put paid to the notion that an increase in religiosity decreases the likelihood of you doing crimes?
No, not necessarily, because there's plenty of other factors. Another thing is a lot of more financially stable people who doesn't have a reason, or they have more to lose by committing crimes. Typically are people who are a lot of times less religious.
And how do you account for the fact that countries like Norway and Sweden that have got much lower levels of religiosity also have much lower levels of violent crime?
Countries like Norway, I would say they're just well-to-do countries. Any country that's well-to-do, typically, right. And what happens is when a country gets successful, they feel less of a need to follow a god. Just money brings less of a need. I won't say they're morally better people. They're just not in a situation to.
I think I hear what you're saying, right? I don't want to. I'm not.
You hear it, but I don't think you actually hear.
I hear it, but I disagree. No, I hear you and I understand you, right? I can even repeat your position back to you if you like, in a way that you can agree or disagree that I've accurately encapsulated it, right? I think you're saying that for some people, they require a belief in a God in order to keep them on the moral path, and that without that belief, they would be less likely to be on the moral path.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, that's kind of sort of a point. And even follow up with that. That's why I say that for us to need God, God's existence is unnecessary. I obviously believe He exists, but I'm saying even outside of that, that's not what I'm arguing. I'm just arguing is it better for society for us to have a God in existence?
And I just don't think it. I just don't think it is. I think that it's better for society when we educate people. It's better for society when we reduce income disparities. It's better for society when we don't brainwash children with shit. It's better for society when we make people scientifically literate.
How do you determine what brainwash is?
I'll tell you in a moment. It's better for society when we raise women up and give them equality and access.
You can do all that and believe in God, dude.
You can. But what I'm saying is, doing all of those things gets you there. You don't need to terrify people with stories of magical entities who made everything.
You don't need. Okay, so I'm curious. So if someone's a psychopath, do you think it's better? I'm gonna give you two options. I mean, obviously, you can give me another one.
A psychopath's not going to care about God either, dude.
No, I'm pretty sure psychopaths would, because a lot of psychopaths grew up. But the only thing is, we don't see them psychopaths exist because they have that standard. Like, you only see a psychopath when they do psychopathic stuff.
Right.
You don't see those psychopaths
when they're being nice,
because they don't.
But
you can't see. It's not like a psychopath has some sort of brain difference. I just think it's someone who's inclined to.
Actually, there are quite often brain differences, funnily enough. But we're getting beside the point, right?
No, there's not really a brain difference. There is some sort of there's some sort of attributes that can be attributed to an inclination of a chance of being a psychopath. But there's no one brain structure that's a psychopathic brain.
Okay, I feel like we're drifting from the shores we started on a little bit, aren't we? So here's the problem with tying the God thing to morality is, are you a Christian?
Yeah.
So the morality that the God gives us from the Bible is shit.
I would disagree with that, but that's irrelevant to the conversation. This would be red herring.
It's not red herring, because what I'm saying is, if we're telling people that the place you need to look to get your morality is this book, and then go and look in the book.
No, I think you should promote I think it should be promoted, the idea that God exists.
Regardless. Right, okay, but you have the God that you're wanting to promote, right, is the God.
I didn't say I'm promoting a specific God.
Okay, but you're a Christian, aren't you?
Yeah.
Right. So
I can debate that, but that'll be a different debate.
So own your own stuff, right? The God that you're talking about here is a God.
I can defend my God, but
promotes,
that's not the debate.
Promotes slavery, encourages genocide.
I don't think he promotes slavery, but that's a different argument.
He allows it and gives the specific instructions for how it should be carried out. Right. He gives the specific instructions for how it should be done. He orders genocide. He explicitly.
Dude, this has nothing to do with the argument.
It does. I'll tell you why it does. Because if you're telling people that the place you find your morality is God, and then they go and look in the book, and the God that you've told them is good is one that tells people to stone disobedient wives to death, or children, for parents to stone suspected non-virgin brides to death. Forgive me for misspeaking. And that women who are raped who don't cry out loudly enough should be stoned to death.
It does not say rape.
It does. And that parents who
that was one translation.
And that parents who have disobedient sons should organize for their sons to be stoned to death, and that people should be given specific instructions to go and do ethnic cleansing and don't forget to kill the kids, and that the soldiers, when coming back from other
ancient war language, by the way,
it doesn't matter. This is the morality.
Does context not matter? Aren't you searching for truth, dude?
The context matters. But the context here the context here is your argument that people require God belief in order to be good. And I'm saying,
if you want to debate about Christian morals, we can go there, but we have to switch the debate.
Okay. But the context here is you making the argument that people need God to be good. And I'm saying, okay, well then let's have a look at the God that you like and what that God reveals about ethics.
I didn't say people need God to be good. We need God to have a valid reason to be good.
Right. But when you look at the characteristics of that God, the ethics that
It's
that
not
God
a specific
promotes.
God I mentioned. I didn't mention a
No,
specific God.
but the reason I asked you about yours is because I wanted to know which one you like. And the one you like promotes terrible ethics. Doesn't he? So imagine if we organise society now along the values promoted by the God you like. We seem to have teacupped. I don't know if you're getting a phone call or something. But you can't, I'm going to keep on talking even though you're not present right now. You can't in one breath say that people need God to be good and then in another breath say, but you don't want to talk about any of the moral specifics of the God you like. You got to have the whole package, my friend. And this is the point I'm saying, is that belief in God isn't just in a vacuum. Oh, he's dropped out. That's a shame. Okay, well, I'm going to finish my thought. Belief in God doesn't happen in a vacuum. It happens in the context of the writings and the culture around any given God. And we find that the writings and the culture around the Christian God promote an absolutely terrible ethics. And so that's why I think it's a terrible place to go and look for our ethics. I think it's terrible. Blink and gone. You were in the queue for a moment and then you disappeared. I blinked and you were gone. If you want to request back up, we'll get you in. There's no one else in the queue right now. So Eli obviously had more pressing business to attend to. But there we are. I don't think he made a convincing case. I do understand the utility argument that some people make. They basically just say that if you're not able to scare people with this stick, then psychopaths won't be good, and people who don't care about your ethics of minimizing suffering won't care. Yeah, but a certain amount of people aren't going to care anyway. And one of the things that Christian doctrine does is essentially promote the idea that you can crap on as many people as you want and do as many bad things as you want, hurt as many people as you like, and be as shitty a human being as you want, as long as you repent to Jesus at the end, and then you're all good and you can go up to heaven and hang out with Jeffrey Dahmer. Meanwhile, Anne Frank is being tortured in hell for not having the right views. Let's get Blink and Gone in. Hopefully, there we go. Hey Blink, how are you?
I'm good, man. How are you doing?
Very well indeed. Nice to see you again.
Hey, nice to see you. By the way, do you hear me good or is it bad? The audio?
No, it's very reverberant. You sound like you're in a bathroom or an echo chamber or something. But it's.
Oh yeah, I was going to bring something, but is it better now?
That's better now. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, good. Nice to meet you, man. It was fun to listen to your conversation with the other guy, and to just think about why he would believe that he is the only person who thinks that. I did that also as a Muslim guy, and you can't literally believe that you're the only person that are special because you have this scripture of yours.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And it's so fun that you literally need to stop thinking outside of your own social structure, and they don't want to push the idea that I might be wrong.
Yeah.
And that was the thing that freed me from this madness, and I had to be honest with myself, and it was really hard in the beginning. It was hard to sleep and to literally question your own belief, but in the end, it feels much more better to not want to believe that other people are going to hell, because that is a wild thought.
Yeah. How long did it take you? Because you came out of. Do I remember rightly? You came out of Islam.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And the thing is, how long did that process take you of sort of starting to have doubts to?
Yeah, it took me about like 6 months, I think.
6 months.
It started like 6 months ago, but I wasn't like, I never talked bad about Islam. I was still praying and I still had this faith, but I was doubting it. I was questioning and I was thinking, how could a God that is all powerful, all loving, and all merciful send people to hell? And that thought just, I had no answer other than that this might be wrong, completely wrong. There's no moral logic in that at all.
Yeah. Yeah, it is a horrendous doctrine, isn't it? And the idea that makes it even worse is that the God would know from before anyone was even created. He would know exactly who was going to end up believing and who was going to end up not believing. So he's creating people specifically knowing they're going to get sent to hell. He's creating them to get sent to hell. So they might live on Earth for 20 or 30 or 50 or 60 years, and then they get an eternity of suffering and torture just because of what they didn't find themselves convinced of. It's pretty crazy, isn't it?
It is really crazy. Why didn't he just create the good people and he doesn't have to send people to hell? It makes no sense. You already know that they're going to be bad anyways.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The only problem I have is that I have like family members and they are like mostly women, and I feel so bad for them. I think that my faith treats them very horribly, and I hate to see that they are like very wrapped up around this concept that they need to hide, that they need to wear the hijab and stuff like that. And it really breaks my heart to see them go through this.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. That's tough.
Yeah, it is, man. I want to help them.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's not much you can do if their heads are still in it, and that's where where their beliefs lie. It's very tricky. Yeah. Very, very hard. It must be very hard for you to see that happening. And the Abrahamic faiths treat women appallingly. Christianity, Judaism, Islam, not good. Not a good track record of treating women with respect and dignity and fairness and equality. Poor. An F. A fail. Not good.
Most definitely.
Yeah. Well, thanks for coming back up to say hi, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you very much. Have a good day. I hope you have. I continue to listen, and I always like to listen to you as well.
Thank you, Blink. Appreciate it, friend. Take it easy.
Yeah, take care.
And you. Thanks. Bye-bye. Okay, we're going to get Babs in a moment. Just a couple of messages to read first. We have Jenkins says, found you through Justin DZ. Oh, he's a good friend. Absolutely love what you do, and the shh always makes me laugh. I do the shh occasionally. I don't do it to demean anyone, but sometimes it just takes the tone down a little bit, helps to calm things down a little bit. And Sean's pronunciation of non sequitur is, yeah, I know, it's hysterical. I know. I know exactly what you mean. I agree. The emphasis may not be in exactly the right place there. And Ruben says, hi, Ruben, thank you so much for this. But God needs us, John. The being who made black holes and quasars, yet apparently can't do without one more human bending the knee. I know. He's a bit of a soft-hearted puppy, that God. He just needs a certain baseline of adoration and groveling before his morning coffee, or he just can't get through his day. It gets very sad when enough people aren't debasing themselves at his feet and telling him how wonderful he is. Very, very hard for him, poor little thing. And then Infinite Array says, Eli's missing a very important part of using a God belief to reinforce morals. What happens when a violent person believes they have God's approval? Actually, that gets a round of applause, because occasionally people do things like fly airplanes into buildings where they're not supposed to go, and do all sorts of other horrendous acts that we know of. I mean, the amount of divinely inspired violence happening all over the world, including right now and all the time, is absolutely off the chart. And I think, thank you for pointing that out. I wish it had occurred to me in that moment to say that. Very, very good point indeed. For every person who might be, for every potential psychopath that Eli was going to list who might be put off violent crime for fear of a celestial punishment later, you probably have thousands who have read in their holy book that their faith justifies their violence, and it's on the basis of that they do what they do. So I think that's a very, very, very good point. So yeah, thank you very much indeed. Okay, let's get Babs in, and then we've got Gabe follows the way after that. We've got Real Person as well. But for now, we're going to say hi, Babs.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm not doing too bad. I finally got that mobility scooter I wrote you about.
I'm very pleased to hear that. A mobility scooter can be transformative if it helps you get around more and get out more and engage with other people and have a wider, broader life. That's fantastic. Pleased to hear it.
Yeah, my main purpose in giving you a call today was to add another bow to your quiver.
Okay.
Now, last night in Skep Talk, Erica Gutzek-Gibbon was talking about the morality of the great apes.
Oh, yeah.
Because great ape tribes, they look after their sick, they look after their injured, they look after their elderly. They don't tolerate bullies or hoarders inside the tribe. That is morality.
Yep.
And they don't have a book, and they don't have a God. So where does their morality come from?
Absolutely. Absolutely, Babs. And the answer is the same place as ours, which is that our brains evolved to optimize for cooperation because cooperation enhances our survival chances. If you're a lone wolf, if you are just like out on your own and you're just like me, that's wonderful until you need the support of the tribe. That's wonderful until you need shared protection, until you need to help with childcare, until you need to share resources. Then you're in trouble. And so our ancestors realized this, and brains that were good at cooperating and felt that sense of some ways of cooperating are going to be better than others survived, and the ones that didn't died off. So you're absolutely right.
That's precisely because human beings survived for thousands, hundreds of thousands of years before morality was invented.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. And as I said, our ancestors who hadn't figured out how to cooperate were not treated kindly in the gene pool. They were selected out because they didn't do well. They differentially died more often than the other ones because they didn't get to reproduce. So, very, very good. And I love Gutzek-Gibbon. She's brilliant. I did see she was on with Forrest. She was on with Forrest yesterday, right?
That's right, and that's where I heard this.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I thought that was a fantastic argument against these people who say morality must be grounded in God.
Absolutely.
It just makes them silly.
It is silly. Thank you for sharing that with us, Babs. It's a brilliant point.
Okay. I think I'll go now. I've been on long enough.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much. I'm really pleased about your scooter as well. Take it easy, Babs.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Okay. Excellent point. Excellent points from you guys. This is why I can't do this without you, because you're all smarter than me. What can I say? We're going to get Gabe Follows the Way, and then we've got Zozo Lauman or Leoman after that. Gabe Follows the Way. On the way in. I'm interested to hear which way. Hey, Gabe.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Hey, Gabe, how are you?
Good. What's up? You got to say something?
All good. You're very welcome. Which way do you follow?
I am a believer in Christ, in Jesus Christ.
Okay. And why do you think we need to believe in God, and why do you think we need God?
I think we need God because it is, well, personally for me, it's done a number of things in my life. I used to battle with addictions. I used to battle with a lot of things. And ever since I built this relationship with Christ and followed, what he preaches, my life has just gotten better. I've had a better relationship with my wife, better relationship with my kids, with my friends around me, with my community. So it's just been a net positive for me.
I hear that.
Why.
I do genuinely hear that. So is it possible that the benefits that you've had come from the fact that you're in community, you're in a supportive environment, you've got people around you who are nice and who care, and you've got like a network now of, you know, people at a church or something like that, and that some of the practices around, you know, devotion and faith are helpful to you? I get that. Is it possible that just those are the reasons why you're doing better nowadays?
Yeah, that is, but the reason why, it's because the community is rooted in Christ.
Right, but there are communities that aren't rooted in Christ that give people the same benefits.
Yes.
And the thing is that I'm really happy for you, right? That your life is going better, and that you know, got away from your addiction problems, and that things are good for you. I'm not going to take that away from you at all. Genuinely, sincerely pleased for you. And I don't make the case that religious practice has no benefits for anyone. I grant that it does. The case I'm making is that those benefits can often be found in other places and in other ways, and that the Christian doctrine comes with, as well as all the lovely fluffy stuff, it comes with some pretty dark stuff, which a lot of believers don't really engage with sufficiently. So, for example, just the idea that Christian doctrine says that if you don't accept Jesus, you're going to hell. That's a terrible, terrible thing to tell people. It's a terrible
and that
doctrine.
was very, yeah. No, I understand, and it's hard to come to terms with. And it was actually what made me stay on this live, because you guys were talking about hell. The guy before the last one talking about how can a Muslim God, if he's all knowing, whatever, send him to hell. But I'm curious to be like, what do you think hell is?
Well, yeah, I mean, everyone has a different idea, and some people, you know, look at the Bible and talk about, the Bible talks about Revelation, a burning lake of sulfur, and Jesus says in Matthew that it's a furnace, and there's going to be wailing of gnashing of teeth. Whatever it is, it's not nice, right? Some people say it's eternal. Some people say it's not eternal. Some people point to a verse that proves that that their particular idea of what hell is the right one. Other people point to a different verse and say that proves that their particular idea of hell is the right one. I don't really care about the details. I care about the concept. The concept is that in Christianity, people get punished for not believing the right thing. Would you agree with that?
Yes. And the thing is, so yeah, like you're right, hell does have a bunch of different, but the reason why, like, do you believe there should be judgment for our actions?
Yes, but belief isn't an action. This is where Christianity collapses morally, and Islam, by the way. But belief isn't a thing you do. It's a thing that happens to you once you become convinced of something. But you can't just choose to find something convincing. So this is why the whole thing doesn't work, because it insists on treating belief as an action, because the people who wrote this stuff thought it was, but they were just wrong. A belief is something that happens to you once something convinces you. But you can't just decide to be convinced of something. Like, I don't believe in God or Jesus, right? So according to Christian theology, I now deserve to be punished forever, or some people would say punished for some time and then obliterated or annihilated, or whatever it might be. I deserve some punishment just because I haven't been convinced of something. Well, that doesn't seem fair.
So belief, I believe belief is an action. Isn't it like when you believe, isn't it a verb? Isn't the word belief a verb?
It is used like a verb, but it is a mistake to use it as a verb. So to believe something, you could say, yes, it's a verb because you're participating in something, right? You're sort of, it's like saying, like, is being frightened an action? It's a thing that you're kind of doing, but it's more something that happens to you, right?
Right.
Yeah, and think about it like this: like, if I wanted to avoid hell, what would I have to do right now? I'd have to accept Jesus and repent. But I can't accept Jesus and repent if I don't think Jesus is real. And I can't just make myself think Jesus is real because I don't believe Jesus is real. I can try and talk myself into it. I'm going to do it right now.
Yeah.
I'm going to do it right now. Right? Talk myself into Jesus is real, Jesus is real, Jesus is real, Jesus is real. It didn't work. And there's no number of times I can say it that's going to work. So why should I be punished for that?
Right. And I think, and I don't think anybody who really sincerely in their heart attempts to follow Christianity can tell you without a shadow of a doubt 24/7 that they have the full knowledge and conviction of this being real. There's many verses in the Bible that says that you have to like work out your faith, that you have to examine yourself every day, that doubt is going to be a real thing, and that's lifelong. So we acknowledge that, and it's not just like self-convincing you. It's part of the nature of being a human, where we're bound to question what we believe because we evolve every single day and we change, and life circumstances happen.
I hear you. Forgive me for interrupting. I do hear you, but what you're suggesting is that belief has to be certainty. I'm not saying even certainty. Your belief is enough that you still think Jesus is real, even though you might have the odd moments of doubt, or maybe more than the odd moments. That's fine. But overall, you still think it's real. You are persuaded enough that it's real to organize your life around it. And that's fine. I'm just not. I can't even get to that point of thinking it's probably true but having some doubts. It's not possible for me to do that. I could try, and there are millions of people who have tried and just not been able to do it. Some of them, many of them in my community were believers before. In some cases for years. In some cases they were pastors and ministers and professors, and they have doctorates in this area, and they just reached a point where they just weren't convinced of it anymore. And you can't moralize that. It's not okay to moralize that and punish it, because all you can do is try and figure out what's right, what makes sense in the world and what's true and what you think is true, and go with that. You can't force yourself to believe things you don't believe. And that's why I say it's wrong to punish it. And that's why I think ultimately Christianity is a deeply immoral doctrine, because it criminalizes honesty. It criminalizes just being honest about what you find convincing. And I can tell you what the most common response is. Oh, that's very loud, whatever that noise is in the background there. The most common response is, you don't get sent to hell for not believing. You get sent to hell for your sin. So yeah, but that's just a silly linguistic inversion, because in order to get the forgiveness for your sin, you have to do the believing. And if you're not convinced, you can't do the believing.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. That was a lot. So what do you hold as this reality is? Like, what do you believe of this, of your experience of life? What do you think this is all about?
I mean, it's a very big question, right? What do I think the meaning of life is? I don't really think...
How are you certain that is not the truth?
Well, I'm not certain. I'm not certain that it's not the truth. No, okay. I'm not certain that it's not the truth. I'm just not convinced it is. Like, I'm not certain that Santa doesn't exist either. I'm just not convinced he does. Right? So the test for accepting a claim is not, can you be certain it's not the truth? It's is there a reason to think it is? And so far, I don't see a reason to think that Christianity is true. I don't see a reason to think Islam is true. I don't see a reason to think Judaism is true. I don't see a reason to think Sikhism, Mormonism, Hinduism, Jainism, any of those things are true. If I come across a reason that persuades me, then at that point, I'll have no choice but to think they're true, because I will have been persuaded. But right now, I just don't. And so to criminalize that and punish me for it, or anyone for it, seems to me deeply unethical.
There's a lot of evidence, though, that I've been looking into recently about the historical reliability of the Bible, about Jesus Christ being an actual person, him being crucified, and the whole thing about we have more writings about Jesus than we have about any other historical figure that
I wouldn't make that claim.
Are certain of.
I wouldn't having lots of writings about someone is a claim, but it's like, what are those writings? The historical evidence for the resurrection is zero. All we have to document the resurrection is word of mouth stories passed around for a few decades and then written down by anonymous people who weren't witnesses 30 or 40 years later, based on word of mouth. and then copied and translated and mistranslated and copied and all the rest of it for many centuries. That there's a shocking poverty of evidence, actually, in terms of this story.
Okay.
But that's also a different subject, because let's imagine that was not the case. It could be said that the amount of evidence has been sufficient to convince you. That's great. It just hasn't been sufficient to convince me. I've looked at it. I've looked into it pretty deeply. It just hasn't convinced me at all. And so we come back again to the idea that there's nothing I can do to be convinced, and therefore punishing me for it is morally incoherent. It's silly. And that's why why I say this stuff. And I want you to understand that where I'm coming from here isn't, I'm not setting out to attack religion like for fun or for giggles. That's not my thing. I'm setting out to legitimize non-religion. I'm setting out to legitimize people who are not believers, who are told by the culture they live in that they're bad for being non-believers and that they deserve punishment. I just have to check something to make sure it's just come up in the chat and I hadn't clocked it. Are you driving by any chance?
Me, no.
Oh, you're not. Okay, just needed to make sure, because we can't drive in live. Yeah. So my aim really is to legitimize non-belief. So I want you to understand that that's my aim. I'm not looking to attack believers or even attack belief. I'm just saying, for the people who are non-believers, it's really, really cruel for culture and society and other people to tell them they deserve to be punished forever with some kind of torture for that, purely because they didn't find something persuasive. So that's the perspective I'm coming from.
I hear you.
I appreciate you coming in, and I'm really genuinely pleased to hear that your life is on track and you're doing well and better than you were before. I'm genuinely pleased to hear that.
All right, brother. You too. Have a good one.
All the best.
Bye-bye.
Take care. Okay. There we go. So at least props to Gabe for being open-minded to listen. He definitely did that. So let's get Love Jesus in next, and then we've got Zozo Leoman after that. Love Jesus. There we go.
All right.
Hey, Love Jesus, how are you?
I'm okay, thanks. You?
Not bad at all. Thank you for joining me.
Yeah.
I don't think we need God.
Yeah.
And I think what Christianity tells people is pretty dark and pretty twisty, even though I grant, as with our last guest, that religious participation can help people in their lives. I completely grant that, of course. I just think the message of Christianity is pretty dark. What do you think?
It depends how you look at it. To say it's dark. If you're looking at it from the point of view like you're living in darkness, and then of course God shines in darkness, the light shines on darkness, then you can able to understand what the lightness is. So it's not darkness. Hell is darkness, because that is separated from God. So if you're separated from God, if you don't repent for your sin, you don't change your lifestyle, what you desire in this world, then you be separated from God. That is the cause of. Does
God want me to be separated from Him?
No, we don't. That's why
okay. Does God know? Because right now, I don't believe he sent anyone. I don't believe God exists. But there is some type of evidence that would persuade me that God exists. Right now, if you were to ask me what it is, I would say I don't really know. I'm not really sure exactly. But there is something. Like, I'm genuinely open-minded. If a God exists, I want to know about it. Genuinely, I want to know. If a God exists, it would be a profoundly important truth, and I wouldn't want to miss out on it. Does God know? I'm presuming you think God is quite clever. Does God know what evidence would be powerful enough to persuade me that He exists?
Just like I could give you one Bible verse after giving.
No. Hang on. I don't want to hear a Bible verse. I just want to know if you think God knows what the evidence would be that would persuade me.
Or the universe.
Does God know? This is a question with a yes or no answer. He either does know what would persuade me, or he doesn't. So does he know?
He does know.
He does. Okay. Has he presented that evidence to me?
Yeah, he presented that evidence to you.
Am I a believer?
No,
No.
you're not a believer.
So would that make
you
God
made that
right
choice.
or wrong about knowing that his evidence would persuade me?
No, it doesn't make it incorrect.
So God thinks that evidence A, let's just call it evidence A. God thinks evidence A is going to persuade me. He's sure about it. He provides evidence A. It doesn't persuade me. Was God right that evidence A was going to persuade me, or wrong?
It's a bit hard to respond to that question. Can you give us another way of answering that question, please? I don't really understand that, what you say.
It's pretty pretty straightforward. So God knows God knows what evidence would persuade me. He gives me that evidence, and it doesn't persuade me. Was he right? Was he right or wrong that it was going to persuade me?
It's still right, because he gave you the correct evidence, but if for you, he gave you a free will to make a free choice.
Yeah.
So you either believe it or not. So, for example, say the evidence was the universe. You know that it was a creator behind it, and you decide not to. Just say you decide not to believe that God created the universe. That's your belief. God give you a free will. And that comes with a free choice.
Yes,
because he's a loving God.
But it would mean that God was mistaken, wasn't he? When he was sure that evidence was going to convince me, and so he gave it to me, and it didn't convince me. It would mean that he was wrong when he said it was going to convince me. So God's not all-knowing, is he?
Yeah, it's not. It's we turning our back from God. So we make choices.
He's not all-knowing, is he?
He's all-knowing.
He is. So when he was certain that the evidence was going to convince me, and then he gave me the evidence, and then it didn't convince me, was he right or wrong?
He was correct. He was
correct. So I'm a believer?
No, you're not a believer, because you made that choice not to believe.
Right. So did he think I was going to make the choice not to believe, or did he think that his evidence that he was certain was going to persuade me would persuade me?
No, he never. He what it is there, he put evidence there, for you to have a glimpse, to see, to know that it's a creator or not. You made that choice to say.
Did he know which choice I was going to make?
He did know what choice he got to make.
So why didn't he put better evidence there? If he knew it wasn't going to persuade me, why didn't he choose evidence that would persuade me?
Because he knows your heart. That's not
an answer. That's not an answer. You're telling me he gave me rubbish evidence because he knew it wouldn't persuade me. Why didn't he give me good evidence?
He did give you good evidence.
No, he didn't, because it didn't work. I asked you at the beginning. I asked you at the beginning. Would God know what evidence would definitely persuade me? You said yes, he would know. Okay, well, why not give me that evidence? He chose to give me the evidence that wouldn't persuade me.
No, it still comes down to free choice. For example, if I say to you to eat fruits and veg, this is going to be good for your health, and that was, of course, is basic, like is evidence there to say fruit and veg is good for you. But I know that is good for you. Even scientists knows. But at the end of the day, you say no. Yeah, I'd rather just eat chocolate.
But this analogy doesn't work.
That's what I'm saying.
This analogy doesn't work because you're not an all-powerful God who would know how to frame the argument about eating fruit and veg in a way that would persuade me. The argument would work there too. If God tried to communicate to me that I should eat fruit and veg rather than chocolate and chips, and he did it in a crappy way, that would not persuade me. That's his fault. He screwed up. It's a communications fail. He needs a better comms department, because he gave me rubbish evidence.
No, he never gave you rubbish, because God gave you a basic evidence, which is He created the universe. You can see the creation.
Yeah, I've read
that was a basic evidence.
I've read Romans
to know that
too.
God exists.
Right, but did that evidence persuade me?
No, it never.
No.
Did God know?
Did God know that the evidence? Hang on, I haven't asked the question yet.
Oh, sorry.
Did God know that the evidence he provided wasn't going to persuade me?
Yeah, he did know that.
If he wanted to give me evidence that would persuade me, not the one that didn't persuade me, the one that would, is he powerful enough to have done that?
I don't understand that. That's a confusing question now.
It's really a simple question. It's really a simple question. Is God powerful enough to give me evidence that he knows would work? Yes or no?
Oh, he give you evidence
that he knows would work.
Yeah, he knows that it would work. Yeah, that's true.
Right.
He knows that.
Well, he hasn't done that, has he?
He have.
No, because it hasn't worked.
It hasn't worked because
my friend,
you made that. Yeah,
I think we've been round this exact same logic roundabout 3 times now, and I'm wondering if, respectfully, if you've brought the right boots for the hike. Like, I'm trying to make you see something.
Yeah.
If God wanted me to believe in him, he could make me believe in him. It's nothing to do with free will. He could give me the evidence. He could give me the evidence that would persuade me. I'm open to it, genuinely open to it. But the evidence that would persuade me is not going to be people on the internet making fallacious arguments. It's going to have to be something a bit better than that.
And that's why I like to give you scripts then about the rich man, about Lazarus and the rich man.
None of that's going to persuade me, because I don't care. I don't care what's written in the Bible, because I don't accept the authority of the Bible.
Yeah, but it can
you
give
might
you
as well
an
read.
example
You might as
why
well. You might as well read me something from Harry Potter. I don't care.
Yeah, but you making a discussion about God, innit? So now I'm giving you I'm giving you description about God. So what I would like just to say about the rich man, yeah, when he say to Abe, I don't know if it was Abram. I don't know if it was Abram that time. I think Abram was the beside of Lazarus. I think it was Abram. I can't remember who it were.
Are you talking about easier to pass through the eye of a needle than to be in heaven?
No, not that one. The rich man and the poor beggar.
Right. Okay.
When he lifts up, can I just give you one scripture, please? Just give you understanding why I say why you will.
You really want to read a scripture, don't you?
No, it's not. It's not going to be. It's not long. It's not long. Just a short scripture. Just a short one. When the rich man he lifted up in high, he was tormented. He said, "Can you send Lazarus to my brother, and just warn not to come to this place?" And I think that the person who was standing beside Lazarus, I can't remember if it was. No, I don't think it was Abram.
I can't.
He says even if you persuade, he said even if you persuade, even if you go back, they won't still believe.
Okay.
So that means that even if you go to that place, they won't still believe. So that's what you're doing. You see the evidence, and you make a choice not to believe. God gives you the evidence.
Yeah, but he hasn't given me the evidence. The lovely story from the bedtime storybook notwithstanding, he hasn't given me the evidence, because if he had, I would be a believer. He's given me nothing. Absolutely nothing. The universe I see around me looks, to my mind, completely natural. Now, I don't know if it is or not. It could be that there's fairies and unicorns and pixies and magic things and gods and all of that, but I just don't see any evidence for them. And God knows that me looking at the universe, I would not draw the conclusion that he's there from just looking at the trees. That's not going to do it for me. It might do it for you. Doesn't do it for me. So I'm going to ask you for the last time. I'm going to ask you this for the last time. Why doesn't God want me to believe? Because if he wanted me to believe, he could have given me better evidence than what I've had so far.
Okay, then. Number 1, created universe. Number 2, created animals. Number 3, created human beings. How many evidence do you want?
Is that your answer to why he doesn't want me to?
Evidence now.
Those aren't evidence. Those are things that
people
could be,
are evidence. Human beings,
animals, and human beings and animals. Human beings and animals are evidence of biological evolution, and the planet is evidence of structures that form when an accretion disk forms around a sun.
Yeah,
how is that evidence for a god?
So what it is that who created that animal? Who created human being?
Nobody. Animals and human beings weren't created.
They wasn't created.
They weren't created. No.
So, for example, who built a house? Who made a car?
Yeah, builders and car makers make houses and cars because we know that houses and cars are objects that are made by people. We don't know that planets.
You made that choice.
We don't know that planets are made. We don't know that living organisms are made. We have natural processes that explain how those things come about. We don't need to believe in magic people in the sky for those things.
You made that. So you say about the house being built by man and that car being made by man. You made that choice to believe, innit?
It's not a choice to believe. No, it's because we understand how cars and houses are made.
How do you understand the fact of belief still?
We understand how cars and houses are made because we developed the technology to make them. This is not difficult. But it wasn't
you develop it.
It wasn't.
You believe on another man.
It wasn't difficult because I've built houses before. I know what is involved in building a house. I was involved in doing it. Yeah, and I've been to car factories before and watched the factories work.
What about we can go on and on. What about
Because mercifully, we're not going to go through. Mercifully, we're not going to go through every man-made object in the world discussing how we know it's made by man. Friend, I'm not quite sure that you're ready for this discussion.
No, but I think you made that choice to believe, though, innit? You made a choice still to believe whatever made by a man, innit?
Yes.
But so why don't you believe that?
Yeah. Okay. I think that we've been round this roundabout enough times, and I think, respectfully to you, I'm starting to feel a little bit like punching down, which is not really my style. So I appreciate you joining us and having a go at the argument, but it feels a little bit like this is starting to feel a little abusive. So we're going to end it there. But good luck in your future endeavours. And with that, we are going to bring in, as promised, Zozo Leoman. I'm sure I'm absolutely massacring that name, but I'm sure they will tell me how to pronounce it correctly. How do I say your name?
Zozo.
Zozo. Okay, Zozo. Well, you're very, very welcome. And I can already tell my voice is not as good as yours. Welcome in.
No, thank you. Please take it easy on me. And I can tell that you got a lot of knowledge. So I'm not too. I just have a bit of a logical thinking. That's all. I'm just gonna use. So I'm a Christian, by the way.
You're welcome.
And then I heard you say. First of all, I wanted to say something about one of your. Someone came earlier and he used the animal kingdom morals to justify the non-existence of God. So I don't understand why that justified.
No, the animal kingdom, proto-morality in the animal kingdom doesn't justify the non-existence of God. It just explains how we can be moral without a God. It's not an argument. It's not an argument against God. It's an argument for explaining our own moral intuitions.
It's an argument against morals in God. Morals only comes in God.
It's just a way. It's a way of showing that God is not the only explanation. God is one of the explanations. Fairies is another explanation. Magical unicorns is another explanation, and primates developing social codes because it enhances their survival is another explanation. So, what would you like to say about whether we need God or not?
And also, you were also saying about how the man God is got low self-esteem, cup of tea every morning.
Yeah, he's very fragile-minded. God, he gets very upset if we don't praise him and grovel enough. He's very upset. He says it in the Bible. He's a jealous God. Very thin-skinned, gets very upset.
I understand the language you use already show, like, the angle that you're coming with. So if I request a relationship with someone that I love, because according to me, God created that love that we've got towards someone. So if I crave, or if I help somebody that is in need, somebody else in a different perspective can be like, oh, that man is a weak man for helping. But
no,
I'm
not making the claim that I'm not. Let me just respond to that before you carry on. Yes. I'm not making the claim that God is weak for helping people. I'm saying that God seems to be very weak for needing constant praise, for needing people to tell him how much they love him. You know, the people in my life who love me and care about me, I know they do. I don't demand that they tell me every day. I don't demand that they get on their knees and tell me how wonderful I am at every opportunity. And I certainly don't threaten to set them on fire if they don't love me in just the right way.
Daily fellowship is not demanding for praising every day, because it doesn't help God at all. It helps us because we fluctuate. We're easily to be a lead astray or moving out of direction. So a daily fellowship with God is actually for our own good. Increases our love and our guidance.
Well, it can. So it can do.
It's needy, but it's need out of love. When you love someone, you want to talk to that person every day.
Yeah. Do you think God loves us?
Of course.
Does he love all of us?
He doesn't love the sin, and he doesn't love the people that partake in sin, but he loves the person.
So doesn't love me then?
Yeah, I guess so. He says hell was made for Satan and the angels. It was never intended to be made for mankind. That's what the Bible says.
Is he going to send people there?
Yes, because
so his plan hasn't worked out very well, right? If God intended hell to be only for Satan and angels and not mankind, did he know at that point that he was going to end up sending people there, or had it not occurred to him yet?
Yes, he knew that some people would be detached.
So it was intended for mankind then.
Yeah, but it broke his heart to see. Yeah,
it broke his heart. Oh, poor little God.
Wait,
okay.
I see. I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
it's all-knowing.
Exactly. So he knew, right? So that idea doesn't work. And here's where it gets really, really, really tricky, right? Is the Bible tells us in John 3:18 that anyone who doesn't believe is condemned already, because they've not believed in the name of the only Son of God, right?
Because only we believe that you will do the work, or you will not sin.
Yeah, you need to have that belief in order to be saved. And this is a morally terrible idea, because if you don't have the belief, you don't have it. You can't just make yourself be convinced of something.
No. That's what I thought as well. But unfortunately, it's not like that. The belief is all in us.
It's not in all of us, I assure you.
Because you keep saying that, oh, I've been looking for this God. If he exists, I would know. You keep saying that, and then it's simple. That the other guy didn't have the answer. You just humble yourself and ask God in your knees, and he will show himself. Simple.
Do you? That's such an easy promise to make.
Yes.
Do you think that everybody who's humbled themselves and asked God to show himself has had a response?
Yes.
Do you know how many people in my community did that for years or decades in some cases and heard nothing?
Yeah, I thought I did that as well, because in us, everyone's got some sort of disconnect, and it's a sin that is disconnect you from God. Anyway, I don't want to get into too much the religion aspect of knowing the existence of God.
But what you're doing right now is blaming victims. It's really not a good look. You're saying that anybody who looked for God and didn't find a God, it's their fault. They didn't look hard enough. There was something wrong with them. They screwed up and they deserve the punishment. That's disgusting.
I'm consistent with what I'm saying.
That's disgusting.
Because obviously the free choices, every navigation that you're going through your life is your choice, is where you end up. If you want to learn, if you don't want to learn, if you want to eat, if you don't want to eat, whatever you're doing is part of you, your decision.
Yeah, but what if you want to learn and you want to know if there's a God, and so you ask and you pray and you go to prayer groups and you go to Bible studies and you get on your knees and you call out, you say, God, if you're there, I'm here. Talk to me, let me know, give me a sign. Are you literally just hand-waving the millions of people who have done that and heard nothing back but indifferent silence, literally just hand-waving them away into the furnace? Is that literally your position right now?
I was part of those people. I never heard anything.
Right, but bully for you that you got a reply. He returned your message. I'm really pleased. He's ghosting everyone else. Is that their fault?
No. That's what I'm saying.
Is it their fault?
Yes, it was.
It's their fault.
I've already answered.
You heard it here, folks.
Wait, because we grew, this earth is detached from God, so that's why Jesus was the ultimate sacrifice, the ultimate connection. He couldn't. That's what the Holy Spirit needs to be. A cleanliness of your soul, like purity. Anyway, it's a bit too spiritual right now. All I'm trying to say is, God, anyway, I lost track.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna urge you to have a slightly kinder way of thinking about this, because what you're saying at the moment is pretty brutal. There are people for whom losing their faith was like a bereavement. It cut them. It hurt them. They grieve it. They desperately want a connection with God, if a God is there, but they just can't see one. They can't find one. They can't believe it. And then for those people, and there are millions of them, right? They have two choices. One is be honest, and the other one is lie. Those are the only options.
The reason why I'm saying that there's so many verses in the Bible that it says, like, you need to humble yourself as a child. You need to humble. You don't know why they're so persistent to saying that. because pride is like that. Satan, the falling of Satan, or whatever. Pride is number one evil type of sin because he can lead you on many things. Like sometimes, like I thought I was humbling myself by praying because it's a cultural things, and then you'll be manipulating and doing certain things. That's what salvation is individual. Is once your heart turns, trust me, like anyway, it's not.
You're still victim blaming. You're still, and you shouldn't celebrate this and go, yes, you should be ashamed of yourself for doing this. It's disgusting.
No, because we human beings, like, of course, like we're not perfect.
We're a long way from perfect. I'm not reaching for perfection here. I'm reaching for a baseline of compassion, a baseline of understanding for the people who are told by your cult that they deserve to be punished forever just because of what they find persuasive, just because of what they find convincing.
What do you mean?
Jesus says, "Love your enemy, unless your enemy is someone who doesn't love him enough, in which case chuck him in the fire," is what Jesus said. Wailing and gnashing of teeth.
That's what I'm saying. Only God does the judgment. But you say that people deserve to be. Well, only God does the judgment. Like,
right, and you're supporting that. You're supporting that judgment. You're supporting that.
God is a perfect judgment. He's the one
not.
that makes mercy and justice at the same time.
Well, mercy and justice can't exist at the same time.
That's what I'm saying. That's the only religion that
justice is giving a punishment that fits a crime.
To the person
Justice is giving a punishment that fits a crime, right?
Yeah.
Right. Mercy is giving a punishment that's slightly less than that fits the crime. So justice and mercy can't be at the same time. They cancel each other out, right? So
okay, this is a perspective of God. Sins, the wage of sins is death. Now, I'm just saying, like, because you see that in you're trying to compare with our court system. Obviously, some of part is kind of similar.
Let's talk about the weight of sin then. Hang on a second. Weight of sin, right? Is it true that the price of sin is death and eternal separation from God?
Yes, because God doesn't live in sin.
Yes.
There's no sin in heaven.
Did Jesus pay that price?
Yes.
Death and eternal separation from God. He was dead forever and eternally separated from God. Is that what happened to Jesus? No resurrection, no coming back to life, no whizzing up into heaven to be with his dad. Is that what happened to Jesus?
No, you added more about separation. The wage of sin is death. That's what the wage of sin is. That's sin.
Right. Death is a permanent state of affairs. Death is not a weekend. Jesus apparently, Jesus came back to life and was back at work on Monday morning taking appointments.
Describe what death is.
Right, but he didn't pay it, did he? He didn't pay it. Of all the fathers across all of human history who have suffered the agony of losing a son, the one that you want us to be most grateful to is the one who got him back 2 days later.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Your knowledge is restricted when it comes to the religious purpose. Like the wage of sin is death, and life is in the blood. So that's what the shed of blood of God, of Jesus, and Jesus got unlimited amount of life.
This is all theobabble.
That's what I'm saying.
I want some common sense. Some common sense here.
But the thing is, like, you don't understand the reason why Jesus has to die for our sins. You don't understand all this. Anyway.
I do understand the reason. It's rooted in the ridiculous notion that this God who you say loves us so much can only grant forgiveness after violence. Violence has to happen first. Death is a requirement. Somebody has to pay. Somebody has to die. There has to be the shedding of blood, or he just can't do it. If I made a God and my God loved his creation, then my God would give forgiveness without conditions. When my child does something wrong and I need to forgive him, I just forgive him. I don't insist that someone's killed first. I love you, son, and I'm going to forgive you, but somebody's got to die first. And if I can't find anyone, it might have to be you. That's not A1 parenting. That's psychopathy.
Now I see you jumping step, like literally what you just said. You avoid the process of the ending of the purpose of God. God said in Revelation at the end there will be no more sorrow, no more disease, no more pain, no more crying, and no more death. So
just a shitload of it between now and then.
So exactly, that's what I'm saying. Like you think you got the perfect moral. Of course, God knows exactly what's good for us. This is just a stage. This is a process of love. Who love me enough by action to live with me forever? You will never invite somebody to live in your house that doesn't love you. That's it. That's all. Whatever they're saying outside, people will confuse and tolerate or whatever. They will twist words.
So I'm going to ask you the same question I asked the last guest. Then,
yes.
Does God know what evidence would persuade me that he's real?
Yes.
Has he provided it?
Yes.
Was he correct? Was he correct that it would persuade me then, or mistaken?
Because his target is not the people that reject him. There's already many children that would accept him.
This is so straightforward. That's a dodge, my friend. Stop dodging.
You're trying to make it's human being. You're trying to make yourself as a personal character.
I asked you a question.
You're not the main character. There's so many.
Does God know?
Yeah, does God know? With you.
What evidence? He failed.
Yeah,
he failed. With you. So he thought it was going to. He thought it was going to convince me, and he just made a mistake and got it wrong.
No, he didn't thought it's going to convince you. There's one reality. Like everyone's looking to that reality, and some people will accept that reality.
So he's just not capable of providing the evidence then.
So how is he going to provide everyone when the algorithm is there's choices, there's free choices?
Is God all powerful or not?
It's all powerful, but
okay. Is God powerful enough to create entire universes?
Exactly. We are not robots.
Right.
Okay. Instead, he just create robot.
Is God powerful enough to provide evidence to non-robots that would persuade thinking beings with free will of his existence?
No, because that's
he either is or he isn't. He either is or he isn't.
No, that's contradiction. Because that's contradiction.
What's the contradiction?
You can. Okay, thank you. You cannot provide something that exists and do not exist at the same time. I would explain. You cannot provide. You see, provide evidence that convinces everyone that are non-robotic. Wait,
I didn't say everyone.
Obviously, he's already convincing some people. He can't convince everyone because those.
He can't. Oh, it's so hard for him to get it right all the time.
No, because that is a contradiction. Because you can't. If you provide evidence, you cannot provide a different evidence that the evidence that is already true. So that one evidence will convince some people.
Just some of the people. So God only loves some of the people.
That's what I'm saying. If it's a non-robotic type of mindset field where people choose by themselves, there's always going to be an algorithm logically that some people will choose differently than others.
So I have a concept in my discussions which you may not have come across. It's a little profane, so you have to excuse me, but it is called the seesaw of shit. And the seesaw of shit is like a seesaw. It goes like this, right? The moment you start trying to explain God's actions, the justification bit goes up and his power goes down. You're saying he couldn't possibly provide the evidence to everyone. He could only provide it to some people, or he couldn't possibly save everyone from cancer or pain or loss. Only some people. And as the explanations go up, his power goes down. You make God smaller, less effective, and less powerful, and more like just a person. Funnily enough, more like the people who wrote the book. More like the people who invented him.
That's actually robots. God can actually create a creation where everybody does just do good. There is nothing to choose. Everyone just do good. Of course he can do that. But once there is a free choice, therefore automatically some people will not.
Is God powerful? Here's one for you. Yes or no answer. Is God powerful enough? Is God? I haven't finished my question yet. Is God powerful enough to create a world in which everyone has complete free will, but everybody knows he's there?
Yes.
Has he done that?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you again. Has he done that?
And then, please don't say to me I'm lying. And then, yes, he's done it.
So you're saying I know he's there?
Yeah, of course I know. According to me, of course I know he's there. I don't even believe that.
No. I'm saying you think that I believe in God.
No, I believe according to the Bible. I know it's gonna. This is be zero because it says that every heart knows that God exists. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's just obviously not true because I don't.
That's what I'm saying. Of course, in that state, you will say that.
So the rule is that you can now tell me about the contents of my own mind. Okay.
No, because
then I can tell you about yours, and I can declare in my special book, which is the Law of Puff, says that you don't believe in God, and you're not really a believer. You're just claiming to believe because you get the benefits of the community of church and acceptance of your friends and some comforting feelings, but deep down you know there's no God.
But why? It's only when it comes to human beings that all of a sudden it can be made by himself. Like we are the most complex existence ever made. Even in technology is
that's a wild pivot. That's a wild pivot. That's a pivot. That's
I'm just trying to see how consistent. Yeah. Since you actually want to be so honest with your belief or with your mind, I just want some more answers. Yeah.
You're trying to. Are you trying to interrogate why I don't believe in a God?
No, I'm just trying to, because obviously there's no point to use the Bible. You don't believe in the Bible. There's no point
Correct.
to use certain things. So that's why I'm trying to get somewhere we can actually have a normal common discussion.
Sure.
You know.
So it sounds to me like you're trying to say, given how complex human beings are, how could you possibly not believe in a magic man who made them all?
Yeah.
Is that an argument you're making with a serious face?
Yeah, I'm sure you really see your face. I'm sure you got a lot to say about that.
Yeah,
you're so intelligent. I can't lie.
We know why there are human beings.
Obviously, evolution keeps changing. There's 4 different types of evolution. Which one do you believe?
There's only one type of evolution, which is changes in allele frequencies over time. Changes in the way that genes are distributed in populations over time explains biodiversity.
Okay, for the sake of surviving.
Yeah, the genes that make creatures that are well adapted to their environments are selected for, and they carry on. That explains everything.
What does the fish have to leave the water? Like, I don't...
Look, dude, there are books on evolution. I don't mean this disrespectfully. There are books on evolution written for 10-year-olds that answer these questions. This is not deep. This is basic, like early secondary school biology. This is not deep stuff. If it's puzzling to you, honestly, buy a children's book on evolution and you'll have your questions answered.
But the thing is, like, the way you're talking about it, how can you clarify that as fact? What is factual about that?
Are you asking me what's the evidence for evolution?
Yes.
It comes from paleogenomics, it comes from genetics, it comes from the fossil record, it comes from molecular biology. There are so many competing...
Biology shows that monkeys will evolve from monkeys.
I beg your pardon?
Biology proved that we evolved from monkeys.
Not monkeys, no. We have a common ancestor with apes. We are part of the ape family, and we have a common ancestor with other apes. Yeah. And this is indisputable. This is an indisputable fact.
I know about the DNA, the similarity and stuff like that. But how does that disprove that God created us with the same? Exactly. Like,
it doesn't disprove God, but it doesn't disprove fairies did it either.
No, but the thing is, like, science is observation, is a tool to understand what is already existed, like the laws and everything. Like, it's not about disprove the what is there. But anyway.
Yeah. I think look, we're drifting into a discussion about your incredulity about established science. It's embarrassing. I don't think we need to do that. Just read a kid's book on evolution and you'll have these questions answered. This is not hard. This is not controversial stuff.
Okay. Can you just give a quick summary, like just one paragraph, like the starting from the Big Bang and stuff like that? I just want to see your perspective of evolutions.
Well, evolution's got nothing to do with the Big Bang. Evolution is a explanatory framework in biology. It's got nothing to do with the Big Bang. So
you don't believe in the creation of Earth? Okay, it's eternal, like, basically.
No, you're all over the map, right? So you've got the Big Bang, which is the expansion phase of the observable universe. That's everything moving apart from everything else with increasing speed, right? That's one thing that we know is happening. Started about 13.7 or 8 billion years ago, has been happening ever since. That's one thing. Still expanding, faster and faster, although the rate of acceleration is coming down, right? That's the Big Bang. Then you've got how Earth got here. Well, we know how planets form. Planets form from lots and lots of matter around a star being pulled together by gravity and clumping together and forming a big rock. And we've seen it happening. We can see it happen elsewhere. It's an understood process. We understand how the Earth formed. And then we have the question of how did the starting blocks for life get to Earth and form on Earth? And that's a question we don't have a firm answer to right now. But there are some pretty good competing hypotheses that are probably going to answer that question at some point. I don't know if you heard recently, there was an asteroid found that had all the building blocks of RNA on it. The basic ingredients of life were just found on this asteroid. So it's probably all over the place. It probably got to Earth that way, maybe from a rock somewhere brought it along. And then you just need basic organic molecules that reproduce. And once you get that, you're off. Life is going, and then you get biodiversity because evolution kicks in, and some variants do better than others. This is basic stuff. So, I don't think we need to get into the weeds on the science, but the answers to these questions are available for you. They are there to be had. Spend half an hour on YouTube. Go on YouTube and say, go onto YouTube and just search for how do we know evolution is true? And you'll get the answers to all the questions you're asking. And people with more expertise than I have will explain it probably better than I can.
Something about observation of the star being obviously the attraction of a bigger mass to a smaller mass, so the common conclusion therefore maybe that's how the Earth is being made, by the sun attraction. Yeah, you see, we can jump in conclusions, we can come with theories and stuff like that. But yeah, I guess that's what you believe. It's a bit sad, but unfortunately, I believe what you believed as well. I study pure maths at university and stuff like that. But yeah, but the existence of Jesus is so real that that's all I can say. If you want to go more with the, with questioning my belief, I'm consistent. Yeah.
Well, I think I'm tempted to move on just because we've got a few other callers in the queue, and I don't want to keep people waiting too long. But I'm very happy for you to call back, and we can look into some of your thoughts about Jesus. I'm streaming again. Actually, I'm not entirely sure when I am again because I'm away this week. Something I have to announce later. Normally, I stream on Thursday and Saturday nights, pretty late, and Tuesday during the day. So if it suits you, come back next Tuesday.
Yeah, we'll talk about the
manuscripts. We'll talk about Jesus. I'm happy to do that. I just don't want to keep other people waiting too long now, Jose.
All right, no, I appreciate for your time.
All right, nice talking to you. Take care. Okay, we are gonna get looks like Elias in next, but I just need to read a couple of messages and then we need to check in on the bingo because the bingo is on fire today. We've got serious business to do, friends. So let's get this happening right now. Just says, if a being is all or maximally powerful and knowledgeable, that being is all or maximally responsible for what goes on under their knowledge. Exactly right. That's exactly it. We can't have this God who is apparently, the be-all and end-all, this amazing, powerful being who's in charge of absolutely everything, apart from the bits we don't like. And then they're on someone else, and that's all somebody else's issue, or he just couldn't manage to do it differently. You can't have your cake and eat it. If God is maximally powerful, then everything that happens is on him or her. And Nidhi, good to see you, friend. I was friends with a missionary. I was friends, it looks like, with a missionary. If they rose from the dead, I'd be in church to see them raise kids and the newborn left behind. Lazarus' story is a polemic to Jews and is used to berate non-believers. Yeah, interesting. I need to look at that more. I'm not completely familiar with that story. So yeah, I need to look into that more. Thank you for the signpost there, Nidhi. I will do that. And Godwin says, hi Godwin, thank you for this. Well, John, God is doing the best he can. I know, he tries so hard, bless him. There are no other gods before him, thus he has no priors on which to base his methods of godding. I know, right? It's hard when you're the first one. Got no role models. No one to base your stuff on. He has to just learn as he goes, which I know is hard for an all-knowledgeable being, but, sucks, doesn't it? And then we have Tim. Good to see Tim. Thank you so much for this. Why are there so many people? We like to bonk. This is true. How does evolution work? We like to bonk. Why did Christianity spread so fast? We like to bonk. Very, very good. I like that very much. And of course, I'm in agreement about all of that stuff. Okay, so as promised, we are going to get, it looks like I'm saying this wrong. So again, he or she will tell me how to say this. Eliash in next. And then we have John Wellington and we've got Devon on the YouTube side. We're going to speak to everyone today. So thank you for waiting. If you are in the queue, I do appreciate you standing by. And please be patient, and I promise we'll get you in ASAP. So Elias, how do we say your name correctly? Because I know I'm not saying it right now.
You say it very well. I'm nervous. I'm
That's
nervous
okay.
about these people. 200 people listening to me right now. Be gentle with me.
I'll just make you a tiny bit more nervous because there's another 300 on YouTube. So it's about 500 in total, but you got this.
500.
Okay, well, the floor is yours, friend. What would you like to say?
Oh, I was hoping that you might say something.
I'm happy to kick it off. Yeah, I'm happy to kick it off. No problem at all. So my contention is that the whole concept of God is a bit sort of silly and dated, and we don't need it. We can do without it. All through human history, there's been a consistent pattern of explaining things supernaturally and then realizing we didn't need to, and going, oh, okay, we don't need to explain weather supernaturally anymore. We now understand why weather happens. We don't need that explanation. We don't need to explain illness supernaturally anymore. We now understand why illness happens. We don't need that explanation. We don't need to explain the movement of the stars supernaturally anymore. Blah, 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 blah. All the time. Every time. Time and time again. A supernatural explanation for something is replaced with a natural one. And this is a pattern that has been consistent through all of our history. And yet...
So you believe that... believe that we'll go through to the point that God isn't anymore?
Well, we tend to hide God in the gaps in our knowledge. This is what we do. Whenever we come across something that we haven't had an answer for yet, that's where we put God. Like, we could say, well, okay, how did life originate on Earth? We don't completely know yet. There's some strong clues about how it might have happened, and there's strong competing hypotheses that will explain it. But because we don't completely know it yet, it's like, that's where we're going to put God. So now we say, oh, well, how do you explain life then? And if I say, well, I'm not really sure, I'm not entirely sure how life started. That's where God lives. And that's the justification for God. And to me, these are all just sort of arguments from our own ignorance. They're just saying there's a gap in our knowledge, there's a gap in our understanding, and because of that gap, that justifies believing that a God did it. And I just don't see that at all.
Yeah. Well, my God lives everywhere else but the gaps. No, but not but the gaps, but also in the gaps.
Everywhere.
Everywhere.
What does it add to an explanation? How do we need, why do I need your God to explain rain when I understand that rain happens because of the water cycle?
You don't.
So what does it add to my understanding of anything?
Well, God isn't here to satisfy your understanding.
Right, but what's the justification for thinking that God is here to do anything?
Could you rephrase that? I'm Finnish, so I don't.
Yeah, no, of course.
English isn't my.
No, that's fine.
Language.
No, you're doing great with the English. So, I guess what I'm asking is, it's fine to say God isn't here to help with your understanding, but what would be the reason for thinking He's here at all for anything?
Well, what comes to mind is that question. What was it? The question, that headline of yours.
Yeah.
That we don't need God. No,
yeah.
Well, yeah. I can't see it anymore. So, yeah. You don't need God. We don't need God. I don't. I don't. I need God. I need my God. But
why? Why do you need your God? What do you need? What do you need God for?
I love Him already, so I need Him like that.
I mean, how is that different to you just telling me? And I don't mean this disrespectfully. It's going to sound a bit disrespectful, but how is that different to you just telling me you have an imaginary friend and you love him?
I do. I call him imaginary friend also. Because he's there, but he's not there. I cannot see him. I cannot touch him. I can't even hear him. But he kind of talks to me.
I mean,
So
what I would say
have-
is if you have an imaginary friend that helps you feel better in life, then I'm happy for you. Good for you. But if your imaginary friend is telling you that I deserve to be set on fire for not believing in him, then we have a problem.
Yeah, but as you said a while ago, Jesus' sacrifice is enough for you as well. And I'm not trying to convert you. I just want to have a fun conversation with you.
Sure. But this doctrine tells people, not just me, like I'm happy and secure in my, where I am with this, and I've never suffered any religious trauma or hurt because I've never been a believer. But many of my friends have. And many of my friends have suffered horrific trauma and hurt from being told from childhood that if they don't believe the right things, that's a moral failure. If they don't find themselves convinced of the right ideas, they deserve to be punished. And this is a deeply immoral preachment. It's a disgusting thing to tell people.
Yeah, in a moral world, yes.
Yeah, in any world.
I agree.
In any world. And that's why I think at its core, Christianity and Islam too are rotten, because they tell people that if they don't find themselves persuaded of the right beliefs that would then enable them to do the right kind of devotional actions and practices, that they deserve to be punished for that. And I think it's very dehumanizing, and I think it's very cruel. And that's why I do this, is to push back on that idea. If you're telling me that you have an inner monologue with your imaginary friend and that helps you in your life, then that's absolutely fine. I don't have a problem with that at all. I wouldn't presume to make it my business to even discuss it. That's your thing. That's your internal world that you live. But where I have a problem is when people's imaginary friends start pushing for legislation in government to limit people's rights, or pushing for, political agendas around equality or education, or teaching children bullshit in classrooms or stuff like that, then at that point, it's not just about somebody's inner monologue with their imaginary friend. It's about the effect that has on the world that we all have to share, the world I have to live in, the world my children need to be educated in, the world where, we all have to cooperate together, and we have a sizable number of people who are in that world enacting agenda based on mythical stories and fantasies. And that's where I have a problem. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's why I say we don't need it. That's why I say we don't need it. It's not to say that no individual people can benefit from their own internal sense of, internal sense of faith. Fine, great. Whatever gets you through the day. Life is hard. If you've got a way of managing that makes it easier for you, that's fine. It should stay in your boundary, and I wish you well with it. Once it encroaches onto everybody else's, that's where the issue is.
But what the Bible wants to teach us is that the life begins after death. So I agree that the state should be separated from churches, and because the majority of people are not religious or Christian, then the world should be like that.
But telling people that life begins after death is a horrible thing to say. It basically is to say that the best thing that will ever happen to you in your existence is going to be the day you die. That everything that you experience now is just some sort of doormat to wipe your feet on briefly for just a moment before your real existence starts in the hereafter. It's incredibly devaluing of life now. And I find it an offensive idea, because I don't think life does start after you die. I think life ends at the point you die. And every second you have while you're alive is infinitely more precious to me than it sounds like it is to you. If you just think this is some brief prelude before the main act starts, I think this is the main act. So for me, every day lived on earth here with my fellow human beings is precious because it's in short supply. And I don't think that I don't think that it helps us to orient towards a better way of cooperating and living together if we spread the idea that what happens here doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter if we destroy the planet. Doesn't really matter what experiences happen to people.
No.
Doesn't really matter how much pain people have, because the real thing is to come later. I don't think that's helpful.
But why should you waste your life away here before the next life begins? No, I don't think that this is meaningless, this life. But for some reason, God has decided to make it like this.
Well,
or do it like this.
That's the claim, isn't it? And that's the claim I'm pushing back on. And I don't think it's a claim which is justified. And I think it's a really sad thing to tell people. I feel sad when I see someone living their life, essentially wishing it away, can't wait to get to the point where they die and they can start having the real life. I think that's a waste of a human life. I think it devalues our time together, our human connection. And, it sounds to me like you and I are probably on the same page about quite a lot of this stuff. I think maybe just coming at it from a different perspective. So, I think maybe we'll move it on. But I do appreciate you coming in to share your views.
Ask something about God or tell me something about evolution. I want to convert to atheism or whatever you.
Well, you can't convert to atheism. Atheism is a thing that happens to you once you no longer believe that God is true. Nobody ever chose to be an atheist, right? Nobody ever chose to be an atheist. You are an atheist when you realize you don't believe in a God. So, I can't convert you to atheism, and you can't choose to convert to atheism. If you think that the reasons that support your belief in a God are strong enough to justify it, then you have no choice but to believe. And if you don't think they are, then when you think about it, you'll realize that you don't believe. And you'll go, I don't need this nonsense. And you'll move on and you'll start living your life. And that process of changing from believer to non-believer rarely happens in the course of a conversation. It normally happens over time. People start thinking like, that doesn't really add up. And the cracks that were so easy to ignore before stop being so easy to ignore. And the conversations you have with yourself where you agree to just not think about it too much because life is easier when you don't, start to become harder to have. And you start thinking about it more. And it starts to itch a bit more. And the itch can't really be scratched. And then you feel a tension in yourself because you feel obligated to hold the views that you've claimed you held before. And there's some part of you that wants to hold on to that way. There's some part of you that wants to continue the dialogue with your imaginary friend, but it becomes harder and harder. And eventually you realize you don't need it anymore. And then you can stop the fight and you can just breathe and just be in the world as it actually is, without needing to justify any nonsense, without having to make excuses for any atrocities, without having to explain to people that although they seem awfully nice, the God you love is going to be lighting them on fire at the end of their life because reasons. And it's a much nicer way to live when you don't have to carry all of that. So, I hope for you that you're able to get there.
Yeah, there's hope for me.
There's completely hope for you. Like, just listen to this stuff. These arguments, I don't mean my arguments, but like the arguments that people in these kind of spaces make, they're powerful. The arguments for the other side are not powerful. That's why they haven't changed in hundreds of years. That's why I still get people coming on here quoting Aquinas, 700-year-old arguments that have been debunked for centuries, because there's nothing new in theology. There are no new arguments. It's just recycling the old ones and hoping no one notices. It's you don't need it. But, I'm going to say, keep an open mind. Just keep an open mind and,
I'm trying.
It sounds like you are, and I respect you for that. I really do. And if you want a really good book to read Godless by Dan Barker. He was an evangelical minister for 20 years. He was a fundamentalist Christian, a preacher, 2 degrees in Bible stuff from respectable seminaries or colleges. Very, very learned man. And he set out to try and better defend the Christian faith. And in the process of doing that, he learned more and his understanding of the world broadened. And as a consequence of that, he moved along the belief spectrum from very fundamentalist to a little bit less, a little bit less, a little bit less, a little bit less. And eventually, the way he puts it, he got to a point where he threw out the bathwater and realized there was no baby, and realized that he didn't believe a word of it. And he's now, funnily enough, he's now the president of the Freedom from Religion Foundation. But his book, Godless, is a really good read. Really easy to read. It's not a snarling, angry atheist book. He comes across as a very warm, nice, reasonable, calm sort of person you'd want to hang out with. It's an excellent book. So I would recommend that as a bit of reading. And then come back and chat to me again and let us know how you're getting on.
All right. And how about your own book?
Well, my own book is out in November. Very kind of you to ask. My own book is called Unconvinced: How Belief Is Not a Choice and Why That Changes Everything. And it's out in November. And I wrote this book really to make the case that I always make on here, which is that belief isn't a choice, and that criminalizing it and punishing it is morally ridiculous. And I think it's an argument more people should be making, because we don't need to get into the cosmological arguments for God and all of that kind of stuff for this line of reasoning to make sense, to say that it doesn't make sense to punish people for things they couldn't do differently. And belief is a thing you can't do differently. You can try, but you may not succeed. I could try and believe in God right now and just fail because I'm not convinced. And you can't just decide to make yourself convinced of something that you're not convinced of. So that's my book. So it's out in November. It's actually available now for pre-order everywhere that sells books. But this is sounding like I've set you up to plug my book. I haven't. I honestly haven't, obviously. But yeah, thank you for asking that. I think that my book will be useful to people who maybe aren't necessarily that interested in hearing the same old atheist arguments again. It's not an atheist book. The opening line of my book is, this is not a book about whether God exists. I'm not arguing against the existence of God in my book. I'm arguing against the idea of criminalizing people who don't believe it, and how that basically makes the foundation of Christianity and Islam crumble once you realize this. So it's quite a powerful argument against those doctrines. But friend, I think I'm going to move it on, but I do mean this. Thank you for listening with an open mind. I do appreciate that. It makes all the difference when we have nice, calm conversations like this, and no crash outs and stuff like that. People really do appreciate it. As much as the crash outs and stuff are entertaining, these kind of conversations are, in a way, more fulfilling. So thank you very much for that. I really appreciate it. And
thank you.
Come back and say hi again. Be really happy to see you again. All right, friend. Take care. Thanks. Okay, we've got quite a few in the queue, which is wonderful. Let's get John Wellington in next, and then we'll get Devin in after that on the YouTube side. If you're waiting, I really appreciate the patience. I'll try and move along more quickly through the calls so that people are not waiting too long, because I know it's a bummer when you join the queue and you don't know how long you're going to wait. I'll try and be efficient, and we'll have good, focused conversations and get through this. John, welcome in.
Welcome.
How are you?
Great. How are you?
Good, thank you. Good, thank you. The floor is yours, unless you'd like me to lead.
Well, I guess I was listening to what you had to say, and one of the first things I want to ask you is, how much of your brain do you use?
Pretty much all of it.
No. You want it on physically. I'm talking physically. How much of your brain that is a mass, 8 pounds, how much of it do you use? Pretty much all of it. There's very little that you could remove without fairly dire consequences. Okay, well... My wife is a clinical neuropsychologist. She works with people who have had brain injuries. And I promise you, the brain is very unforgiving about having parts of it damaged or removed. Okay, so I've seen cases where people have had literally like a 1-inch section of their brain all the way around their skull, and they function just fine. Yeah, so the brain has some neuroplasticity, which means it can sometimes rewire connections. For other people, may not. It can rewire connections that have been lost and recover some functions. But as a general rule, brains are fairly unforgiving about having bits of them removed. But what's the point you're trying to get to from this? Okay, well, part of my point is okay. So, you don't believe in a higher power, right? There's nothing there, right?
I have no reason to think there is. I'm not saying there isn't. I'm just saying I have no reason to think there is. There might be. I just have no reason to think there is.
Because you haven't had that experience. Okay, I don't know how old you are. I'm guessing 40 something. If I'm off, I'm sorry. I apologize. But
you're all good. You're good.
When you're older, do you think you gain more knowledge or you lose knowledge?
I think we generally gain knowledge as we go through life, but we also forget stuff. So we gain experience and insight, and some would say wisdom. I definitely feel like I know more now than I knew when I was 25, but I definitely believe that my mind was sharper and quicker and more agile when I was 25 than it is now.
Well, I'm sorry for that for you, but I'm older and I've learned more, and actually I think my mind is just as sharp as it was when I was 20.
Good for you.
I'm getting close to my 60s. Okay.
Good for you.
Now, one of the things that really kind of, I think, struck a chord with me was, you talk about how everything, like you can say how we evolved through monkeys and all this, but are they actual facts that you can go see yourself? Or
yes.
are they printed in books that somebody wrote somewhere?
Well, here's the lovely thing about science is that anybody can participate in science at any level they want to if they have enough will and ability. So if I decided now to become a paleoanthropologist, I could study and I could gain access to all the data, and I could do all of that stuff if I wanted to. I mean, it's not important enough to me to do it, but I can go to the Natural History Museum and I can look at the fossils, or I can.
But that's not. But that's not all true information.
Well, it's evidence, isn't it? Or I could speak to, I could study genetics. I could do genomic sequencing. The whole thing with humanity now is we have so much information that it's stratified and specialized, right? There was a time in the past where the smartest people kind of knew pretty much most of what there was to know. There was the life sciences or philosophy. It was all encapsulated in one sort of bucket of human wisdom a long time ago.
I agree with that.
Now things are so specialized. You can never ever. We don't have enough time in a human lifespan to become an expert at everything. But what we do have is the ability to leverage the knowledge of other people. So if I want to know about genetics, rather than spending 10 years studying genetics, I can speak to a geneticist. If I want to know about anthropology or paleontology, rather than taking the 10 or 15 years it takes to become an expert in that area, I can speak to an expert in that area. And so you don't need to have first-hand direct experience of anything in order to be able to gain understanding and information about it, do you?
Well, okay, as a hunter, okay, and I don't know where you're from. I'm from America. But as a hunter, yeah, I'm not a heart surgeon, but I know how to take out a heart, right? I understand blood, and I understand how you can go. If I really wanted to, I could go learn about how the platelets and all that stuff go in the veins and what have you, right? But you're following a trail of books, right? But you won't follow the trail of like the Bible. That's like a
okay.
no-no.
I was trying to figure out where your argument is going. Now I understand it. So if I can encapsulate your argument back to you, you're saying I believe all of this book writing stuff about science, but I'm being inconsistent because I'm not believing what it says in the Bible. Right. But here's why I'm not being inconsistent, is that the standard of evidence that I expect from books on science is the same standard of evidence that I'm applying to the Bible. And I don't believe something just because it's written in a book. If a book says something, I don't just automatically believe it. I'm looking at hang on. I'm looking at what is the consensus of experts in a given area in a field of study or fields of study that are extremely unforgiving to people who make claims that are not justified. In the sciences, if you start making claims and you can't back your claims up with receipts, you are a laughing stock. you lose your job, you lose your funding. Anyone who works in the sciences knows that getting grants and getting funding is the biggest challenge that anyone faces. You've got to have your shit in order. You start making claims and you can't back them up, you're done. Your career is done.
Okay, but that's your whole theory when you're talking about us evolving from apes. There's a gap right there that they can't explain.
There isn't. That's just creationist propaganda that you got off AIG or something like that. There isn't. There are no gaps that they can't explain. Every time you find two fossils, and we can date one fossil to one period and one fossil to another period, a new gap forms between those two fossils. And then we find a fossil that goes in that gap. Two more gaps are formed. This is presented as a weakness. It's not a weakness. And even if you completely removed the fossils totally and only looked to genomics, to genetics for the evidence, there would be an embarrassment of riches. An embarrassment. Endogenous retroviruses alone, with no other evidence at all, prove our common descent from other primates, with other primates. Just that. Can you explain endogenous retroviruses?
I don't have that much time. Yes, I could. So I guess the point that I wanted to get to you is if you really truly believe that there is no God, right? Like, I don't know if you know who Anthony McVeigh is, right? Or some of the people that came before you that said there is no God. I'm an atheist, right? On their dying beds, right? Like Anthony McVeigh was, his last words were, oh my, what have I done?
His last words as his brain was starved of oxygen and he was probably in some kind of hallucination.
Hypoxic state?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But why would I care about that?
Okay, well, the reason I'm saying that is if you truly believe in what you're saying, and I think that I'm a person that believes that I've had my own personal encounter with God, okay? And every person can have their own personal encounter with God if they want it, okay?
Every person.
Every person, even you.
Right.
If you
so how do you account for the thousands of people, hundreds of thousands, possibly even millions, who have called out to God for a personal encounter and heard nothing but silence? I hear this all the time. It's their fault. They didn't do it right, didn't believe hard enough, didn't ask in the right way, weren't open-minded. They just loved their sin. This is not acceptable. It's cruel. It makes it blames the victims. It blames the people who are honest about the fact that they hear nothing. It makes it their fault.
So rapists and child molesters, and like you talked about in school, let's send our kids to school to make 3 genders, right? That's okay.
We're not going to pivot right now. I want you to address the point I just made.
I'm not pivoting.
That's a wild. That's as much of a pivot as I've ever heard, and I want you to address the point I made.
That's a man's concept, as you're putting it.
We're not going to pivot to that. I want to address the point that I made, which was responsive to you bringing up personal experiences and the claim that anyone can have one. I need you to account now and explain to me why the hundreds of thousands or millions of people who have tried to have personal experiences of God because it would have allowed them to believe when maybe they wanted to believe, but they just couldn't. They just hadn't been persuaded, and they called out, and all they heard was silence, and all they got was nothing. Explain why that happened. From this God that you claim wants to have a relationship with them, why did he ghost them?
Okay, so these hundreds of thousands of people, did you talk to them?
I have something like 30-something thousand people in my audience. I hear from people all the time. Yes, I've spoken to many of them, yes.
And you've asked them if they've cried out to God 100% and they
Absolutely.
have not been answered.
Yeah, I've got deconstruction stories coming out my wazoo all the time. I hear not a week goes by that I don't hear from someone saying, thank you for doing what you do. I identify with these things so strongly. This is what happened to me. I got 3 emails just yesterday, from people offering to share their stories along those lines. Yeah, all the time.
Okay, well, I can't answer to that because I do not have an answer to that because I do not talk to those people.
Right, but I want you to speculate about this because you're suggesting that it's their fault.
No, I am saying that. Okay,
you said anyone who wants a personal experience with God gets one.
If you want something bad enough, right? If you truly want something bad enough, do you think that you can get what you want?
Depends what it is. I'd quite like my mortgage company to just go, you know what? Don't worry about it. We're good. I really would love that.
Yeah, but it
doesn't matter how much I might want that to happen. No, I can make more money and pay off the mortgage myself. But the mortgage company aren't going to forgive my mortgage just because I want to. It doesn't follow that if you want something bad enough, it's going to happen. I've spoken to parents who had dying children who remembered Matthew 21:22, where it says to them, anything you ask for in faith believing, you will receive. And they got on their knees and they prayed to God, and their children died. I assure you, they wanted that pretty badly. And God's response to them was, sorry, not today. Got something better to do. I'm just off doing something else today. Can't make it along. Sorry. Soz. Better luck next time, right? And your claim is that anybody who wants to have that relationship with God can have it, and that this is trustworthy, and this is a
Well, okay, so I guess what the point that I would leave this at would be if God's way of thinking was the same way that we thought, right? Then there would be no reason to call him God.
That doesn't make any sense at all. I'm not suggesting it should be the same way that we thought. He either keeps his promises or he doesn't. He either wants to have a relationship with us or he doesn't. I'm taking him on his word.
Yeah, but if you're taking him on his word, then he's omnipotent. He can be anywhere at any time.
But he's not. He's failing.
Is he?
Yeah. I mean, you're the biggest claim you've made in this conversation, right? John, is that anybody who wants to have a relationship with God can have one. If you're saying anybody who wants to pretend they have an imaginary friend, yes, I agree. But if it's going to be anything more than a one-way conversation where people are talking to themselves and hoping someone's listening, it's going to be anything more than that, then it's going to require just the tiniest bit of give and take, isn't it? God's going to have to advance just a little bit too. And for all the people who have been ignored or heard nothing but silence or prayed for recovery of a loved one or not to lose a child or to avoid some catastrophe and have been met with indifference and tragedy, it's such an easy thing to say, oh, anybody who wants a relationship can have one. But what is the relationship? It feels pretty abusive.
I've been through it, trust me. I have. I have been through child abuse. I've been through SA. I've been through so much stuff in my life I can't even begin to talk about.
I'm devastated to hear that for you, John.
No, I'm not, okay?
Well, I am. And God stood by with arms folded, watching that stuff happen to you, could have intervened to help you, and didn't.
But now I see why, now that I'm older, why it happened. I understand it. It makes sense now.
Well,
and you say that, okay, that there's a time, right? Well, just be, maybe okay, you don't believe there's something extra coming or that there isn't something beyond this life. You go to sleep and that's it, right? Well, if you read Revelations right now, you can just pretty much, you don't even have to pick up the newspaper. You can just read it out of there, right?
Well, I don't know about that. John, I don't think you should be so quick to forgive the God for allowing those things to happen to you. I think you're selling yourself desperately short for saying, now I understand it and it makes sense.
No. You are selling.
I really do.
Selling yourself short by
no, I'm not.
Him.
And in the process of selling yourself short, you're also selling other people short, because you're also granting that same forgiveness to God for allowing the tragedies that befall other people today, the people who are being abused right now as we speak, and God is watching them and doesn't care. I think that's disgusting, and I think you owe yourself more dignity than to allow yourself to have been a pawn in some sick, twisted game where God could have helped you and chose not to. And I think you owe the people who are currently suffering at the hands of this a better level of understanding and dignity too, where they should not be expected to make the same allowances that you've made.
And that's what I'm trying to do, is to try to let them know that, I don't know all of the ways that are the reasons that he does the things that he does.
Yeah.
But there's one thing I know of for a fact, that there is a God.
He likes suffering.
Is good.
He likes suffering.
No, because he took me from all of that. He gave me everything that I could ever want in this life. Money, cars,
I'm
vehicles,
delighted that you got money and cars. Meanwhile, go and spend a day on a children's cancer ward and then think about your money and your cars.
I try to do that. I try to do that as much as I possibly can.
Well, then you realize that focusing on your money and cars and how great things have gone for you is asinine, when there are people in agony every day facing torture, bereavement, loss, tragedy, randomly, people whose kids just get knocked over by a bus or swept away by a flood. Or
my foster father died of cancer. I understand.
Exactly. All of that is on a God who invigilates the world, could intervene to reduce suffering, and doesn't. It's disgusting. And then we're supposed to be grateful because he had himself, who is also his son, murdered to create a loophole to forgive us for insane laws that he put in place without needing to. The whole setup is complete nonsense. And you can do better, John. You can do better than this.
Well, I guess the thing that I would like to leave you with, if you really truly don't believe there's a God, just keep bad-mouthing his name, and just, if you really don't think there's a God, bad-mouth his name and say everything under the sun, and I guarantee you he will prove to you that he is God.
That sounds a little bit like a threat.
No, it's not.
Nice eternal soul you've got there. Nice eternal soul. You got a shame if anything were to happen to him. Keep bad-mouthing his name. I assure you he's going to prove to you. That's a little bit gangster, isn't it, John?
No, if you're an atheist.
They're big good fellas.
Oh, my goodness. I'm sorry. I did not mean that like that.
That's how it came out, dude.
Okay, I'm sorry if it came out like that.
Be better. Be better than that. Be better than that. Be better than to signal to the people who don't believe in God that they deserve what's coming to them. Because that's exactly why I do this stuff.
I'm saying there's a better place coming. This is you think this is what he wants. This is not what he wants. But he gave man human choice, and without choice, people are, without choice.
You're going to be in the better place, right?
Yes, at the end I will be, yes.
When you're in the better place, think about me in the flames of hell, being tortured, being tortured by the God you love, and not just me. Think about Anne Frank as well. She's going to be there with me, because whilst all the German soldiers had "God is with us" on their uniforms, she just didn't believe in Jesus. So now she's in hell also. So think about me and Anne Frank being continually tortured for the rest of eternity by the God that you're singing "How Great Thou Art" to while you're up in heaven. I hope that it doesn't spoil your enjoyment of the heavenly mansion too much, but think about us. Think about the 6 million who went into gas chambers.
And you talk about me being devious.
Who were the 6 million who went into the gas chambers who weren't Christians? They all proceeded directly to hell as well, and that's the God that you worship. I guess he just can't help it. I guess he just can't. Rules is rules, right?
No, I think that what it is he has given man free will more than one time. and it turns out that we just can't, get away from being animals instead of human beings. That's what it amounts to.
That's why all the people had to be sent to hell directly after the gas chamber, because humans are like animals. Okay, got it.
Well, I mean, that stems to greed and wanting more. Want more.
All those
places,
little Jewish children in the gas chambers were just too greedy. They had to go to hell.
No, I'm saying that. What about? I'm talking about. Okay, so what about the 150 Jewish people that were working with the Nazi army?
Well, what about them?
More. I don't even want to go down that trail, but.
Yeah, let's not. I think that would be a little bit too grubby even for us. John, I think we've probably reached the zenith.
Yeah, I think we are.
I appreciate you coming up to talk. I wonder if I might have given you some pause for thought, some stuff to think about. If not, then carry on praising Jesus, and I hope it all goes well for you.
I'll see you again. I will
come back anytime. Cheers, John.
I'll see you again. Thanks. Bye.
Bye. Okay. Yeah. What can we say? Oh, I'm not sure why that was activated. Easy on the kill switch. We were done already, people. We're good. We got this. Okay, so I'm going to get Devon in next, who's been waiting super, super patiently. And if you're in the TikTok queue, then I see you too. We'll try and get you in also. Before we get Devon, we just have to quickly touch on the bingo, because it is a thing of great beauty. We've had massive amounts of input here on the bingo. We have got, I'm just going to go through them straight away because it's looking absolutely amazing. So PVG called Nothing Comes From Nothing. Martin called Evolution is Just a Theory. PVG called Fine-Tuned Universe. We're on fire today, people. Isa called God Works in Mysterious Ways. Yeah. PVG was Jesus Fulfilled Prophecy. And we got a bingo line there as well. And Stefan called Phil Bro Babble. That was a mistake, actually. And I think who was it? Somebody said that was a mistake, but I'm not sure. We might disallow that one, but never mind. We'll allow it anyway, just for fun. Elizabeth called Look at the Trees. Definitely had some of that going on, for sure. And How to Push Back called The Bible is Historically Accurate, which we definitely had as well. People, we're filling this up, and we're only like a little bit into the stream. How are we going here? A couple of hours in, and we're killing it. PVG called Read It in Context. This is an absolute bingo massacre, people. And PVG as well, on fire today with No Morality Without God, which was the subject of our very, very first call. And he was straight out the gate on that one. So, wow. Okay, so we haven't had Crash Out, and we haven't had That's the Old Testament. But I think the night is young, or the day is young. So, as promised, let's get Devon in, and it will be very nice to hear what Devon is saying. Devon, are you there? I think you're there. I'm trying to get you in. Devon, can you hear me? Apparently not. Let's give him a message. Can you hear me? Try to get Devon in on the YouTube side, but doesn't seem to be working for him. Can you hear me? No. Apparently not. That's a shame. Try once more. Devon, are you there? I cannot hear you. Cannot hear Devon for some reason. I'm not sure why. I'm gonna move on. Devon, I'm gonna try. I'll take another guess for now. And if you try and refresh your browser, go out and come back in and try again. We'll try again a second time because you've been waiting ages, but definitely not working for some weird reason. Not sure why. Okay, so in that case, we will bring in, looks like Tilu 251. Hey, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. Welcome in.
Yeah. I got a few questions.
Sure.
So you use words like nonsense, morally repugnant, horrendous. By what standard are you saying that?
Well, essentially, those kind of words are value judgments, aren't they? So my own standard, which is the basis that we all use when we make value judgments.
Okay, well, I say they're not horrendous or repugnant or anything.
Are you saying that you have a different standard?
Oh yeah, the Bible is my standard.
Right. So let me give you an example of something and see if we have a different view about things or similar, right? So do you think that justice involves punishing people who didn't do a crime for a crime that a person did?
Yeah, you shouldn't punish anyone for a crime they didn't do, yes.
Right. So you would agree with me that if you, for example, robbed a bank and then I punished your brother or your niece or someone you just walked past in the street for your crime, that would be unjust, correct?
I would say that would be unjust, but given your worldview, there would be nothing wrong with that.
Well, no, there would be something wrong with that in my worldview, because in my world,
by what standard would that be wrong?
So, but my standard of justice is that people should be punished for the crimes they do and not for crimes that other people do.
But that's not a standard, I don't think. I just think that.
Of course it is. Of course it is, because I define.
So your standard is, I think.
No, I define justice as entailing. To me, the word justice means people are punished appropriately for their crimes and not for the crimes of others. That should be an uncontroversial definition of justice, don't you think?
Yeah, that would make sense given the biblical worldview. Yes.
Yeah, it would make sense given any worldview, right? So
no. If we're just evolved pond scum, I would say that it
doesn't matter about that. So we're talking here about in the Bible in 2 Samuel, David has committed a crime, right? Against God's wishes, he has committed a census. He's done a census and numbered the people of Israel. And God is very upset with him about this, despite the fact, ironically enough, that it was God who sort of made him do it, sort of pushed him towards doing it. But so he sends along, the prophet Gad goes along to David to tell him, God's very cross with you, and David has to pick a punishment. And Gad offers him a sort of menu of different punishments that are available to him, right? I won't necessarily read it all, but basically they can have 7 years of famine, or he can have 3 months of fleeing from his foes, or he can have a 3-day pestilence in the land. And do you remember what David's reply to this is?
Inform me.
David's reply is basically to say, please don't make me choose a punishment. I'm in great distress, he says. I'm in great distress. Let us fall into the hand of the Lord, for his mercy is great. But let me not fall into human hands. So he's basically saying, let me allow myself to submit to whatever punishment God is going to give. Just don't make humans punish me. And so do you remember what God does to punish him for doing the census that he coerced him to do?
Let's go ahead. Inform me.
It says in 2 Samuel 24, the Lord sent a pestilence on Israel from that morning until the appointed time, and 70,000 of the people died. So let's take stock of what's happened here. David has done a census, and God has punished him, not by doing anything to him, but by killing 70,000 innocent people who didn't do the census. Now, you agreed with me earlier that justice does not involve punishing people for a crime they didn't do, and that justice basically means that punishments are distributed fairly and proportionately to the people who did the crime. Do you think that has happened in this instance?
It doesn't seem to be that way. I haven't done a research into that passage for sure. Well, you're not going to really like my answer, but I don't really do Bible study with professed atheists.
Right. Well, I'm not suggesting you do them with professed atheists. I'm suggesting you become familiar with the contents of the book that you're claiming to organize your life around, and you should be better acquainted with it. But given that you're not, let's just spitball this. So you're agreeing with me that this is not a particularly wonderful example of moral justice, is it, being enacted by God?
Well, I don't think anyone is completely innocent. There was only one innocent person, that was Jesus Christ. So
right.
God can do with his creation however he
excellent.
wants.
So if I rob a bank, you can be raped for it.
No, but given your worldview, there would be nothing wrong with that.
You're not completely.
That would not be nothing wrong with that.
So if God decided, because I robbed a bank, you should get raped, that would be fine because nobody's completely innocent. That's the argument That's the argument you're making. No. He wouldn't do that. What? No. He wouldn't have someone raped because of somebody else's crime. You sure? No. Let's have a look. Let's have a little look at where it happens. Funnily enough, it's our hapless victim, David again. I'm going to. Second. Well, don't do a Bible study. 2 Samuel 12:11. David has angered God again. This time he's been unfaithful with Bathsheba. He's seen Bathsheba, and he's had a little dalliance with her, and he's actually arranged to. And it's actually even worse. He's arranged to have her husband kind of killed. It's pretty despicable what he does, right? Do you remember what God does? What God does to David to punish him?
Took his son.
He took his son. God punished an innocent. God punished an innocent baby, made the innocent baby suffer for a week. The baby had done no crime, but God killed a baby to punish a man for something else. And was that the only thing he did?
Well, David said, "I cannot see you, but I will go to you one day." So the baby did go to heaven.
That's lovely. Baby's dying is good, is it? That's wonderful. What else did God do? Not yet. What else did God do? What else did God do to punish David for his infidelity?
What else?
Do you remember? Do you remember when I said, what would it be okay if God had you raped for the crime of another, and you said God wouldn't do that? Look, God has David's innocent wives raped for David's crime. Lord says, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house. I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbour, and he shall lie with your wives in broad daylight. For you did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel and in broad daylight. So God organises to have David's innocent wives publicly raped for something that David did. Is that another example of wonderful justice?
If you let me speak for a second. We can go through all these things, these apparent terrible things in the Bible, but I'm just going to ask you every time, by what standard? And you have no standard given your worldview to say any of those things are bad.
Of course I do. You seem to be thinking that unless I ground my morality in your imaginary friend, that I'm then deprived of the ability to have a moral judgment about something. I have a standard, of course I do.
What is that?
Well, my standard is vested in avoiding harm and promoting well-being. I think that's an absolute standard, and it's a lot more sensible than yours, by the way. My standard is if something causes harm, that's generally not good. If it causes a net harm, if it causes an unnecessary harm, definitely not good. If something helps people,
why is it not good?
Because it's avoidable and it causes suffering.
Who cares? We're evolved pond scum.
I care.
Why do you care?
I care because I empathise with that. Because I have empathy and compassion. It sounds like you're a little bit lacking. Now let's have a look at your standard. Your standard is you don't care whether innocent women get raped, whether babies get murdered, or whether 70,000 people get killed in a pestilence, as long as it pleases your sky daddy. Now, which one of us do you think has a sensible standard for ethics here?
Well, I don't think you do.
So
have you read God Delusion by Richard Dawkins? He says what one.
I did read it actually. Yeah, I did read it. Yeah.
And the Garden out of Eden. Okay.
Yeah, I did read it.
Do you know his famous quote out of there? Apparently, it's all meaningless. What one creature does to another is morally bankrupt. He says it in his own book.
That's actually not what he says. It's actually not what he says.
I can pull the quote up.
Yeah. What he says is that if I remember rightly, and you can pull out a quote if you want, but Richard Dawkins' view, and we don't need to speak about Richard Dawkins' view because we're actually talking about my views and your views, not the views of someone else. So his view would be something like that goodness and morality don't exist in some cosmic way. They're to do with how we treat each other. And that's my view too.
Yeah.
Right? That's the basis of humanism, is that ethical judgments are to do with how we treat each other and the effect of our actions on each other because we care about the well-being of conscious entities. Now, if you agree with that, then suddenly we have suddenly we have a moral framework that makes sense. If you don't agree with that, and your position is that you don't care about the well-being of conscious entities, then you're a psychopath, and the time for moral discussions is finished. Which one is it?
Well, no, I'm trying to given your worldview, it doesn't make sense.
Which one is it? Do you agree with the well-being of conscious entities or you don't?
Yeah, I do.
You do.
Given my worldview.
Okay.
But given your worldview, I don't think it makes sense.
Well, that's fine. I don't need a worldview to justify the fact that I care about the well-being of conscious entities. I care about reducing suffering. I don't want suffering. I think the world is preferable to me when suffering of others is less. That's my that's my subjective preference. Now, here's the newsflash. Your ethical view is also a preference. Your personal preference is pleasing God. Yeah. Isn't it? Just as subjective.
Well, no, I think we all should please God.
Just as subjective. Look, what a newsflash! What a surprise! We've uncovered that Tilu's personal preference is pleasing God, and that's what you base your ethics on. Fantastic! I'm really happy for you that you want to please God. That's what morality means. Morality is a description of what your preferences are. So my preferences are reduce suffering and promote well-being. Your preferences are please your boss.
Okay, can I speak for a second? So the Bolsheviks, during the Bolshevik Revolution, when they killed 20 million people, their preference was to kill all those people. Were they wrong?
Yes, because in my view, killing all of those people didn't reduce suffering.
But in their view, it was they don't care about your view. So they were morally right to kill the Bolsheviks were morally right.
You seem to be confusing having another perspective to being morally right. They had another perspective. They may have thought they were doing the right thing. I disagree, and I think they were doing the wrong thing. This is not complicated.
But they preferred to kill the people.
They had a different view. That's correct. That's what having a view means. Not everyone has the same view. But you seem to think that admitting that morality is a subjective preference means it doesn't mean anything. It still means something. We can still evaluate it. We can still say, yes, this is my subjective preference. This is the basis on which I call things right and wrong. Doesn't make it all meaningless just because it's not grounded in a cosmic policeman. What do you think your God adds to the discussion about morality that's not there without it?
I don't think you can make sense without it.
Why?
It comes down to preference.
Yours does too. We've already demonstrated it that yours also does.
I haven't thought about it, but
clearly it's obvious that you haven't. Now's the time to start. Now's the time to start.
I don't do this for a living. I'm a dumb redneck from Alabama.
Well, I wouldn't have said that, but now is the time to start thinking about this. You will soon see that your decision to ground your morality or refer your morality to the whims and predilections of a God who commands genocide, infanticide, and rape doesn't bring anything to the conversation. It doesn't make your moral judgments any more valid. It makes them less valid.
Less valid by what standard?
Well, it makes them less valid because you're claiming as your standard for morality something that can never be evaluated. You can't do anything to see whether you're achieving the end of pleasing your God. You can only guess and hope you are, and hope he's not going to chuck you on the barbecue later for doing it wrong. My standard, which is look at the outcomes and measure them and see whether lives actually are being improved, see whether people are being hurt, at least has some semblance of being measurable. We can monitor it, we can track it, we can see whether it's working. We can see when we're doing it wrong. We can see when we thought we were being moral and we actually weren't. And we can course correct.
Okay.
You don't get to do that in your framework.
Sure. I'm going to ask about science. Science it's based on the principle of induction. How do you know the future will be like the past?
You don't. So the basis of induction is in itself inductive. We don't know that induction will continue. For anyone listening who doesn't know, induction is the expectation that the future will continue to be like the past. So we say the sun has come up every morning. The fact that it has every single morning makes us believe that it will in the future because we believe in the uniformity of nature and that the future will be like the past. But that expectation itself is inductive. I grant you that. We don't know it for sure. So what we do is we assume it strategically. We operate as if it's true because it brings us benefits. It brings us the devices we're talking on now. It brings us antibiotics. It brings us the wheel. It brings us fire. It brings us lower infant mortality. It brings us better life. But I agree with you. We can't know it for certain. There's a certain degree of trust put in the expectation that induction will continue to work. It could stop tomorrow.
Okay. Oh, you said the word certain. Are you certain of anything?
Only my own awareness.
You're certain of that?
Yeah. Because for me to doubt it, I would have to be doubting, and doubting is you need to be aware to be doubting something. That's the only thing that any of us can be certain of.
Yeah. Are you certain of that?
Yeah.
But you said the only thing you can be certain of is your awareness. How can you be certain of what any of us know, the rest of us?
Yeah, I mean, it's like it's necessarily true, right? It's necessarily true.
Oh, so you're not certain. Okay.
No, I'm saying that it's necessarily true that you're experiencing awareness, right? You have to be, because for you to doubt your awareness, you have to be aware. So it's sort of definitionally true, isn't it?
Sure.
Yeah. Is it possible for you to doubt your own awareness and not be aware?
Don't think so.
No. So that would be a contradiction, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
And
so
that's how we can.
Certain,
that's how we can be.
So
certain
that's the
that
only
it's true.
thing. Sure. So if that's the only thing you're certain about, then you're not certain that God doesn't exist. You're not certain when he apparently genocided somebody that's wrong. You could be wrong that it's actually good that he genocided the Amalekites.
So let's separate those two claims, right? So am I certain? Am I certain that God doesn't exist? No, I don't claim certainty about that. Am I certain that genocide is wrong? Yes, I'm certain that I feel genocide is wrong. I don't think that the wrongness of genocide is a fact that exists in reality. The wrongness of genocide is my own feeling about it. It's my own judgment. We've already been over this ground, right? My moral intuition is not a fact about reality. It's a fact about how I feel about reality. And on that, I am certain.
So you're certain about your awareness and that genocide is wrong. So there's two things you're certain about.
Yeah, I mean, so when you were asking earlier about am I certain about, what am I certain about? I was taking that to mean sort of about reality, right? Things about the world, rather than sort of my own opinions about things. Obviously, we can be certain about how we feel about things, but that's a different type of claim, isn't it? To whether a God exists, or whether carbon dating is reliable, or things like that.
Sure. What is truth?
Correspondence to reality.
How do you know what is real?
You don't always know. This is like a quiz. I like this. Quick fire. You don't always know.
Quick fire.
Yeah.
So you don't know what is real. How do you know things are real, like your senses and reasoning?
Yeah, you build a sort of probabilistic model, right? Yeah. So your senses give you stuff, and then you take on board the information and you hold it with a degree of confidence.
Okay. How do you know your senses and reasoning are valid without using your senses and reasoning?
You don't necessarily know. You just strategically assume they are, because if you don't, you're not gonna live long.
Yeah. So you could be a brain in a vat right now and not know it.
Could be, absolutely.
Okay. And I think that's where the atheistic worldview leads to. You say things like that. You could be a brain in a vat, but you're not a brain in a vat.
Well, here's the thing: if you were a brain in a vat, what experience could you ever had that would disprove it?
I don't think I'm a brain in a vat.
Answer the question. If you were a brain in the vat, like Matrix style, right? Your mind is just, you don't actually have a physical body. Your mind is being kept alive by something. You're literally just a brain in a vat, and every experience you're having is just a production of that mind. What experience could you ever have that would disprove that?
that God made me certain that I'm not a brain in a vat.
That's not a disproof. That's just your personal feeling. What experience could you have that would disprove it, not just make you feel confident?
No, that is experience.
No,
The Bible
no,
says,
your certainty or what's written in the Bible isn't a proof. It's just your experience. I'm saying it's just your feelings. No, I'm talking about proof, not feelings. What experience could you have that would comprehensively make it absolutely impossible for it to be even the tiniest chance that you were a brain in a vat? And the answer, because you're struggling to find it, is there isn't any. Because any experience you could have, including the experience of being persuaded by the Bible, is perfectly compatible with being a brain in a vat. So that's why that's a thing in philosophy, why it's used as an example, as a thought experiment, to basically lean into solipsism. You can't ever disprove that hypothesis because there's no experience you could have. No, I'm not a solipsist. But you can't disprove that you're a brain in a vat. You might be a brain in a vat. I cannot disprove solipsism, and I cannot disprove that I'm a brain in a vat. But not being able to disprove something is not the same as thinking it's true, is it? Because I can't disprove Santa either. And neither can you.
No, I can't disprove Santa?
Yep. Do you think you can?
Sure, I have no reasonable belief to think that Santa exists.
Is that a disproof, or is that you just expressing your skepticism?
Yeah, I'd have to think about it. I guess that's kind of like the teapot thing, but
like Russell's teapot, exactly. Hey, you're better informed than you're letting on. Exactly. Not being able to disprove something is not the same as thinking it's true, and it's not the same as it being even reasonable to think that it's true. It just means you can't disprove it. And that's why the brain in a vat thing is a useful thought experiment. It doesn't mean that we think it's true. It doesn't mean that we are even open-minded to it being true. It just means that we admit that we can't disprove it. It's a possibility. We just, I don't think it's true. I think it's very unlikely that I'm a brain in a vat. I think it's likely that there is a physical world. I think it's likely that I'm operating in it in some way, but I can't be totally certain of it. Just on balance, I'm persuaded that it's true.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Tenfold. Yeah. Trying to ask one more thing.
Sure. One more, and then we're going to move it along.
Yeah. I'll check in back with you, but you brought up Dan Barker earlier, and Dan Barker recently debated one of my favorite apologists named Eli Ayala. I highly recommend your chat and you to watch it.
That sounds good. I definitely will. That sounds wonderful.
No, I really will. When do you live stream again? Because I'd like to come in and ask you what you thought about that debate.
Sure. So
because it was very bad for him.
Oh, okay. I mean, I can't possibly comment on it without seeing it. I mean, Dan Barker is,
of course.
Dan Barker is not necessarily the man he used to be, but it could have been bad for him. That's interesting. Smart people have bad debates sometimes as well.
Oh, of course. Oh, yeah.
But I'm interested to hear it. Is it on YouTube?
It is, yeah.
Okay, I'll try and find it. So Dan Barker and Eli, someone, did you say?
Eli Ayala. He is comes from the presuppositional camp of apologetics.
Oh dear. Okay.
Yeah.
One of those. All right. Well,
that's the angle I was coming from at you kind of the whole time.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. I normally live stream on Thursday nights and Saturday nights. Although this week I won't be doing that because I'm going to be away for a few days. So my normal routine is Tuesdays during the day and Thursdays and Saturday nights. So feel free to come back then. I'll be very happy to pick up with you again, and we can talk about pre-sup stuff if you want to. Although I would only inflict that on my audience for a short period of time because it's
if you watch the debate, you're going to say, "Whoa, these pre-sup guys are pretty good."
I think that's extremely unlikely, but I've watched quite a few of them, and I find them hard to watch because they are a mountain of bullshit. But I will do that if I can find some time between now and next. I'll try and watch that debate because I like Dan Barker. But thanks for coming in, appreciate it, and we'll speak again. All right, all the best. Bye. Okay, well, that was a veritable smorgasbord of topics, wasn't it? We got through all sorts of stuff. I'm going to try Devon again, just to try and get him in and see if this works. Let's try this. Devon, are you there?
Yeah.
You are there. Good. I'm glad we managed to get you in. Welcome in.
Yeah. Welcome. Cosmological design arguments are inconclusive because we don't know enough about fundamental physics to calculate accurately the probability of a life-bearing universe. So I would like to present an argument based on knowledge we do have in great detail, namely population genetics and molecular biology. First, I'd like to make it clear I'm not following Michael Behe or the Discovery Institute because their arguments are wrong. These are arguments I've come up with myself, and they're all based on statements by professors at major universities published in peer-reviewed scientific journals like Martin A. Nowak of Harvard University.
I know you were waiting for ages, Devon, so just forgive me for interjecting for a moment, because it sounds like you're reading a script. I'm really more interested in just having a conversation. So don't read us a lecture. If you have an evidence for God, just give us the evidence.
Okay, yes. Evolution is too slow. I was not reading a script, by the way. Sorry, I was just trying to give an introduction.
Okay. Evolution is too slow.
My basic point is millions of times too slow. It would take, in order to produce important molecules, protein molecules in our body, such as the opsin molecule that allows us to see colors in our retina, I've done calculations using well-established principles of molecular biology to show that the time required for random mutation and natural selection, which is the standard paradigm of evolution, that would require millions of times longer than the age of the Earth.
That's
which means
not,
evolution is too slow, which means design.
It's just not true. So there is more than enough time for biological evolution to have taken place, more than enough generations necessary to have iterated through from our progenitors through to simple cell organisms, ones that had light sensitive cells. The eye has evolved independently across various different species in the animal kingdom, often along exactly the same or very, very similar paths, sometimes along different paths. There is an abundance of evidence to show us that biological evolution has had more than enough time, more than enough genetic material to work with, and more than enough variation to have produced everything we see.
Would you like to hear my argument that this is not true?
Well, not particularly, because your argument is obviously fringe quack pseudoscience, because nobody in the life science, if you have an argument to prove that there's not been enough time for biological evolution to take place, take it to the Nobel Committee and you will win more money than you could ever know what to do with, and a Nobel Prize. Don't make it on an internet call-in show. I'm not a biologist. I don't have specialism in the area of molecular biology, but there are people who do. Take your theory to them, get it peer-reviewed, and go and win a Nobel Prize. You will. If your argument is sound, if it can be backed up with evidence, go for it.
In fact, that's what I'm doing. I'm in the process of doing that.
Fantastic. Well, when you do it, come back and tell us about it. Until then, I don't have enough specialist expertise in this area to counter an argument full of details about molecular biology that it's not an area I have expertise in. But there are people who do have expertise in that I know will disagree with the claim you're making. And that's why I'm not making an argument from authority. I'm just saying the fact that the thing you're saying has not been widely adopted tells us something about a likely flaw. It's a bit like the people who claim to have come up with perpetual motion machines, and they swear they've done it, and it's in their basement right now, honest. I'm like, great, go and win a Nobel Prize for it, and then we'll all hear about it. We'll all read about you in the newspapers. And you know what? If it were true, then what it would do is it would upend the explanatory framework for how biodiversity could have come about. It wouldn't be a shred of argument for any God. I'm interested in evidence for gods. Disproving evolution is not evidence for gods. It would just take one piece of science off the table.
I can prove, if you accept that life was designed, I can also prove that God must be the ultimate designer.
Well, I don't accept that life was designed. All arguments from design are arguments from personal incredulity or misstatements of available science. And even if you were able to demonstrate that life was designed in some way, you can't eliminate the possibility that we were designed by other aliens, that we're a simulation in a machine, that that we're brains in a vat, that there's a whole load of competing hypotheses that a God is just one among many.
For sure, we were designed by advanced extraterrestrials. But the next logical question is, who designed them?
Other ones. And it's extraterrestrials all the way down. Who knows? But none of this is evidence for a God, Devin.
Let's analyze that a little bit. That's an interesting idea. Consider the complexity of a human body. The designer, the extraterrestrial who designed us, if we accept design, must be more advanced than we are and have at least as high an information content as we have.
Not necessarily.
So if
they might have just lucked upon a way of designing. They could be dumb as shit. They just lucked upon a way of designing bioforms by accident in a lab somewhere. One day, someone mixed the wrong chemicals together and something happened. Poof! Life was designed by accident, and it happened. We have no idea. These are all huge fantasy, fantasy stories. All big ifs, doing lots of heavy lifting.
The history of molecular biology since 1953 refutes your claim. There's a lot of design involved. Right. There's a lot of careful thinking involved.
Lovely, and the history of molecular biology and all the people working in it right now refute your claim that we need to look for a designer because we have perfectly well established paradigms of molecular biology and genetics that explain all of this stuff without needing a designer. So a designer at this point is superfluous to requirements. It's not something we need. You might as well be up here arguing for fairies.
Well, would you like to hear a little bit more about this?
Not massively, if I'm honest. I'd say submit your thesis to some proper peer review, and I'll give you this. If your thesis gets peer reviewed well and accepted and published in a respectable journal, I will dedicate an entire show to you and your thesis. You will be my guest, and we will spend the entire time celebrating it and discussing it. Good deal?
Excellent. I'll get back to you then.
Do that.
Excellent.
All right, Devin. Speak then.
Okay, thank you.
Good luck. Take care. Bye-bye. Okay, that seems like a fair deal. If he's going to upend the entire field of molecular biology and genetics, the least I can give him is a few hours on my live stream. That seems absolutely fair. Okay, let's get in Seeker of Righteousness next and see if we can find ourselves some righteousness. I always seem to be lacking a bit of that, so let's see if we can find some. Seeker of Righteousness.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Hello.
How are you doing? You are currently in, but you're now teacupped.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can all hear you.
All right, within your atheistic worldview, can you give me a rational justification for consciousness?
A rational justification for consciousness? That's like asking for a rational justification for photosynthesis. Consciousness consciousness is a thing that brains do. It's an emergent property of brains.
So is it? It's emergent. That's lazy philosophy. Nice try though. So is it tangible?
Is it tangible? It's a thing that we experience when brains correctly operate. It sounds like yours may not be doing it too much.
Okay, so you don't know if your brain right now is having a bad chemical reaction and you can't trust your own logic and reasoning. Got it.
I don't know for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. That makes totally sense. So if you're saying that it's emergent, can you show me something that comes non-conscious creating conscious, please?
Yeah, a human brain. A human brain itself is made up of individual parts that are non-conscious. But when you put them together, I'm answering your question. Okay. You can learn some manners. When you put them together in a particular configuration, and they have chemical electro things that happen inside it, inside the brain, and neural activity, and potential differences across synapses, one of the things that happens as a result of that is consciousness is experienced. Now, if you're asking me, can I explain the exact mechanism by which the electrochemical reactions in a brain leads to consciousness, I can't.
No,
hang on a second. The inner circle has spoken here. And the inner circle basically are our supporting members who get a vote on particularly egregious and unpleasant interlocutors, and they have voted for me to remove you.
So you don't want to debate. You're
well, it's
scared.
nothing to do with what I want. I'm going to put a vote. I'm going to put a vote to both rooms. Okay, I'm going to put a vote to both rooms, because I think the inner circle might have been a little bit quick off the mark there, but I'm going to put a vote to both rooms, and we're going to see if our audience wants you to stay, in which case I'll gladly engage with you, or if our audience thinks you're a slightly unpleasant individual with something to prove and don't want me to keep you, and I will go by whatever they want. So
totally. Well, you should learn basic philosophy, because you can't even trust your reasoning, my guy.
Yeah, apparently so. So let's go kick poll there. Do we want to keep you going there? And we're going to put a poll in on TikTok as well, like this. So we're just going to put this right now. It's going to the audience. So the audience are going to decide. I'm giving the power to the audience. So I think the inner circle were quite quick off the mark then. I understand what it is they spotted, but I think it's fair to put it to the room. So at the moment we've got
they don't want to use logic and reasoning. They just want to believe what they want to believe.
80%. We've got 387 people in the YouTube chat, of which 80% are saying enough of this idiot, and 35 against 7 on the TikTok. So I'm going to do what my audience wants. There we go. I think that might be a good way of dealing with what sometimes feels like slightly premature inner circle interjections, is I'll put it to the room. If the room had said, no, we feel that was a bit early, keep on going with the guy, then I gladly would have done that. But that was a fairly decisive get rid of that boy. So fair enough. I don't think he was there to have a good faith dialogue anyway. So we're going to get Maul in next. But before we do, I just need to read a few messages. So we have... come on, there we go. Arkrit says, a painting needs a painter and a dog needs a dogger. A car needs a career and a god needs a godder. Checkmate, atheists. Very good. All of these painting needs a painter arguments. I can't believe that people keep on saying that. A house needs a house builder. A phone needs a phone maker. Garbage man, nice to see you. I love the idea that heaven forgot to budget for the human prison, so they had to retrofit old military infrastructure. Right. Mad. All mad and crazy. And Optimus Rhymes, nice to see you. Remember, kids, don't drink and live. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. A few back, he definitely had a couple, I think. I know exactly what you mean. I think that was a good call. Mike Bowens, nice to see you, Mike. Thank you very much for this. The Christian obsessed with telling other people the entailments of their worldview and being wildly wrong about it never gets old, right? And completely ignoring the entailments of his own worldview, of course, which are acknowledged selectively, let's just say. I love that too. Miko, thank you so much. Miko Makopa has sent out 5 Unconvinced gift memberships. They will be randomly distributed to people in the chat. I really appreciate that, Miko. Thank you so much. If you're listening or watching on TikTok and you want in on the memberships thing, which means you get to do the interactive bingo and at the top tier access to the kill switch, then you can get that too. The memberships are no longer only for YouTube. Just follow, there's a Patreon link on my TikTok profile, which gets you there, and you can. It's exactly the same. It's an exact mirror of the YouTube memberships, and you can have fun with these things too. So thank you so much for that, Mika. I really appreciate it. It's very, very kind. Tim says, caller, have empathy, you monster. This is for the person earlier who was saying that anybody who wants a relationship with God can just have one. Tim, I'm sorry. I should have actually displayed this message at that point. That was my bad. But I know exactly why you posted it. It's so easy to just declare anybody who looks for God will find him. Anybody who wants a relationship will get one. It's such an easy promise to make. It's such an easy check to write. But it's not cashed and it's not fulfilled. And there are thousands and thousands and thousands of people who have done everything they could to have that relationship, to find that comfort, to find that thing, and to find that signal, and to open the door and see who's knocking, and there's absolutely no one there. No one is knocking. There's no one there. And to blame people for it is disgusting. So I absolutely understand why you said that, Tim, and thank you for saying it. I really appreciate that. Okay, moving on. We have Algorovich. Thank you for this, very much indeed. I always thought that the sun rising tomorrow was a deductive conclusion. Could you elaborate on deductive versus inductive? Yes. No. Deductive is to do with syllogistic reasoning. It's like all men are mortal, Socrates is a man, therefore deductively the conclusion has to be true. If the first two premises are true, the conclusion must necessarily be true. So that's what deduction is, when you're reasoning from one point to another point, and then the third or fourth or fifth point is a conclusion which is certainly true in all possible realities, as long as the first premises are also true. What induction is it's basically the expectation that the future will be like the past. So the reason why our belief that the sun will rise tomorrow is inductive and not deductive is that it just rests on the expectation that the laws of nature will be uniform. And that obviously we know what the sun rising means, right? It just means the earth rotating. And we expect the earth to keep on rotating because we understand that earth's rotation is a fact of physics and it's explained by cosmology. But the fact that we expect those laws and principles to keep on working is only there because they have done in the past. And so it is inductive. And so there's a sort of recursion that happens. It's where the expectation that induction itself will work is itself inductive. And I think it's okay to admit that. Believers often frame this as some kind of gotcha, but it isn't a gotcha. It's just being intellectually honest and going, yeah, we can't be completely certain, but we can work on the basis of assuming that it's true, because that's how we get stuff done. And then just finally, we've got a few more, but I'm just going to read one more and then we're going to get Maul in next. Eric said, I actually am a brain in a vat. It's just a squishy vat made of bones and muscle and filled with blood and viscera. Yeah, that's true. I guess that's exactly what we are. We are brains in moving vats. I like that. Good call. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Okay, we've got a few more messages, but I'll read them after we have spoken to Maul, because I don't want to leave people waiting too long. So let's get Maul in right now. And then we'll check in on the bingo later, because there's been some more bingo action too. We are killing it on the bingo, people. Maul, how are you?
Yeah, I'm all right, John. How are you?
Fabulous, thank you. I hope I'm saying your name right. Am I massacring it?
Yeah, it's all right, John. It's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's quite interesting listening to you with all the people who's been on board so far. Quite fascinating and quite a place to learn something, really. I mean, it brings out the beauty of a human mind and the way we connect to our environment, So this is quite interesting for me. Your title, even for me, is part of the beauty as a believer to see that here is someone so intelligent, so smart, living in his environment, yet saying we don't need God. And you're absolutely right. That's the beauty of creation. Only God can do this, create all those things around us, and yet we don't even see him or hear him. We don't even need him. It's programming. He has programmed us very well in our environment. So this is quite right. You're absolutely right. We don't need God. And that's the beauty of him. You see my point? For me, it's very simple. Yes.
Yeah, okay. So thank you for the compliment. I appreciate that. Just so I know how to sort of structure the discussion with you, I take it that you are a believer because you reference God. Is there a particular God that you believe in?
I'm a Muslim.
You're a Muslim. Okay, that's fine. Okay.
Yes.
So I understand what you're saying. You're sort of saying, God's done such a great job. Look how he's made us. He's done everything for us and set everything up, for us. But when I say we don't need God, I kind of mean something a little bit more than that. I mean more like, can't we do better than this? can't we move on now? Like our history, our human history is so full of superstition and witchcraft and false beliefs and erroneous thinking. And wonderful things happen to us when we start really following evidence and reason. And staying in these religious systems, to me, does so much harm. I grant that it, on an individual level, individual people can derive a benefit from it. Of course, I grant that. But overall, to the world, look at the wars. Look at what's happening in the world right now. So much conflict, so much suffering on a global level and on a sort of societal level as a result of these. And I just think we do better to leave it behind and say we don't need these make-believe stories anymore.
Yeah, I think what you're talking here is about human nature, to be honest. And that is, again, referring to me as a believer, referring to God, is one of the beauty he has made for us. One of the gifts he has given us, that is, we're able to see what is wrong and what is right. And like you've been saying all along, I've been listening to you, when you were asked about, bad things that are happening, and you're saying you're against like murder or whatever evil things, and that is your own judgment. You see the world that way, and I think that's the way we should approach it. This is for me. This is religious, even though you don't relate yourself to any religion. For me, this is what I have learned from my religion, that it's our duty to try and do good, to try and stand up for what is right. So it's wrong for me to do something wrong and for my son to be punished for it. That is not justice.
I agree with that. But your religion also teaches that men can strike women.
Not in a context. It's not that you can go around and strike a woman just like that.
No, when she's disobedient.
No, listen. Okay, yes, that is in a context, and it's not everyone who can do that. In Islam, marriage is a contract. Some of that contract involve many people, a family. Imagine you're married in an extended family and you are wealthy. You as a wealthy person, you went to get married in an extended family, and you get a wife from that family, and that family is depending on you. Their entire life is depending on you. And the woman who comes from that family coming to get married to you is not being obedient or respectful towards you. It's not as obedient, but to be respectful and to give you what is your right, and you giving her what is her right. And at some point, Allah is saying, instead of divorcing that woman, chasing her away, maybe you should
knock her around a bit.
Do something.
Yeah.
Yes, little bit.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
Just so the bruises don't show too much. So let's have a look at this. We're going to read this together.
Now, hold on, John.
We're going to read this together.
Allah is saying.
I'm going to read you. I'm going to read you what Allah is saying. So here are the words from the Prophet. Men are in charge of women by right of what Allah has given one over the other and what they spend from their wealth. I don't think that men are in charge of women. I think that's disgusting. So righteous women...
So hold on, John. Hold on. You said you read this one. You said your view about it. I will say my view about it and how we understood it, because all of this is within a context. You are entitled to say this is rubbish. You are entitled to do that. That is your right. But we are the one who refer to this particular passage in our Holy Quran. We understood it. You see here what I've said. There is a lot involved in this relationship.
I want to get to the nub of the issue here. I don't think men are in charge of women. I think that's disgusting. But let's move on.
Well, maybe in your world, but some world,
in my world,
men are in charge of women.
Yeah,
yes,
they're disgusting.
That is the reality.
I know. Yeah, it's misogynistic bullshit. So righteous women are devoutly obedient, guarding in the husband's absence what Allah would have them guard. But those wives from whom you fear arrogance, first advise them, and then if they persist, forsake them in bed, and finally strike them. And the lightly, I've been advised, is an interpolation which exists only in some English translations. The original Arabic text here does not include the word lightly or anything that implies lightly. So this is a commandment.
That is interpretation. That is interpretation.
This is a commandment in the Quran that has been interpreted by millions of people, possibly billions of people, over the centuries as divine permission for domestic violence. And this is why I think that your claim that your religion tells you to promote kindness and goodness is very thin. So whilst I appreciate you condemning the Christian doctrine for the sacrifice of the son, I don't think you're standing on enormously thick ice here, my friend.
No, hold on a second, John. Well, you pick a verse in the Holy Quran and you take that as this is it. Across the board, that's it. So because of this verse, I reject everything. Is there any other verse in the Holy Quran that shows kindness?
That doesn't matter to me. I'm sure there are. No, hang on. Let me answer your question. No. I'm going to answer your question.
That is dishonesty. You've been dishonest.
I'm going to answer your question.
It is.
I'm going to answer your question. Of course, there are verses in the Quran that might demonstrate kindness, as there are verses
That is important, John.
As there are verses in the Bible that might demonstrate kindness or charity. But the reason I don't care about those is if a holy book contains within it one instance in which it says that it is morally acceptable, indeed divinely mandated, for a man to strike his wife because she wasn't obedient enough, then I don't care what other verses might say, give to charity, help your neighbour, do a nice thing, pet a puppy. I don't care. It's brutal, it's misogynistic, it's disgusting, it allows domestic violence, it has been used to encourage and permit domestic violence. There are women in the world right now today being beaten by their husbands because of this verse. So I actually don't give the slightest shit what else it says in the Quran that might be more palatable. The fact that this book can say this in this place, and the fact that the Prophet can marry a child aged 6 and then consummate the marriage when she's the healthy age of 9 is equally disgusting. So this is not a safe house of virtue for you, my friend.
John, hold on a second. I thought you've been better than this. I am quite surprised. I'm quite impressed that here you are taking material that you have no clue about, no certainty about, as a man who trying to tell us certainty is everything, and you make your judgment based on. Now let me ask you this question, John.
Does the book say it or not? No, I'm not.
This question now,
no,
John.
I'm not going to let you have that.
Question now.
No.
Let's forget about my Holy Quran. I ask you about your topic.
No.
Now your topic. No. Can we go to your topic?
No. We're going to deal with the position that you just said, and I want you to own this. Does the book say what it says about beating women or not? You can now unmute yourself, and we're going to look at this, because you don't get to claim that I don't know what I'm talking about with respect to this and then move on. So we're going to talk about it.
I don't think you know what you're talking about, to be honest. I don't think you know what you're talking about.
Does the book claim that men can beat their wives, or does it not?
No, it doesn't claim that. It doesn't claim that.
So when it says you can strike your wife,
you passed 3 options before reaching to the last one. It has given options. There are stages. This is Islamic law. It has stages.
All you're doing is hang on.
We're going through the book. I'm going through the book with you. You are ignoring passage you read before, and you jump to the conclusion to the last one. Any Muslim who does that, any Muslim who does that is not a Muslim.
Okay. All you're doing is specifying the conditions under which this might be acceptable by narrowing them down. Only in this type of family, only in this type of situation, right? That's all you're doing. That's all you're doing. You're just narrowing it down and saying only under these conditions. And I'm saying there are no conditions. There are no conditions where beating a wife for disobedience is acceptable. I don't care about the context. I don't care about the conditions. There are none in which that is acceptable. So I don't care about anything else. So unless you're going to say, no, the book doesn't say that, you have to admit that it does.
It does say it. I've seen it.
There you go.
I read it with you.
There you go.
It does say it. So now listen, you are right. The book says it.
Right.
And that is for those who believe in that book.
So do you agree with it then? Do you believe in the Quran?
I do believe in the Quran.
So do you believe it's okay for men to strike their wives?
I do believe, under circumstances when it comes, is rather to do that than to go on a divorce and everything loses out.
That's a false dichotomy.
It's not.
That's you're suggesting that the only options are strike her or divorce her. There's another option. Don't strike her.
That's not the only option. It doesn't say
don't
that.
Strike her.
No, there is options before we get to that point. Like, okay, John, listen. I'm not here for you to go through the Quran with me. I'm here to answer your sentence up here.
But you're evading moral responsibility for this. And before we move on, we are going to move on from this to you can ask me whatever you want, I promise. But before we do, I just want you to say the statement, I am in favor of men striking their wives when they feel it necessary. Please say that.
If it's right, yes, that's what God said. I agree with it.
I want to hear. We all want to hear you say the words, "I support wife beating." Go ahead.
No, that's
we're not moving on. We're not moving on until you admit it.
That is not the word that is said in there. That's not the word. You cannot put a word in my mouth. This is what Quran is saying.
This is what
this is. You're trying to put words that is not being said there.
I'm telling you now.
What the Holy Quran said, John. I agree.
So this verse
said. That's it.
So I want to hear you say, I agree that it's okay for men to beat their wives.
You cannot make me say that.
We're not moving on until you do. So we can end the call now.
If you want, you can take me. I know it will come to that. But I'm not going to say what you want. I will say what God wants. That's the reality. It's not what you want.
I'm just trying to make you own the shit here.
No, you're not trying to make me. You're trying to force me to say what you think and what you believe.
I'm trying to ask you to say what you think. So. There you go. Unfortunately, the inner circle have spoken, and I think that's with fairly good cause. It's a shame. That's a shame, because I just wanted to hear him say the words. He was so close, wasn't he? He was so close to, yes, I support domestic violence, but only under certain circumstances. And you think that's acceptable? Well, that is not acceptable, ever. It's never acceptable to strike a woman because you think she's being disobedient. I don't care what's in your book on that. You should be ashamed of yourself, my friend. Ashamed. Disgusting. Sorry, everyone. Okay, let's get in one world, one God. Need a palate cleanse. One world, one God. And then we really do need to catch up on the bingo. In fact, maybe we need to do that now while one world is coming in, because TikTok is trying to bring our next guest in. There we are. Are you there? One world.
Yes.
You are there.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. You are in. I was going to do a quick check-in on the bingo. If you'll bear with me a moment, let's have a quick look at it, because Stefan called that's the Old Testament. So I'm going to allow that. And that's another bingo line. So the only one we have left today is Crash Out. I think we nearly had Crash Out, but I think we kind of crashed him out ourselves, didn't we? So we won't have Crash Out for now. We'll save that in case we need it later on. Okay. One world, one God. You are up. What would you like to say, my friend?
Okay. Can you argue your point of the fact that we don't need a God?
Yeah. I just think that it's a pointless concept. It doesn't explain anything. A God is a thing that we put in the gaps in our knowledge. When we don't understand something, we just go, it must have been a magical being who did it. And then we pretend we've explained something. It explains absolutely nothing. Real explanations provide mechanisms, generalize to rules, create predictions, predictive power. They help us to explain other things. That's what an explanation looks like. God doesn't explain anything. Secondly, there's absolutely no evidence for a God. So there's no point talking about it. There's no point thinking about it. There's no point wondering about it. Like, there's a reason why we don't have long conversations about whether fairies exist. It's because we have a reasonable expectation that they don't exist. We don't think they do. And so, to me, God is just as pointless as fairies, and there should be the same amount of time spent discussing gods as we spend discussing fairies.
So we're saying God never existed?
I don't think there's any reason to think that a God has ever existed. I'm not making the claim God doesn't exist, because how could I know that, right? Maybe God does exist, but maybe fairies exist. We don't spend time talking about those.
Yeah, well, as you know that something cannot come into existence without, by itself. So
how do we know that?
Give me an example of something that came into existence by itself.
The virtual particles.
What do you mean virtual particles?
Particles in a quantum field just pop in and out of existence all the time. By themselves.
Explain that.
Well, I'm not a quantum physicist, but this is understood to be a realization in quantum physics that some types of particles can be sort of predicted on the basis of probabilities, but they don't have direct causes. They just pop in and out. Little virtual particles that just pop in and out of existence without anything causing them to do it. Another example would be something like radioactive decay. So when you have a radioisotope that's radioactive and it emits small packets of electromagnetic radiation in the form of decay, gamma rays or stuff, you've got individual particles within that will decay and become energy. The particles are transformed into energy, but you can't tell which one will be. It's completely random, and there's nothing that specifically causes one particle to decay rather than another. It's just a statistical thing that happens over time.
Okay, well, that's something I haven't heard before, so I need to look into that. But as far as the idea that God, doesn't exist, or we don't need a God, if you look all around you, you'll come to the realization that, intelligent design requires a designer.
Will I come to that realization, though? Because I've been looking all around me for decades and I've never come to that realization before. Why would I start doing that now?
Like something like the phone you're on, how can it come to existence by itself?
Well, we know how phones come into existence. They're made by people. We know that phones are made by people. We don't know that universes are made by people. We don't know that lots of other things are made by people. It's disanalogous to take something that we know is human made and go, well, because we know that was made by a designer, everything else must be too. That's just fallacious reasoning. Why would we do that?
Yeah, because you look at it this way: if how can something without a brain, without knowledge, make something that has so much knowledge and potential and beautiful design and such vast existence? How come all that come from nothing?
Well, I'm not claiming it came from nothing. I'm claiming it was probably came about by natural processes, because that's how everything else we've studied came about. The argument you're making now used to be made for thunder and lightning. How can it possibly be that water falls from the sky and loud noises happen and we see light coming from the sky without someone up there doing it? How can it possibly be? That's the exact argument you're making now. You're just taking something that you personally don't understand because you've never studied cosmology or biology and going, well, the only explanation I can think of for this is a magic man in the sky. Why is that a convincing argument?
No, it's not a magic man in the sky. There's much more into it than that.
A magical, powerful mind, a super clever ghost, whatever you want to call it. It's all just supernatural BS.
I wouldn't put it that way.
Right. But any way you put it, it's going to be equally silly.
What God does is he puts the system in there, commands the system, and the system works by itself.
Right. And we know this how. We know this how. The evidence of God putting the system there and commanding it to work by itself, the evidence for this ludicrous claim is?
The evidence, you see everything around you.
No, that's the thing you're trying to explain. You can't use the thing you're trying to explain as the evidence for your explanation. I'm saying, what's the justification for claiming that all of this stuff happened because God put a system in place? That's the claim you need to evidence. You don't get to evidence it by pointing at trees. Explain, what's the evidence?
The evidence is the tree.
That's not the evidence. That's the thing you're trying to explain.
No, I'm not trying to explain that.
So you are literally saying God exists because look at the tree.
Yes, basically.
You don't see
without
problem
God,
with
without the
with that at
designer,
all.
without the whole system, the tree could not exist. Neither can you or me.
Are you familiar with the phrase argument from personal incredulity?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so it's a type of logical fallacy. It basically means to point to a gap in your own understanding of something and say, because I personally don't understand how this could be explained, my lack of understanding counts as evidence for a story, some other story. That's what you're doing right now. You're literally saying you personally don't understand how trees could have come about by natural processes. Never mind the fact that hundreds of thousands of people in the life sciences do understand that. You personally don't. And because you don't, that counts as evidence for some sort of wizard who made it all happen. Can you see that that might not be cutting edge?
No, sir. No, that's not
logic.
That's not.
That is what you're doing. You're literally doing that. You're using a gap in your own understanding and calling that the evidence for your explanation, which is that a magical being of some sort did it. That's preposterous.
So how would your scientist or your knowledge view would consider a tree come into existence?
Well, we understand we understand how trees evolved.
How?
Trees evolved from earlier progenitors, right? All life on Earth comes from earlier self-replicating molecules, which replicated with errors. And as soon as they are replicated with errors, some of those errors were beneficial and some of them weren't. And from that process of replication with errors, you get all life on Earth.
Okay, how can you have billions and billions and billions and billions of errors to make the whole world?
Because you have an even bigger number. Because okay, so the errors don't mean so the errors don't mean not errors in the terms of like a bad thing that's happened. Just errors in the copying. What the errors do, they give you variation, right? All of this stuff. This is a bit like the conversation I had earlier. If you go onto Amazon and search evolution for 10-year-olds, you're going to find a number of books that will explain this stuff to you in a way that you'll be able to understand it. It's shocking that you don't.
Even evolution is made by God.
Well, that would be another silly claim that you would have to evidence. Evolution is just the process whereby the genes in a population change in frequency according to what survives well. That's it. Right. Just going, it's made by God doesn't add any explanation, doesn't explain anything about it, doesn't add anything to our understanding of what's going on. It's pointless. It adds nothing. To tie in with my quote here, we don't need it. What more do we understand about evolution if we go, it was made by God? It's pointless. We don't understand it any better. It's just labeling it. It adds nothing. Zero. And it's unnecessary. Total waste of human brain power.
So explain to me how a chameleon would change its color according to its environment.
Yeah. Evolution explains this perfectly. So while lizards were developing, there might have been some kind of genetic mutations that allowed cells on the lizard's skin to change color. And this would have provided a survival advantage to some, because some of those lizards, there could have been an accident, right? Just an accident in genetic variation, right? Like a mutation. But it would have had the happy accident of making some of those lizards better camouflaged, I'm answering your question, better camouflaged than others. So it would have turned out that within the population of those lizards, that the ones that had the mutation for making them camouflaged would have survived more often than the others. And so some of the lizards would have had that genetic adaptation, and that would have ended up being passed on more. Then a further adaptation would have been that within those populations, some of them were able to actually affect the color of the skin cells such that the camouflage matched their surroundings. Maybe just a little bit at first, maybe just 1%, but that 1% of being able to match in with their surroundings would have enabled the lizards that were able to match their camouflage to the surroundings dynamically and change the color to the ones that didn't have those genes. They would have had a slight survival advantage. So in the population of millions of those lizards, more of those would have survived too. This is not difficult stuff. All of these gotcha questions are answered by a child's textbook on evolution and how it works. It's remarkable to me that there are adult people who don't know this.
I understand that what you're arguing. I understand your point, and it's a good point. I think it's true that evolution makes creatures and designs better for survival. I understand that perfectly.
What does God add to the explanation then? Going, God did it. How does that increase our understanding in any way of anything?
How does it decrease if God did it?
Well, it's like I could say we understand aerodynamics, and fairies make aerodynamics work. Can't demonstrate how or why, but how does it hurt your understanding of aerodynamics to assume it's all done by fairies?
Well,
it's a waste of time.
I mean, if you have doubts whether God exists or not in your head, I know, but if God exists, what bad effect is it going to have on you or on the world or the universe?
Okay, so that's a different question, and I like this question. So believing a God exists on its own doesn't have a bad effect, right? I don't care about that. You can believe a God exists, that's absolutely fine. The thing that has a bad effect are religious systems based on God's existence, based on the assumption of God's existence, that claim to tell people how they should live, how other people should live, and what's going to happen to them if they don't believe the correct things. That is where the harm starts coming in. Religious systems that say that gay people should be punished. Religious systems that stop scientific research because they think that clumps of cells in Petri dishes have souls. Religious systems that threaten people with hell for not believing the right thing. Tell them that they deserve to go there. Or tell them that other people who don't believe the right thing should be killed and that those killings are sanctified by the God. There we have a big problem.
So in your opinion, if somebody, let's say somebody like Hitler kills millions of people, and he should be, what should be the justification for him and somebody that's 1 day old and he dies? How would they equal? How would they be justified?
I totally understand your question. I think you're asking something about the sort of comeuppance of those people, or what happens to them after their lives, or something like that. Is that what you're asking?
Yes. How do you justify somebody that kills millions of people, and somebody else that only lived 1 day and he died? Let's say, for example.
Well, I don't justify somebody who kills millions of people. I condemn someone who does that. If you're asking, do I think they're going to receive some kind of magical punishment in a magical land after they die? Sadly, I don't. I don't think that that's the case. I don't think there's any reason to think. I don't think there's any reason, no matter how psychologically pleasing it might be, to imagine that the worst of us will get their comeuppance in some magical land afterwards. I don't see any reason to think that's true.
Okay, so basically you're saying if I do anything I want, it's just once I die, that's it.
Yep. We have no reason to think anything other than that. I'm open to the possibility, if you have some evidence, to think that after we die and after our brains shut down, the brains being the things that make us us, by the way, the brains being the things that contain your memories, your sense of yourself, your ability to feel emotions, your connections with other people, or your ability to experience love, joy, sadness, fear. All of these things are operations of your brain. If your contention is when your brain stops doing all of that stuff, it's all going to magically come back to life in some other way, fantastic. Give us the evidence for that. Until that evidence arrives, I have no reason to think that's the case.
Here's the evidence.
Well, you tell me. You're the one making the claim.
When you sleep and you dream, you see other worlds, other dimensions.
It's a dream, dude. It's a dream.
It's a dream.
You might see monsters under your bed too. That doesn't mean they're there. This is a conversation we have to have with children to explain to them that their dreams aren't real. Do I have to have this with you?
Okay, let's see. If somebody in your family died, okay, and then you see them in a different form.
Yes, it happens a lot, doesn't it? Yeah.
Right. Yeah, it does happen. It happened to me. And you see them in a different form, different age.
Yes, bereaved people often think about their deceased relatives in their dreams. Okay, that's a well understood thing. Doesn't mean their dreams are real. It came from your mind. That's what dreams are. You can stop dreams, by the way, as well. Certain drugs inhibit the ability to dream. Have propofol and see how well your dreaming goes. Your dreams happen as the result of the activation of your brain while you're asleep. And sleep scientists understand the different phases of sleep. The bits where you are dreaming, the bits when you're not dreaming, the bits where your dreaming is likely to be very intense, the bits where it's not going to be, the bits where your body is physically paralyzed while you're dreaming to stop you moving around in response to your dreams, the bits where it's not. There are people who study this stuff all day long. These are not mysteries, they're mundane.
I think the thing with you is your mindset is already set on something, and you're not willing to accept anything else.
Why would you accuse me of being? Why would you accuse me of being unreasonably just? Yeah, you're essentially just accusing me of being closed-minded. I'm not closed-minded.
You're not closed-minded. I think you're open-minded. I think you're thinking, and your thinking is good too. I like your thinking.
But you said my mind is set on something else. My mind's not set on something else.
You should be more open. If I say something, you should be okay. Let's investigate that. Let's go into that.
I'm completely open. I'm completely open. But people have investigated these things, and there's nothing there.
Yeah, if you don't want to see it, there's nothing there. But if you only believe that what you touch, you don't believe anything else. You only believe what you touch, what you see.
I believe in lots of things I can't see. I can't see radio waves. I believe in those. Can't see Wi-Fi. I believe in lots of things I can't see. I can't see radiation.
So if you believe in Wi-Fi and it exists and it has a designer, why do you have a hard time believing in God and managing the whole universe?
Because we know who designed Wi-Fi. It was people.
We also know God designed the whole universe.
That's the claim. That's the bit that we're trying to establish justification for. You don't get to use that. To get to use the conclusion as the reason for believing it. Do you?
Yeah, if you want to put it that way.
Yeah. So that would be faulty reasoning, and we won't want to do that. So I'm not closed-minded. I'm just trying to apply the same standards of evidence to people's claims that we all apply to most claims. Like if you want to buy a new car, you want to make sure that it's a good one. You want to make sure it's going to work. You want to make sure that it's not broken. You apply standards of evidence. Or if somebody says to you, someone you know is cheating, you don't just go, okay, you want to see the evidence. That's all I'm doing, just being consistent with evidence. And when I ask for evidence of gods, all I get is nonsense. All I get
what kind of evidence would convince you?
Well, here's the thing. My favourite question. I'm not entirely sure, but I am open-minded, because if a God exists, I'd like to know about it. So I'm genuinely open-minded about it. And you know who would know what evidence would convince me? Who might know the answer to the question, what evidence would convince?
Yeah, the guy who says there is a God.
Who? Sorry?
Whoever says there is a God.
Not whoever says. Who's even smarter than them? Who's like the smartest of all?
God.
Mm-hmm. God would know, wouldn't he? What would convince me, right?
But God says, just look at yourself and look around you.
Yeah,
everything existent he made.
Yeah,
so what else can he show you?
Well, is that it? Is that all that God's capable of doing? Just going, look at yourself and look around you? That's the extent of his repertoire. At the end of that, he's like, I got nothing else. This is the creator of the universe, able to stretch out galaxies across the cosmos. But when it comes to providing some evidence, all he can do is go, look at yourself, look at what's around you. And when that doesn't work, he's done. Got nothing else in the can? Or is he a bit more... Or is he more powerful?
Avoid answering my question. Tell me one thing you would want to see as evidence.
I'm saying I don't know what would persuade me, but God would know.
You see, that's the problem.
It's not a problem.
Tell me one thing that you would accept as evidence.
Yeah, I've answered the question now 3 times. I don't know what evidence would persuade me, but God would know.
Yeah, but okay,
I don't have to specify it.
Nothing.
I don't have to specify
it. You have nothing. Okay, you don't have to specify. You have nothing in your head that says, "Show me this, and I'll believe God exists."
I mean, we could start. God could start. If God wants to spell out my date of birth and my national security number in the stars tonight, that would be a start. That would get my attention. I would still have to be open to the possibility that it could be a hallucination, or it could be aliens, or whatever. But it'd certainly get my attention.
Even if that happened, you wouldn't believe it, because as those before us, they asked that and God showed them and they still didn't believe it.
So then let me ask you a question. You think God is very powerful, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is God powerful enough to come up with some kind of evidence that would persuade me? Or is he just not capable of doing it?
Of course he's
powerful enough to do it, right? So he knows exactly what evidence I need. Even if I can't think of it right now, he knows what it would be, and he's powerful enough to come up with it and do it, right?
Okay, but in this case, you would have to make up in your head. You need to provide some logical something that could happen in your life that you would accept as.
I don't have to do that. I don't have to do that. I asked you if God is powerful enough to come up with evidence that he knows would be convincing to me. And you said he is powerful enough to do that. Well, has he done it?
He has done it probably many times over and over.
But if he had come up with evidence, hang on.
You don't want to believe it.
Hang on.
Like I said,
hang on. Just listen to what you just said. Hang on. You're tripping over your own feet here. Listen. I asked you, is God powerful enough to come up with evidence that would definitely convince me? You said he is powerful enough to do it. I asked you, has he done it? The only answer to that is no, of course he hasn't, because if he had, I'd have been convinced, right? Otherwise, God would have been wrong about thinking the evidence would convince me. So he clearly hasn't done it. So God is perfectly happy for me to remain as I am, clearly.
No, God wants you to think.
He wants me to think.
He wants you to think, and he wants you to be open-minded, and he wants you to figure this out on your own whenever your belief is vast enough to accept this. Even if that's why there's no compulsion or anything. I can't force anything into your head. You have to convince yourself.
But friend, this is a discussion that we've had here. This might even be the 3rd time today I've had this exact same discussion, and it always ends up with someone being logically inconsistent with their own position. If God is powerful enough to convince me, and he wants me to be convinced, I would be convinced. If the claim you're making is that God gave me evidence that's powerful enough to convince me, and I still wasn't convinced, then you're basically accusing God of being incompetent, of thinking that it would convince me and being wrong, and of being incapable of providing the thing that we said he can provide. You're making your God inept. You're making him a bit dumb. Now, if he's as powerful and knowledgeable as you say,
you know what?
Then he would know exactly what evidence would be necessary to convince me and everyone else here and everyone in the world of his existence, and he could easily do it. And the fact that he hasn't tells you something. It tells you either that he wants me to be a believer, or that he's not capable of making me a believer, or that he's not there. Which of those options is it?
If that's what you want to believe, I don't know how else to.
Those are the only options. He either wants me to be a non-believer, wants me to be a non-believer, or he's not capable of making me a believer, or he's not there. Those are the only options. There are no other options. So which one is it?
God is there for sure.
Okay,
and the evidence for it is
then you're stuck with he wants me to be a non-believer, or he just doesn't know how to do it. Which one of those is it?
God knows everything, but if you don't want to convince yourself that everything around you is not enough evidence, even if there's 10 more Earths or universes, it wouldn't convince you if you don't want to change your mind. And
I think you're evading respectfully. You're evading the question I asked you. So we've already taken off the table. There is no God. You don't like that one. That leaves us with the other two possibilities. The only ones, which are he wants me to be a non-believer, or he'd like me to be a believer. He just can't figure out how to make me one. Not powerful enough. Which one is it? We're not going to move on until you answer.
As I said, God is powerful enough to do anything, but
okay.
If you don't
then that takes off the table. He's not capable of it, and the only one you're left with is he wants me to be a non-believer. Okay, well then I'm fulfilling God's plan and his wish.
No, he wants people to be.
He's happy with people being non-believers, and that introduces. Well, we've established that now. Deductively, we've established that now. You've taken off the table he doesn't exist, and you've taken off the table a limitation on his ability. The only thing that was left is that my current belief state and the belief state of all non-believers is exactly the one God wants. That's fine. I'm happy to work with that. But then we have a small problem, which is I don't know exactly what your theology is. I don't know what religion you are, if you are a religion. But in your religion, is there a penalty for non-belief?
Yes, most likely.
What's the penalty?
The penalty. Let's say there is life after death, and there is a God, and there is judgment. Okay, so. And God's like believers. He doesn't like non-believers because due to the overwhelming evidence, he showed everyone. And if he asks you, why didn't you believe? What would be your answer?
I'm sensing a subject change here. So I just asked you that having established that God wants everybody to be a non-believer who is a non-believer, it's according to his will, because you've proved that for us. Is he now going to punish people for being non-believers exactly as he wanted them to be? And the answer to that is either he is going to punish them or he's not going to punish them. So you claimed that he is going to punish them. And if he is going to punish them, I'm just kind of wondering how. What's the punishment? Is it a slap on the wrist? Is it we don't get to go to the ball? Is it what is it? What's the punishment?
No, it depends. It depends on the level of knowledge each person has. That's not believer. Let's say you're pretty knowledgeable, so your punishment will be different from.
Okay. So what do I have to look forward to? I get it. Points makes prizes.
The person that lives in Amazon.
We understand. We understand that. Okay, we get it. Points makes prizes. I get that. So what's my punishment going to be? I can barely wait to find out.
God knows. I don't know.
You don't know. Okay. Well, the reason I asked, and we're going to tie this up now because we've got quite a few in the queue and we want to get people in. But the reason I asked is that we have established you have done a brilliant job of proving for us deductively that God wants non-believers to not believe. But you're also saying that he's going to punish them for that. And that's a moral problem, isn't it? Because God is now punishing people for being non-believers, even though he made them that way. And even though he would have known before even creating them that they were going to be non-believers. So he created people specifically to be punished. And that makes him a moral monster.
No. God did not make people as non-believers. No, when you're born, innately, there's a God. It's in your system. It's
nonsense. Bullshit. All people who are born are atheists. That's complete nonsense. And we've already clarified. We're not going over this again. We've already clarified. You helped us argue very well to the point that all non-believers are non-believers because God wants them to be. We have established this, and the final flourish in this dialectic dance we're doing is that God is now going to, as the cherry on the top of the cake, this rancid cake, he's going to punish people for being exactly the way he determined they should be. And if you think that's moral, then you need to take a look inside, because that is disgusting.
Yeah, if that's what you want to believe. You're not willing to change or be open-minded.
It follows necessarily from the points we have established. So thanks for coming in, One World, One God. I appreciate the conversation. We're going to move it along because we've got a few more in the queue. But yeah, thanks very much indeed. Appreciate the talk. Take care. Okay, there we go. I think that was fairly conclusive. So I did see that Deathless Light is arguing in the chat that there's some other position. So let's get Deathless in to tell us what that other position is going to be. And I do this against my better judgment. Okay. Welcome back, Deathless Light. There we go. Welcome back, Deathless Light. So what is the middle position then?
Well, the middle position is that you have no evidence for the existence of matter, energy, space, or time. Zero.
Wait, hang on. That's a topic change that I didn't ask for. We are going to focus here. No, we are going to focus. We are going to focus here.
Sure.
So the question was, is God powerful enough to provide evidence of his existence such that I would be convinced? And I'd like from you a yes or no. He is powerful or he's not powerful enough?
Yes, if you are God. And you are God, so yes.
No. Okay, so he could have provided this evidence to me, but he so far has not, has he?
No, you do believe in God.
I don't believe in God.
Yes, you do. I'll prove it.
No, I don't. You're not going to prove it because I don't.
No,
I'm not.
God, by definition, is the identity of perfection.
I'm not.
The identity of perfection exists. God exists. You believe in the idea of perfection.
No, I don't.
Therefore, you believe in the identity of perfection. Therefore, you believe in God.
That's delightful, but
so that falsifies your argument.
I don't need you to tell me what I believe in. Just in the same way that I could say God is a pile of bullshit.
If you don't need that statement is perfectly identical to itself, and that would make it the identity of perfection, which means you need God just to make that statement.
Indeed. I could say God is a pile of bullshit.
That, so far it's 2-0.
You believe in
just got the shit kicked out of you twice.
You believe in bullshit.
You're just getting smashed.
Therefore,
Dude,
your God doesn't exist. I know.
Dude, you're just getting smashed.
I know. I'm getting smashed with your Philbro nonsense. Now, I'm going to try you on this once more before the inner circle boot you out, because I know they're itching to do it. Okay. Now, I think we should make a deal with each other. I won't tell you the contents of your mind, and you don't tell me the contents of my mind, and that way, neither of us look like assholes. What do you reckon? Is that a standard you're capable of sticking to, or is that a bit too much for you?
Well, every time you talk, you tell me the context of your mind, so you just contradicted yourself.
No, I'm telling you that I know the content of my mind, and you don't. So I'm telling you
about... But that's content of your mind transferred to mind, so now I know the content of your mind. Another contradiction.
Me giving you some of the content...
You're just talking contradictions back to back, and you're too stupid to fucking let... You get upset that there's smarter people.
Me giving you some of the contents of my mind...
You're just full of self-contradictory bullshit.
Funnily enough, isn't the same as me giving you all of the contents of my mind. Now, some people would be willing to understand the difference between me giving you some of the contents of my mind and me giving you all of the contents of my mind. You apparently appear to be incapable of that distinction, which is understandable because you sound to me a little bit like someone who can't control their emotions. And that's why you come in here throwing insults around, because people who don't actually have arguments, people who don't actually have arguments resort to insults. And so at the moment, I'd like the audience to listen to this man, listen to his arguments and listen to his words. Oh, he's dropped out. People who can only throw insults about do that for a reason. They do it because they know their arguments are crap. That's why they do it. They do it to hide the fact that their arguments are crap. So if you listen to the way I argue, I never throw insults around. I might have a little sarcastic dig sometimes, but even with someone like him, who is arguably deserving of insults, I hold back because I would rather let my arguments speak for me. I know, guys, I know. He's out already, don't worry. He's gone already. The bad man's gone, don't worry. What I was saying is I would rather let my arguments speak for themselves than throw insults about. That person is incapable of engaging in a dialogue without starting to throw around expletives and insults within the first 30 seconds. That tells you something about him. It tells you that his mind is fragile. It tells you that his ego is fragile. And it tells you that he's compensating for something. I don't know what. But, whatever it is he's hoping to achieve by these exchanges where he comes in, makes an asinine claim, and then congratulates himself for some kind of dialectic victory, I hope he's getting whatever he needs from it, because the next solution is probably medical, and we all like to avoid those things if possible. Okay, let's have some super chats. We have got Punta Delese, lovely to see you, friend. Evolution is too slow. Pack it up, guys. He wins. I know, right? Evolution is too slow. Not enough time. We've only had billions of years. Billions of years. And I'm going to repeat my offer that I made earlier to you. The person with the new theory in biology that can prove that not enough time has passed for evolution to have happened. Take it to the Nobel Committee. You're going to be rich and famous. Or publish it in a peer-reviewed journal, respectable journal in sciences. I will dedicate an entire life to celebrating you and your work. I promise I will do that. Sincerely mean that. Zeitgeist, hi my friend. Thank you for this. Seeker of righteousness uses the same regurgitated arguments. I had no problem hitting the kill switch so quickly. I know. Sometimes I watch those kill switch votes come in super, super quickly. And I can see why. But we really want to reserve the kill switch for the completely insufferable people that we really, really don't want to hear from. Perhaps like our last guest. Perhaps like him. I'm going to take a view on Deathless Light, whether he's someone that's worth talking to or not. I'm sort of leaning towards maybe not having back because he's just so pathetic. We'll see. Maybe I'll put out a vote. Lifetime ban or keep it going for the shits and giggles. Helping Maga Deconstruct says, Mal shows how religions, including both Christianity and Islam, are dangerous. Puff saves all who believe. Puff does save all who believe. He will enfold you into his dragony embrace, and all will be well in the world of Puff. But yeah, I agree. It's always funny when one religion starts poking kind of points at another religion, as if they don't suffer from all the same moral failings and problems and issues. I always chuckle about that. Just a couple more and then we'll get on to our next guest. Bacon and Bush very kindly sent out 5 Unconvinced gift memberships. Thank you very, very much for that. I really appreciate that. It's spreading the love and people can get in on the fun. That gets you in on the bingo and all of that good stuff. So I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's very, very kind. And Sloshy says, you should write a book. Well, I have nothing to say about that. I don't think I have a book in me. I've always wanted to write one though. And then Redwood Dragon says, Unconvinced, what a great time to mention a book coming out. Oh, shucks, you guys. Thank you so much. Yeah, it is out in November and available everywhere in the world that sells books. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate that. Okay, we do have a few waiting. We've got Teo back again. Teo, I see you. We will get you in shortly, but we are just going to bring in Rosette first. And then we'll see how we go from there. Hi, Rosette.
Hello, are you okay?
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. May I ask where do you live?
I live in the UK.
So do I.
Oh, okay.
I'm not from the UK, as you can hear from my accent.
I might have figured that out, yeah.
So that's why I was guessing, because I do understand what you're saying, and I do understand your point of view, and I totally understand that. I may not agree with it, but I think the third world countries do need God. if you take God away from third world countries, we're screwed. Because religion in God is actually stopping all the crazy people from doing crazy stuff.
Yeah.
So society will actually collapse in those places.
I've heard that argument.
The only reason we need God is because of the need the humans have for blaming or explaining things. Humans have this hole in their hearts thinking that they can be filled with religion, and for some reason they don't understand that just control. So we do need God as a society. Unfortunately, it is a bad God. It is an awful God. It kills, it does rapes. It's awful. The Christian God and the Muslim God are the worst gods they ever been.
Yeah,
I know.
I agree with you. Rosette, unfortunately, the sound is really bad. It's kind of cracking up, and I'm hearing myself echoing back. So I'm gonna respond to you after this. So I'll take you down for now. But thank you for coming up. Appreciate that. Okay, yeah. So that claim that people in developing countries need religion, or otherwise they'd all be savages. I don't accept that. I just don't accept it. I think that what people need is education and opportunity. And I think that this idea that if we didn't sort of mollify them with promises of the afterlife and threats of hell, that their cultures and their societies would break down and everyone would be eating each other's children. I find that a little patronizing and a little bit, I feel a bit uncomfortable with that. I prefer to aim higher. Let's get education happening. Let's lift up women and create opportunity and equality in cultures where it's not there. And those are the things that help to lift people out of bad situations. I don't think that religion does it. I don't think that it does. I just have to quickly read this. So Viking Chef has just said, here it is. Banana, knife and fork. I just can't let it go. Tracy did the most incredible piece of AI art of me eating a banana with a knife and fork, and another one of me riding Puff. And I keep on meaning to bring it in and present it here to you all, and I forgot to do it again. I'm so sorry. T, if you're watching, forgive me. I meant to do it for today's, and I forgot. I promise I will do it on the next stream. And I will share the banana, knife and fork and the Puff picture with everyone. But I'm so sorry for forgetting to do it today. Do forgive me for that. Okay, let's get our next guest in. Let's bring in Teo. Teo, I'm going to bring... where has he gone? Where's Teo gone? There. Let's bring in Teo right now, and hopefully it will work. Teo, are you there?
Yes.
Good.
You hear me?
Yes, we hear you. We kind of see you too. So, yeah, how are you doing?
Okay, thank you. I'm good. I got blind from your banner you have in your video. We don't need God.
Yeah.
Because, okay, when I saw it, I want to say to you some examples. For my mother, when she lost her husband, my father,
yeah,
she always says to me, I'm going to meet him in the next life.
Yeah.
And my sister wanted to be pregnant, and she went to the church every day to light a candle and pray.
Yeah.
And I have a friend that he lost his son, and he says now he's an angel in the sky.
Yeah.
And
I understand the argument.
If I started saying these things you say to them, what should I do? I think it's unethical to start to talk like you to them. You understand?
I understand what you're saying. I make a couple of points. So the first is that you can believe in an afterlife without believing in a God. There's no necessary connection between one and the other. If you want to believe that you're going to meet your, loved ones in the afterlife, if you are persuaded of that, absolutely fine. But there's no necessary requirement to believe in a God just to hold that view. In the same way that you could hold the view that there's a God and no afterlife. You could imagine that there's some kind of creator who made everything, who runs everything, but still at the end of your life, when you're done, you're done. That's also possible. So one belief does not automatically imply the other. But the other one is to say, I think we deal with grief in a healthier way when we deal with it authentically, when we don't rely on sort of promises that things aren't really as bad as they seem. I think it's more authentic to feel the loss, feel the grief, process it, work it into your life, and then get on with your life and hold a special place for that person and always feel the pain of the loss. But know that you're not kidding yourself with magical stories. That, to me, I think, in some ways stops us processing grief in a healthy way and loss and tragedy.
Yes, but should I try to change them now?
No. So I had a grandmother who spent the last few years of her life talking about how she was going to be with God and she was going to see her husband who had died many years before. Of course, I didn't take it on myself to say to her at that point, well, actually, the burden of proof, and no, of course not. One can be compassionate. There's a time and place for these discussions. I'm not saying that all of us should rush out immediately and start trying to talk everyone out of their, comforting beliefs. I'm just saying that as a culture, as a civilization, as a collective, we can do better than this. We can move on from these superstitious things and live in a world which is a bit more integrated, a bit more real, a bit more reality-based. And I think that's something to aspire to, because along with all the comforting thoughts comes a load of other stuff, fear of judgment, fear of hell, fear of a bad afterlife, all of that stuff. And I don't think that's great.
Yes. In Greece, the state has an official religion, the Eastern Greek Orthodox. And the priests and the church is getting paid from the state. So we have official religion in Greece because traditionally it kept us to have our identity when we are under the Ottoman Empire. We kept our religion, so we kept our identity. And so traditionally we have an official religion in Greece. All our laws are secular, of course. But traditionally we have this. Should we ban it?
I don't think you need to necessarily ban things. I think these things don't come about through law enforcement. They come about through cultural change. They kind of happen automatically once you start educating people properly and not indoctrinating people. Children should not be taught nonsense in schools. Children shouldn't be taught to fear a God who might judge them. People shouldn't be taught to feel that they're being constantly watched and judged by some sort of celestial dictator. And if you stop doing those things and you start teaching people science and reason and critical thinking and anthropology and history, then eventually you notice that the prevalence of these ideas in society starts to fall away, as it has in countries like, the Scandinavian countries, in Norway and Sweden, where sort of levels of religious adherence are much lower. You don't have to enforce it. You don't have to ban things. You just allow society to change, and you slowly change what's normal, and you slowly change the mood music, and eventually these things will happen. And it takes a long time. I'm not suggesting we stop burning Bibles.
Yes, because I meet 99.9% of the people, and I hit a wall when I start talking about the things you are talking. So that means that you can't change it immediately, or you can't change it in not even in 20, 30 years. So I see how the people are dependent on religion, especially our official religion, that they are fully connected with our nationality,
yeah,
and our tradition.
Yeah.
And I became pro-religion agnostic because of this.
Yeah. Can I just check in the chats if the audio is okay or if is it still bad? Hopefully it's okay. There was some. I can hear some sort of stuff going on. I wonder if it is. Is it that? I wonder if maybe I'm coming in a little bit. No, it's not that. It's not that. That's the echo cancellation. I'm wondering if what we're hearing is possibly me coming through a little bit on Teo's mic, because it only started happening on this call. I think that's probably the problem. Yeah, Teo, I hear what you're saying. I'm gonna move it on because the audio quality is really bad and I can't do this to everyone. But
It's okay.
I appreciate your point, mate.
Thank you very much.
All right, friend. Take it
Thank
easy.
you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. Okay. Hopefully it's better now. I think it is. I heard what you were hearing. I was like, "Where's that coming from?" I think that it's was possibly coming through his. I think it was my mic coming through his. Is it better now, or is it still bad? Let's have some feedback so we can make sure that we are okay. Let me know what the sound is like now, people. Is that okay? Erica says better, good now. Yeah, I think what was happening is that his microphone was somehow picking up some of my signal, and that's what we were hearing. Okay, let's get Jonathan Baptiste in next. Hey, Jonathan.
Hey, man, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Awesome, man. First off, I want to say this is really interesting stuff you're doing. I think you're very eloquent, and I'm learning a lot just by listening to you.
Thank you so much.
Of course. I'm not a Christian, but I had a thought experiment of like the best argument I had for religion.
Sure.
And I wanted to see if you wanted to, kind of go back and forth for a little bit.
Always happy to spitball thought experiments.
Cool, man. Maybe you heard this. I first heard it on like an Alex O'Connor video. And it's kind of like a philosophical thing, kind of understanding like this means that if we could agree on this, then we could agree on that. And then this is the kind of outcome that this line of thinking comes to. So it's kind of based on like evolution, but it's not like psychology. Okay. So the first point would be like we've developed evolutionary desires. So like hunger, the need for community, the drive to for sex and procreation. Yeah. And these desires are to invoke actions or behaviors to like react to the stimuli around us, right?
Yeah.
The next would be explaining these evolutionary traits or desires is different than explaining why we feel them. So like hunger is meant for us to, have a sufficient calorie like intake so that we could survive versus I'm feeling hungry right now because I haven't eaten. They're two different things. We develop the trait for benefiting us versus why I'm feeling this trait right now.
So just clarify that one. One is an explanation of why the thing might happen in the first place, and the other is explaining something in terms of that thing happening.
Yes. Okay. And I'm only bringing this up because some people, when I'm making this argument, it gets confusing.
Okay.
And then most of these evolutionary desires have a real world way of satiating them. You get hungry, you eat, you have the drive for sex. There's usually some other entity you could perform it with,
Yep.
And then humans have a desire or a disposition for believing in a higher power. We've seen this in like civilizations at some point in time. A lot of civilizations have either, believed in a god or believed in spirits that have a higher authority than themselves. Mm-hmm. And they've used like the rituals and like it's just all throughout history. There's been civilizations that shown, ritualistic, religious, and like higher power authoritarian behaviors.
Yeah.
And then the last point is if all these other behaviors and desires have real satiating entities that could fulfill that whole, why would this last one be the only one that doesn't have an answer that can't fulfill it? The need to find a god, doesn't exist, but the need for hunger has a real world solution. The need for sex has a real world solution. The need for community has a real world solution. This need is the only one that doesn't have a real world solution.
I see. Yeah, I think I understand the argument. I think my response to that would be that it is conceivable that the need for a God is just an outlier amongst other needs. So there's no principle that says that all needs will be uniformly distributed in terms of what meets them. That the fact that need A, need B, and need C are ameliorated by intervention 1, 2, and 3. That when you get to need D, that we can insist that it must therefore be met by intervention 4. Do you see what I mean? Like that, that's not a thing as far as I'm aware. It could be just that this supposed need for a God is explainable and not met by the intervention of something that actually exists. That would need to be taken off the table, right, as a possibility in order for this argument to have any power. And I don't think it has been taken off the table. And I think that our need for gods is far better explained in terms of human anthropology and evolutionary psychology, because across all cultures, we have always, there's like a combination of things which to me explain why culture after culture after culture in different parts of the world all end up doing this kind of religion thing. And some people say, well, that's powerful evidence that there's something there. To me, it's not. To me, it's powerful evidence that human minds are fairly similar in the way they work. So we do lots of things in common. One is we look for patterns. We're pattern seekers. And we can see, obviously, why that would be advantageous to us evolutionarily to spot patterns. And the other is that we infer agency. So when there's a rustling in the bushes, our ancestors who were chill about that ended up being eaten by lions, and the ancestors who heard the rustling in the bushes and ran because they inferred agency behind that rustling, they were selected for in the gene pool. They did better. And so this tendency to infer agency and see patterns, combine that with our curiosity about why things happen and our need for explanations and our tendency to tell stories, put all of that in a bucket, and what you're going to get every time is that a human response to not knowing stuff is to create stories that explains it, and that those stories are going to have agency, and that the patterns we see in nature are going to be deemed to be things that need stories in order to explain them. So that would be, to me, a far better explanation than that the need for a God is something that can only be satiated with an actual God, and therefore that's a reason to think it might exist.
Yeah, well, that's not the only solution to that problem. I think the real thing is, like, why would this be the anomaly, right? Like, of all things that have this inherent desire, this is the only one that doesn't have a real world solution. It doesn't have to be that the answer is God. It could be like, this is definitely not true, but maybe at some point in time, humanity was not the dominant species on the earth. Mm-hmm. And by performing ritualistic and opting to higher power authority, we've kind of co-worked with this other species. That species died out. We've kept that trait that kind of wanted us to look to a higher power, even though now we are now the dominant species. We have nothing up to look towards. We look up towards a God. Like, that's a line of thinking that would kind of still line up with my hypothesis of these traits need to have a real world solution to fulfilling them, because it's the anomaly otherwise. But obviously we're always the most dominant species, so we really couldn't have looked up to anything else. So I think there's a bunch of ways to think about it, but it was like an interesting thought that came to my head, because it's like saying fishes have a trait to want to climb trees. Like, it would never come to that point because fish would never,
they'd never derive that.
So, but why do we have this trait,
Yeah, I'm always for the simplest explanation. Generally speaking, not always, but generally the simplest or most parsimonious explanation for something tends to be the right place to start, even if it in the end turns out not to be the one. It kind of strategically, if that's what you're...
Like Occam's razor.
Yeah, exactly. Like, most of the time, if you go with the most parsimonious explanation, you're going to be on a good track. Not always. Sometimes it turns out that the real explanation is far more complex and not the one that you would have thought. But most of the time, parsimony is a good guide to where to put our attention, I think. Yeah. So I hope that's helpful.
Yeah, cool. I'm glad you thought it was interesting.
Thanks, Jonathan. Appreciate it. Thanks, man. Cheers.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. Let us get. We've got the wonderful Elizabeth B in the queue. We're going to get Elizabeth in right now. In fact, let's do that. Elizabeth B, in with us now. Hello.
Hey, John. How are you?
Very well indeed. How are you?
Good. I've been listening while I've been working off and on in between meetings. You had a guest on earlier today that was talking about the fact that we need God because God is the one who gets us sober and gets us through all that type of situations. And while I agree that that is true for some, I wanted to be the voice to say that that's not true for all. Being someone who is a member of AA and is a member of that society, I actually couldn't find sobriety until I deconstructed. Like I kept relapsing and I kept doing that until I admitted that I didn't have a belief and that I was fighting myself in that belief. And when I admitted that I was fighting that and that I didn't believe in a God, I found my sobriety.
That's amazing.
I've been sober for this August will be 4 years, and I found my sobriety there. And like I found a sponsor who was willing to work with me, and I now sponsor other people. In fact, the guy that I sponsor is an atheist as well, and he came up to me because I was the first person that he found that was willing to say that it could be done without a God. And
That's
like
awesome.
he was like, I needed somebody who was willing to say that I didn't have to have a God to do it in this program. And
good for you. You're a trailblazer. That's amazing.
The home group that I work with actually changed our meeting to remove the Lord's Prayer from the end of the meeting. And we now end it with a responsibility statement that just says that wherever the hand of AA is needed, that we want to be there, versus ending with the Christian's Lord's Prayer, because they wanted to be inclusive to those like me that were there. And they literally did it because I kept standing up and saying, I'm an atheist and I don't believe, and they wanted to be inclusive to me.
Good for you. I mean, that's really reforming an organization from the inside. I absolutely love that. I know that AA used to not publish their recidivism numbers, and other organizations like Secular Sobriety, who offer similar programs but without any of the power, higher power nonsense, did quite well. I don't know if that's changed nowadays, but it has always struck me as being a problematic facet of the sort of AA and NA and all of that world, this requirement to submit yourself to a higher power, because that's not a good match for everyone. So I'm really pleased to hear that. Can I ask you something though, in terms of when you said that, like, while you were still doing all the higher power stuff, you would be relapsing, and it was when you stopped doing that you didn't. Was it that, I'm trying to sort of understand what it was about the difference in terms of what was different about the process for you once you started doing, committing to the program, but without the higher power content?
There's a portion of the steps that requires you to be willing to submit to giving your life over to a higher power. And I kept trying to do that. And I kept trying to, step 3 is we made a decision to turn our will and our lives over to the care of God as we understood him. And I kept trying to do that. And I was so frustrated that I couldn't do that, that I would end up drinking over it, because I knew that I was being false and I was lying to myself.
Right.
And I would end up relapsing over trying to work the steps. And so when I sat with my sponsor and we were in a Starbucks, I remember the day, and she said, "So what is it that you really believe?" She said, "I just need to know." She goes, stop trying to define it as like the God that you've always had. Just tell me, what is it you actually believe?
Yeah.
And I said, "I don't believe anything, Ashley. I don't believe anything." And she said, "Then what does it look like? What do the steps look like if you don't believe anything?" And I said, "Oh, I can do that?" And she said, "Yeah, you can." And I said, "Okay." And like the whole world opened up for me. And so we started doing Google searches and found out that there is Atheist 12 Steps. They exist. And we searched up other people who have written. There's actually a guy that rewrote the big book for an atheist. And he took out all the references to God and took it and rewrote it in a way that it's not so spiritual. And I got that information and began reading that stuff. I find instead of reading all the spiritual literature they do, I read more Buddhist literature and stuff like that. I read more Buddhist stuff because that works for me. I read more like scientific stuff and things like that because I like it better, and that works for me. I focus more on that. And so I started, she doesn't ask me to pray. She's never once asked me to pray. She does ask me to meditate. I will meditate, but she doesn't ask me to pray anymore. She stopped fighting me on that. And she stopped asking me to do things that are outside of my religious beliefs. And I was like, I don't have to try to be who I'm not.
Yeah. Yeah. That I think is probably the key. I think if you're participating in a process and you're feeling like it's rubbing up and it's like it's grating, it's not smooth, and you're feeling inauthentic and you're feeling unable to exercise, like execute on parts of it, you're going to bail on the whole thing. Of course, you're going to lose your resolve and lose your focus and your commitment. And then if the process can be changed so it suddenly feels authentic and you're not having to say stuff that feels like obvious nonsense to you anymore, then you can engage with it fully and you can feel that it's authentic and you can be in it. And it doesn't surprise me that then you can make great progress. So obviously we're all really, really happy for you that you did. And I think it's really important what you're saying. If anyone's listening to this, and take heart from Elizabeth's story, you don't have to believe bullshit to benefit from a program of getting you out of addiction. You don't have to make a commitment to claims without evidence or stuff that you have to believe on insufficient evidence in order to find self-improvement and grow and self-determination and all of that. And you don't have to give yourself over to a higher power. It's such an infantile concept of like, just make yourself into a sort of helpless baby. I've always found that very infantilizing. No, be an adult. Take ownership of your life. Take ownership of your actions and lift yourself up and go for it. And have lots of support of lovely people around you who are going to help you along. Be accountable to your peers, not to imaginary friends. I think sponsors are great. I think fellowshipping is great. I think mutual, respect and support is great. I can't think of anything better than those things. But you can have all of those things without belief in nonsense. And I grant that it does work for lots of people. But for the people it doesn't work for, there is a way forward, and Elizabeth is walking proof of it. So thank you for sharing that with us. I really appreciate that.
Absolutely.
All right. Speak soon. Take it easy.
All right. Thanks.
Bye. Okay. Let us get in Men for Matriarchy. And then we've got Grandma Bicycle and Espresso Jack on the YouTube side. We'll get you in a moment, friends. Let's get in Men for Matriarchy. Hello, how are you?
Hey, good morning. How are you doing over there?
Very well indeed, thank you.
I really appreciate your kind and civil tone as you're talking to people about these issues.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Absolutely. I agree with many of your points about the harm that religion can do.
Yeah.
I make some distinctions between form and function with regards to God.
Mm-hmm.
Your statement up here says we don't need God.
Yeah.
And I would just say society needs a God.
Would you? I mean, why do you think?
So this is where I'd kind of break up form and function.
Sure.
So the first point I would make is that societies are founded on a shared moral framework.
Agreed.
The shared moral framework defines fairness, justice, and duty. It's what we owe to others, sometimes requiring sacrifice of ourselves, to bind a collection of individuals into a cohesive society.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's function. That is functionally the shared moral framework, which defines fairness, justice, duty, and sacrifice of the self in pursuit of these goals is, for many people, need to personify this as a God. But the function remains the same, whether we personify it or not.
Yes, but personifying it comes with a lot of baggage. I understand what you're saying, but personifying it doesn't come for free. It comes with a whole sort of back catalogue of philosophical and ethical problems that trail in its wake. We have the moment we call something God, we legitimize a way of speaking about our obligations and speaking about the way we engage with each other and speaking about the way we engage with the world in a way that sort of muddies the water. And if we could use another term that isn't so loaded, it might serve us better. So I agree with you that we should we should focus on like the function, like what's actually happening. What's the end result we want? We want fairness. We want equality. We want people to be looking after each other. We want all the sort of values that I suspect you and I would be aligned on, right? We want those things. The issue I have with personifying them as God is it just overcomplicates things. And people say, oh, God, oh, okay, well, then that's religious. Oh, okay, that means other obligations. Oh, that means uniformity, or that means, conformity. And all of these things which we don't have to have. We don't have to have those things. They don't come with the values that you and I are celebrating. They sort of get added on by other people afterwards who spot the word God and go, oh, okay, this is what's going on here. Or even worse, we might turn people off the values that we want to promote and push and exonerate and see happening in the world by using the word God. People are going to, oh, I don't do God stuff. I think we would be better to just say, this is that the word has a meaning that people broadly understand. When people see the word God, they mean supernatural, creator, sovereign, all of these things, all of which have got absolutely nothing to do with the values and principles that you and I are celebrating.
I do suspect you and I share many of the same values and principles. I tend to be a very progressive person in a lot of different ways, as you can tell from my moniker.
Right.
So I'll challenge this in one way. So I had a very conservative father. He had all of the values and ethics of very right-wing Christians, but he himself did not believe in God. His concept of the shared moral framework was undifferentiable from a fundamentalist Christian.
Mm-hmm.
So he did not believe in a God. And I was for many years part of a set on vestry in a very progressive Episcopal church in Berkeley. And they shared almost all of my values. Some of them were more, concrete in the way that they personified a God, regardless of the fact of the values and ethics that we shared. Others were less concrete. They took God and religious mythology more as metaphor. So this comes back to the split between form and function. There's going to be a certain percentage of the population which seeks a more tangible relationship with the shared moral framework and a more hierarchical relationship with the shared moral framework. But I think you and I would probably agree that there are certain parts of a shared moral framework for society that are worth enforcing, supporting, and maintaining. Let's throw away the word God for the moment. Let's say we're not personifying it. But we would think that there are certain parts which should be uniform, that people should conform to, and that if they don't, there should be some punishment or shame for failing to adhere to certain moral or ethical standards.
Yeah, I think we're just talking about the social contract, though. We're just talking about, like, let's organize ourselves, let's agree on our values, let's promote them, let's have, punitive steps to be taken against people who don't share the values or who operate outside of the system, people who don't share, have different values on property if they think they can help themselves, or, sexual politics, or treating children in the right way, or whatever it is. Those members of the tribe pay some kind of price. This is just a social contract. Why do we need to call it God?
Right. Okay. So we have a split between, you and I can agree on the form of the social contract, that it is necessary for the foundation of a society. Yep. Like, without any social contract, societies cannot exist. So they're absolutely necessary to the foundation of a society. So we're just splitting it up now into whether people need to personify it or not. Like, you can personify an extremely progressive God or an extremely conservative God. What makes the God is the essence of the social contract. If you call a God the same name, like, there's a split in the Christian church right now between progressives and conservatives. A lot of times they can't stand each other. And while they refer to the same religious mythology, the same gods by the same name, they have very different social contracts. And I would say that progressive Christians and conservative Christians worship two different gods. They're just pretending to be part of the same religion. But because the underlying social contract is different, the fact that they share some religious mythology and the same name doesn't make them the same God.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I wonder if we're sort of overcomplicating this a bit. You know what I mean?
There's one part in here that I think is worth mentioning, which is the concept of agency in terms of gods. So, like, does a beehive have agency separate from the individual bees? Do multi-generational governments or institutions have agency that's different than just the individuals at any moment? Like, do they have a certain amount of momentum through time, an agency that's different than just the individuals? So in this way, I would say, like, a God, a religion, a shared contract, a societal contract, develops an agency of its own. And in this way, gods actually do exist. And they have mechanisms to support, maintain, enforce, and recruit. Yeah. So while I agree with you in an ideal world that it would be great if we could simply educate people and leave them to their own devices, this is a very competitive field, because the social contract is also a socioeconomic entity which is extracting wealth from some while giving it to others. They are actively competing for recruitment and enforcement. And so if you leave the playing field of recruitment enforcement and leave it to everybody's choices, they are going to be recruited and a large part of society will be recruited and co-opted by the religions that already exist.
I think that we are respectfully drifting outside of the tides here a little bit. Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, the conversations that I have here are about, the purpose of this channel is really about legitimizing religious non-belief. And I don't think that's what we're doing at the moment. So as much as you've obviously thought about this stuff a lot and you have stuff to say, I'm not sure how much I can contribute to your perspective. And I'm pretty certain that the audience right now are kind of checking out a little bit. So if you'll forgive me, I'm going to move on, but I appreciate you coming in to share your perspective.
Make your own religion based on your social contract. That's the point.
There you go. Or just don't have a religion and let's all get on with it.
You'll get out-competed by the other religions. All right.
Possibly.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your time.
Thanks, friend. Take care. Thanks. Okay. Let's get Charlie in. We've spoken to Charlie before. Charlie, how are you?
Hi, John. I'm well. How are you? Can you hear me okay this time?
We can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm really not calling in for the topic that's on the screen right now, but I was watching another one of your videos recently, and you were talking about not being able to disprove things like God.
Yeah.
And I'm not quite sure I agree with that. Just like on my last call, I'm always open-minded and willing to be shown wrong. So I understand that logically, of course, you can't disprove anything. I often use the example of Puffy the rainbow-colored unicorn who lives in a teacup and orbits the moons of Saturn, right?
Yeah.
Can't disprove that she's not there, right? The same thing would apply to any of the pretend invisible supernatural beings.
Yeah.
But I feel like there's a logical reality and there's a practical reality. So I feel like I can affirmatively assert that there is no God, because for every, pick your time frame, every day, every minute, every second, every millisecond that passes, and we have no evidence, at least no reliable evidence of that, it just seems it becomes more and more real that there is no God, just as I'm more and more certain there is no Puffy the rainbow-colored unicorn, right?
Yeah.
So haven't we, doesn't the progress of space and time prove essentially that there is no God?
I don't think so. And the reason I take this position is, first of all, we have to say, well, what exactly do we mean by God, right? Because there are as many different God concepts as there are people. I think there are certain specific, almost like the more specific a God is, the more reasonable we could be in maintaining that God almost certainly doesn't exist. I mean, most people aren't demanding that we stay open-minded to the possibility of Zeus and Athena and Thor and stuff. They see these things as sort of creations of our culture that we've grown up from and moved on from. And I suspect all gods are like that. But if someone was to say, well, my God isn't the God of the Bible, it's just some sort of creative force that created the entire universe and then withdrew into some other realm, totally undetectable to the universe, doesn't interfere in the universe at all, you wouldn't expect to see any evidence of it there. Well, I can say two things about that. One is that there's absolutely no reason to think that's true. And the other is that I have absolutely no reason to say I can prove it's not true. Like all you can go is, okay, cool story. And then you can say, well, the time to believe it is if you can provide some evidence for it. And so I withhold belief. I don't grant belief to that proposition. But that's completely different to saying I can prove it isn't true just because we haven't seen any evidence for it. And that lack of evidence is proof that it's not there.
Yes, and of course I agree with that. But as I was listening to your example right there of someone making such a claim, right, of just a deity who creates things and disappears, and again, my brain goes to Puffy and the rainbow-colored unicorn. Why would I think there's any more reason to believe in a God, that God, even if he's a non-involved God, to believe that that's real than to believe in Puffy? Is there literally
you wouldn't.
difference?
You wouldn't, and you can't disprove Puffy either. You can just say, I have zero reason to believe that that's true, and so in the absence of any reason, I'm withholding belief. And you can even say, it is also my opinion that it's so unlikely I'm going to actually say, I don't think it. You can say, not only do I not think it's true, I think it's false. But all you have there is an opinion. You can't prove it. So you could say, is it reasonable to have an opinion that no God exists, like strong atheism, right? A belief that the number of gods is zero. I think that it is possible to have that, to take that view. I just think that in a way it doesn't help you in the discussions because it's taking on a burden unnecessarily. It's saying, I believe the number of gods is zero, and if someone says, can you prove that? You just have to say, no, I can't prove it. I can just say, it seems that way to me. So I'm just being neat and tidy and just saying, okay, well, I'm not going to get out there right now because I don't want someone to say to me, evidence this claim you've made, and then I can't do it. So rather, I choose to be a little more conservative in where I'm going. And I just say, so far, the number of gods of which I've been convinced is zero. There might be one out there. I have no idea.
Okay. I haven't read the book, so I don't mean to sound like I'm an expert in any way, shape, or form. But I remember reading somewhere or hearing somewhere that Richard Dawkins had written some kind of a scale where he was like a 6 or a 6 point something on some scale of non-belief.
Yeah, it's in the God delusion. So he makes a scale which goes both ways. Like 0 is in the middle, and then you've got negative numbers and positive numbers, all the way from 0 being like exactly like balanced, no view, and 7 being absolute certainty that it either let's say that it is, and -7 being absolute certainty that it isn't. And he puts himself as a 6. That's probably where I am too.
Okay, so maybe it's just semantics. So if the scale is 7 that you're certain there's no God, am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, 7 would be zero possibilities of anything that anyone could describe as a God. I mean, I'm probably a 6.99999. Do you know what I mean? Like, you'd have to have some definition of a God which is different to the one most other people use, and then probably some kind of language nonsense where you're actually defining something as a God which other people wouldn't think is a God. And I'm basically with you. I mean, we know this is all nonsense, really. And I absolutely hear what you're saying. Like, most people don't struggle to put themselves on a really, really carefully thought about point on the spectrum of where they are about the tooth fairy. People just go, well, it's a made up thing, right? But do we know for a fact, can we prove 100% that the tooth fairy doesn't exist? No, we can't. So technically, we should all be a 6.999 or -6.999 something with respect to the tooth fairy. It's all a bit silly, and I do take your point.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You leapfrog right to where I was going, which was why would we be any 9999, and for every millisecond that passes, we add another 9 to our level of certainty. Right?
Yeah. You could say it asymptotically approaches that 7. It maybe never quite gets there, but it gets closer and closer and closer every moment. I would join you on that journey.
All right. Thanks for your time, John. I appreciate it. Have a great day.
Cheers, Charlie. You too. Thanks.
Take care.
Okay. Let's get in. Who have we got? No one on the TikTok queue right now, but we are going to get Espresso Jack in. Bring in Espresso Jack. Then we've got Grandma Bicycle. I wonder who that could possibly be. And we'll see how we go. I do have, I have to be away from here in about an hour. That's as much time as I have. UK 6 p.m. is a super hard stop for me, so probably just a few minutes before then. to make sure. So let's get Espresso Jack in just a moment. I just want to read a couple of messages before they get too old. We have got Cognitive Dissonance says, this is about Deathless Light. What an emotional little baby that caller was. He's big mad that people have different beliefs than him. A little sucky bottle. I know. He's a bit pathetic, isn't he? Comes in and starts swearing and insulting within seconds. What an intellectual colossus. And then we have Bacon and Bush. I'm developing a religion, working on a holy book, already have a church. My daughter volunteered her house. Excellent. I think you'll find it enjoyable. I can barely wait. Mostly giving you money here, but I will call in one day so you can ruin it. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I look forward to the opportunity to ruin your new religion, but I thank you for the support in the meantime, wholeheartedly. Thank you so much. Orin, good to see you, my friend. Unicorns and dragons don't have real-world validity. Yes, I would agree with that. Apart, of course, from Puff the Magic Dragon, who is the seat of all reality. And Mike, again, nice to see you, Mike, still a bit behind. Good to see Deathless Light is still incapable of listening or shutting the hell up for even a second. I know, he just can't do it. If his life depended on comporting himself like a normal, actual human being in a conversation, he'd be in big trouble because he wouldn't be able to do it. He just cannot do it. I was listening to him on with Justin a while back. It's exactly the same dynamic. Just spewing out complete twaddle and then congratulating himself loudly for being smarter than everyone else in the room. Well, there's a general principle in sort of debate spaces, which is that people congratulating themselves for debate wins normally aren't the ones having the debate wins. That's just an FYI for you. Deathless, if you're still listening, that would be a significant upgrade on your strategy, is start congratulating yourself a little bit less and start making actual points a little bit more, and things might go better for you. Espresso Jack, welcome, friend. Are you there? I can kind of see you in the YouTube queue, but we cannot hear you. Sounds like that's not happening. Espresso, are you there? No, not happening. Okay. Oh, there we go. Hang on. Do we have something? Are you there? Still not. Okay. Saw you for a moment and heard you for a moment, but not right now. Nope, that's not working. Can try and refresh the browser, because I can see you right there, and I can see you making an effort to join the conversation. And I don't want to drop you down until we've given you a proper fair crack, because I'm always interested to hear what you have to say. But it feels like this one is not going to be a winner, because I cannot hear you, unfortunately. So I'm going to drop you down from now, see if you can rejoin again, and hopefully we'll try and get you in. In the meantime, let's get Grandma Bicycle in. Grandma Bicycle, are you there?
I'm here.
You are. There you go. But you need to turn the speaker off in the background, of course.
Yeah, there was a lag.
Yeah.
Hello.
How you doing, PVG?
I mean, I'm not. How do you figure it out? How do you find out if it was me? I mean,
How did we work it out?
I thought it was slick, and I was very covert in this thing.
Very covert indeed.
So yeah, I just wanted to quickly say something. But then before that, I just wanted to add something about the caller. 2 callers before who said religion is a necessity in the third world. As someone who has come from the developing world side of the world, I could say that religion is what keeps it underdeveloped. And there is a lot. I mean, we have plenty of data saying that secular societies are better off when it comes to education and health and well-being. And at the same time, even anecdotally, I have witnessed so many things over here that could be better off if superstition and religion were not in the way, hindering,
for sure.
hindering a lot of a lot of things that it's quite pathetic. Sometimes you see that, oh my God, we're living, this is like 1,000 years in the past. Why are we still believing in that stuff?
Yeah.
So it's really bad, and it's not a good argument. So I just want to say that I just want to add that where you don't need God, but then most of the people will argue that without God or without even the last caller, I don't know what he was trying to get it, or I don't know what he was trying to say, but he did mention that religion is needed for some sort of a utility. People can't understand logic or whatever. So the main argument they use is that sort of like a positive or a negative reinforcement. So even the caller a while ago was using psychopathy as an example, which kind of came from the negative reinforcement, Skinner's negative reinforcement. So even if it's positive reinforcements, believing that something good will happen if you believe in God and if you do good, or something bad will happen if you are a psychopath and if you're going around killing people or if you're going around harming others. Whether it's that argument or the argument that says without God or without religion, there is no morality and there is no space for compassion. And then we atheists are all like machines. We are like, I think there was another caller that was mentioning you behaving like a machine with a logical brain or something. And that's exactly what I wanted to touch on, because that's a huge misunderstanding. Because just because we know how emotions work, how motivations work, how feelings work chemically and with the neurons and stuff, doesn't mean that we atheists cannot relish in the feelings or emotions by forming bonds with people. It's not like we are constantly thinking about having a relationship with someone just for materialistic gain. I mean, not saying that doesn't happen in the world, but we are just not calculating like an AI machine, saying that if I do this, this will have this outcome, and accurately predict the outcome, and then calculate and measure, base all our actions on a day-to-day basis, like counting calories and measuring it. We don't live that way. We have a lot of subjective value-based systems. And just because we are atheists doesn't mean that we are like machines. And I have never felt more human coming out of religion, spirituality, and superstitions than when I was stuck in those things. So I just want to say that it's just a total misunderstanding when people strawman atheists like we are some machines and emotionless.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, and thank you for saying that. And I think the other place that sort of machines and robots often comes in is when they say that we sort of say like, why can't God just convince us, right? Just give us the evidence that we need, and we would all know. Then we could use our free will to follow him. And they say, yeah, but then you would all be like machines. Is as if to say, if God just did exist and decided to just make everybody aware of his existence, or her, of his existence, such that no one would have any doubt, why would that make us like machines? That they take that to be that would convert everyone into like a robot just to have that information. And yet there's no other domain, there's no other area of our lives where we would consider the provision of information to reduce us to being machines. It's nonsense. I think it's just a phrase they like to hear themselves say.
I'm not sure, but I may be wrong, but correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe they're thinking that machines don't have the capacity to imagine things, maybe, as like humans. So believing in a delusion and then imagining things or having an imaginary friend is so abstract. Maybe that's what they mean, that if you can't do that, you're a machine, which is kind of defeats the point, because we can be creative and imaginative. That doesn't mean we should be self-deceiving and believing in a God that is totally not there. And
Yeah.
I don't think that is and it's neither creative or imaginative in a good way. And
Yeah.
even take you, John. I mean, I have to be very honest with you. You're one of the few people I have come across who has a plethora of emotional intelligence. Like, I have never seen very seldom do I come across people with the same amount of emotional intelligence as you have. And you have never been atheist at any point in your life, which goes to show that it all comes down to the way your personality is shaped, right, and nurtured.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I think you're right. I think some people are able to be empathic and sensitive and listen to others, and God belief is not required for any of that.
No, it's not. It's not. It's just, I just want to clear. It's a huge misunderstanding, and sometimes I have had people like demonize me for being an atheist, like in a group. Say, "Well, what's your belief?" Oh no, and then a friend of mine telling to this new acquaintance, he's an atheist. No, he doesn't believe in any God, and they all look at me like I'm some kind of an anomaly existing, like some anomaly. Oh shit! What? He's a what? Oh my god, he's an atheist. Like some sort
it's a
of
dirty word, isn't it? Yeah, it's a dirty word.
I don't know why we have to associate the term atheism with some graphical thing when all we see religious people doing are just atrocities, and it's just it's never a good thing when you're made to feel like an anomaly or an abomination in a status quo. So yeah, it's just,
thanks, man. I appreciate it, PG.
Cheers, John.
Thanks, buddy. All the best. Take care. Thanks. Okay, let's try and get Espresso in again. Hopefully, it might be different this time. Espresso Jack, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yay! Yes, we can absolutely.
All right.
Excellent. Brilliant. I'm glad it does work
I'm
this
actually
time.
going over on my lunchtime, unfortunately.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
But I did have a question that I wanted to ask. A couple callers ago, there was a guy trying to say about how the Bolsheviks were doing a revolution, and if you sided with that. I don't know if you know, but that's part of indoctrination from like the McCarthy era. I was wondering if any other countries that you are aware of have something similar where they conflate atheists with communists.
Ah, yeah. Well, the USA is going that way, isn't it? But apart from that, I'd have to think. I'm not sure off the top of my head. Countries where non-belief is conflated with communism or other what are framed to be objectionable sort of political identities.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm actually not sure. Off the top of my head, I don't know. I'm sure there are people who understand this area better than I do, but I can't think of one. Does anyone in the chat know? Is there another country we can think of where atheism is wrapped up with a specific? It doesn't have to be communism, right? A specific political ideology which is considered to be bad. I mean, I think some, certainly in some African nations, non-belief is frowned on terribly, but I'm not sure if it's wrapped up with a political thing in that way. I don't know. Interesting question.
Now, are you aware of like McCarthyism and any of that?
Yeah, I mean, what a absolute blight on the American story. A little like the one that's happening right now. Yeah, it was terrible.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that kind of evolved over the decades into the 60s and 70s, forming the televangelist movement, and then in the 80s with
moral
the
majority. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So this
Falwell and all of that.
Decades of indoctrination, and that's why a lot of the people, especially people in the South, like you heard that guy who's from Alabama, they have just been trained that that atheism has the same kind of agenda as communism, or communism enforces atheist agenda, And realistically, there is no atheist agenda, right?
Of course. Yeah.
There's
Atheism
only,
is a position on one claim. That's it. You can
right.
be an
And
atheist and a free
similarly-
market fanatic.
Right. And similarly, there is the Christian communists. There's a group of that's called the Christian communists. So
Yeah.
you can be any ideological faith, anything like that, and be any other kind of economic or political persuasion, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know why it's just so difficult to get people to understand that, but I was curious if that was happening in any other country other than the United States.
Yeah, I actually don't know. It might be a peculiarity to the US. I honestly don't know. And now you're making me want to find out. So I have to go and look this up a little bit and try and figure it out what the answer to that question is, because I genuinely don't know if it's unique to the US. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's. I remember Sam Harris a few years ago saying that he didn't think we should use the word atheist, and his argument was, we don't have a special word for people who don't believe in astrology, or we don't have a special word for people who don't believe in the Loch Ness Monster. Why does this particular silly belief need a special word and identity attributed to it? And I do understand where he was coming from. The counter is that actually, in a culture where belief is sort of deemed to be the mark of social acceptability, and if you don't have it, you're kind of outside of the in-group, then it can be quite useful to have a unifying term to say, well, I'm one of these people who doesn't believe this. Oh, I'm also one of these people who doesn't believe this. And having a collective term to sort of bring us together is a sort of a useful thing. But the term is so vilified. It's so vilified. Yes. I remember reading some research where it was something crazy where, like, in a survey, people put the trustworthiness of atheists below it was a survey of evangelicals, actually put the trustworthy of atheists below the trustworthiness of rapists. And like, it's crazy, right? Crazy. And so this creates this sort of a label of, well, you're obviously a person of poor quality if you're one of these. It's sort of like a Satanist or a baby eater or something.
Yeah.
So
well, my wife's a Satanist, but yeah.
Right.
She's an atheist.
Yeah, of course.
Not
as most are now, right? So most Satanists now are just, having a dig at the system, and it's a brilliant way to kind of troll the system, and I love it. I think it's brilliant.
Right.
But it's tricky, these sort of labels identifying people.
Yeah, well, I actually had a similar conversation with my mom, and she was like, well, if we just didn't bring up race, then there would be a lot less racism. And I said, so like you couldn't say the word racism, like that just wasn't a thing. Like, let's imagine that. So like, how do you go about describing or even bringing up issues regarding race at that point? So like, kind of like the Sam Harris argument, except turned around. Like, how are you supposed to bring up issues regarding religion and the irreligious without the term atheist?
You have to. You have to have a way of bringing these things up, and you do have to have a way of uniting people who don't buy the BS. So yeah, I do. I come down on that side of it. But it's just unfortunate that it's such a pejorative label, and you think, well, okay, if a politician is labeled atheist, well, that's their career done. It's crazy that that's the case.
It's getting a lot better. I mean, there are two religious nuns that are elected today in Congress in the United States. So they actually define themselves as that. So that's good. But
that's good.
It's not like it used to be. It's still very heavily stigmatized, though. And if this is only if the whole like conflation with communism and atheism is only specific to the United States, that actually kind of makes it easier to deal with, because then you don't have to fight a bunch of other countries that are saying this is just internal. Right?
I can't think of one, but that doesn't mean they're not there. There could be a dozen, and I'm just too dumb to know about it. Quite possible, but I'm quite keen to know.
Right.
So yeah, I shall be Googling and looking and researching and trying to find out, because I think it's really interesting. Yeah, well, thanks for coming in, man. I appreciate it always.
Yeah, no problem. See you later.
Cheers. Thanks. Okay, let's get Red in next. Hopefully this all works. Red, are you there? Can you hear me, Red? Because I can see you. Same issue again as we had with Espresso Jack before. Are you there? Come on, Video Ninja, you can do it. It's weird that it works for some people and not for others, because that makes it harder to figure out where the problem lies. Because I just have a list of guests, and I click on one guest, and they come in, and then I click on the next one, and they come in. But Red seems to be unable to hear me at the moment. That doesn't seem to be happening, does it? Okay, so Red, I'm going to drop you down. That is not working. So right now, the call queues are both empty. So if you're on YouTube and you want to come in, the link is in the chat to tinyurl.com/jcguest. That's the link if you're not on TikTok. If you're watching on TikTok and you want to come and talk to me, just hit that request button and you'll be here in just a moment, and we'll be having at it, and it will be good fun. So try that if you want to. In the meantime, this concept of needing God, what do we need God for? Like, do we need God to behave, to feel consoled, to explain the weather? All of these things are human problems with human solutions that we don't need gods for anymore. And that's why I'm saying I don't think we should be looking to gods for our solutions for these things. I just see Red's come in again. So we're going to try and get Red in again. Hopefully, as it was with Espresso, we're going to go second time lucky. Let's try this.
Hello?
Red, are you there? Yes.
I'm here, yes.
You are here.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Right. So it worked the second time. I'm pleased. Welcome.
Greetings. I just allowed my mic, so no worries.
Good.
Greetings. I'm Red. I'm from the Philippines.
Hi.
So I'm an atheist from a very religious country. But, luckily my life isn't like in immediate danger or anything like that for being an atheist. Good. So I'm a fan of these like call-in shows. I think a big part of my deconstruction was watching shows like The Line, Atheist Experience, and people call in and all that. So I'm glad I discovered your show. I've been binging a lot of your stuff this past week. So
thank you.
It was a good part of my week. And there's something that I've always wanted to ask, and this is the first time I've actually called in to a show like this. And so before I ask, there's quite a preamble. So, and I think being an atheist, you're more likely to be quote unquote woke, and I mean that in like the most unironic way possible. Like, I am woke, I am aware of societal issues. I care about trans rights, gay rights, immigrants, minorities, all that.
Yeah.
And we know that majority of the driving forces behind like the hate and the oppression against like these minority groups is religion, and and rich assholes to say like that. So it gets to a point sometimes. So even though my country hasn't reached like the fascist levels of religiosity, sometimes I find myself like stressed and anxious, like even for people not in my country. When Trump was elected again, I was like down for 1 week. So
all of us, yeah.
Sorry for the long ramble, but my question is like, how do you do it? How do you like survive being apathetic, woke, all that, and how do you cope with everything going on right now?
For me, when you see horrible stuff happening, so like watching the US administration at the moment, it's just an absolute wreck. It's so easy to get really down, and I also was completely crushed after the election. Was desperately hoping that wasn't going to happen, and it did happen, and I was really, really sad about it. And the way I do it is by realizing that there's things I can't do anything about, like who's in power right now. I don't have a vote. I can't do anything about that. What can I do? And trying to identify the things I can do that make a positive difference to people, and then doing that. And I know it sounds so corny, but that has really helped me. Like, it really helped me to write my book and get that out there. And it really helps me to do this stuff. And yes, we speak to horrible people, and we speak to people who express absolutely disgusting, appalling views. We've had a few of them in today. But at the same time, this community is built on kindness and acceptance and support and friendship and all of these values, which to me are really, really life affirming. So the way I cope with it is to just look at the bits I love and look at where I can make a difference. And that lifts me up and allows me to feel, I'm never going to feel good about the shit that's going on, but it allows me to feel a little bit better about life in general, because I get to see the good sides of people. I get to see amazing communities forming on YouTube and on TikTok, and friendships and romantic relationships and all of this stuff happening in front of me with people who I admire. I've made amazing friends. I hear, I'm constantly being educated by my audience, who are generally much smarter than I am. I'm learning from people. I'm just seeing all of this good stuff. And I also feel like we're doing something that actually makes a difference. We're pushing the idea that if you don't believe, it doesn't make you bad. And to make that argument, I don't have to talk about the cosmological argument. I don't have to talk about the kalam. I don't have to talk about morality arguments. I don't have to talk about any theistic arguments at all to make the main case, which is, if you find yourself unpersuaded and you are one of the unconvinced, it doesn't make you bad. You're still a good person. You're still okay. You're not unworthy. You're not deserving of punishment. You're not going to get punishment. You might get punishment from some of the arseholes you need to share this world with. That's a type of punishment. But there's no eternal punishment for not finding yourself convinced of stuff. And that just keeps me going. It lifts me up. It spurs me on. It's why I come back here time and time again. And I'll sit here for 6-7 hours at a time. And I'll never stop doing it while there's people who want to hear it and people who want to participate in this kind of stuff. So I hope that helps in some way to answer your question. I wish I could say, here's how I look at all the horror in a way that it doesn't bother me. It absolutely does. It crushes me just like it crushes you. And I have to point out, there are people who are atheists and who are bigoted and horrendous people too. And there are believers who aren't necessarily bigoted and nasty people too. So I wouldn't want to overgeneralize, but I do agree with you that when you hear somebody's religious views, you can quite often guess with a reasonable degree of confidence what their views on some other things might be.
Yeah, that's true. Currently, right now, I work for an American-based organization, and they're from a red state, so I knew exactly who they voted for. And they're not necessarily like bad people. I talk to them well enough, but sometimes it's really hard because you're part of the system, and I understand that I can't really necessarily get away from it, because I can just quit my job just because these people voted for a monster, but because then I wouldn't have anything for myself. So sometimes it's just and I appreciate calls like this. That's why I tune in. So while I work, I listen to things like this just to find that there are people in this world who are still decent or woke, as they say.
Good. Well, that we want people to not lose faith in each other. We can lose faith in mythical made-up beings and the threats they make and all of that nonsense, and blood sacrifices and resurrections and all of that. Quite happy for us to lose faith in all of that rubbish, but we don't have to lose faith in each other. And every day I see little signs. Maybe I'm blinkered, and maybe I'm just paying attention to the bits I want to see. Okay, that might be true, but I see enough of it to lift me up. I get messages every day. I get lovely comments on the videos every day, and I get to hang out with amazing people like you lot, a few times a week. And I know there are good people. I know that You know, the light of humanity hasn't been snuffed out. It doesn't exist in Jesus. It just exists in other people, just people who are nice and kind and stuff. So, you know, they can't take that away from us, damn them, and all of that stuff.
Yeah. Anyway, that's all for me. So to add to your last thing, here's one comment from the Philippines, of all places. So thank you for everything that you do. And
amazing. Thank you, friend. Appreciate that, Red. Thank you. Cheers. Okay, I'm glad we were able to get Red in. Yeah, it's so strange how the YouTube side call-in thing just seems, sometimes it decides to work, sometimes it decides not to. Most times, if someone leaves and comes back again, it starts working. So all very strange. So queues are currently empty still. If you want to come and chat with me, just come on up. It doesn't have to be debate. We can just talk about stuff. We can talk about your experiences. If you've got a deconstruction story, we can happy to hear that. If you think that this kind of content helps you, happy to hear that. If you think it's awful, I'm happy to hear that too. Let's see what happens next. We've got a good friend on the TikTok side. Thermomenon is a long time friend of the channel. How are you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
Very well indeed, thank you. We haven't spoken in a little bit.
I've been very busy. I'm taking a class on molecular biology right now to get a certification. So
that's amazing. But I bet you can't explain how a human eye could possibly have evolved.
Well, you know what? I do enjoy those kind of thoughts and ideas. But one of the things that I would say about that is that a lot of times when people say that evolution is impossible, what they're discussing is the idea that evolution is linear. And the reality is that it absolutely is populational. And so, like, one of the things that people like to say is that that we cannot detect evolution today. First of all, that's absolutely not true. But second of all, evolution is occurring very, very vividly, especially within the human population, with 8 billion of us being here. The rate of mutations and new novel phenotypes and so forth is absolutely explosive when it comes to the human population. So of all the populations on the planet, I think humans are probably the one species that are evolving the most.
Yeah.
So one thing that I did comment pretty recently, and I think it's kind of interesting because I get some flack for it, is saying that sometimes, saying the idea that religion itself is evolutionary. That sometimes rubs people raw.
I mean, do you mean in a mimetic sense?
Well, I mean, so one of the things that I think about, people say that a dictionary is proof of a god, right? Because, you know, this dictionary didn't come together by itself, right?
Right.
So they use that argument to say, okay, if a dictionary needs a creator, then life is so much more complex, and so it obviously needs a more complex creator.
Yes.
There is some severe irony in that, but the idea that evolution itself created the dictionary is something that's interesting to propose, because in reality, evolution created the humans who created the dictionary.
Right.
And so a dictionary would then be a product of evolution.
Right.
In that same way, then, so is religion. And by that same token, thinking on the lines of social survivability, one of the kind of ironic things about religion is that it's very possible that the construct of religion in the past helped humans to survive the effects of each other, so that they were in sufficient groups that they could not wipe each other out, if that makes sense. So you get an army, you go and you go attack another group, but if they're sufficiently bonded together and able to withstand such an attack, then that attack will fail. And in many cases in the past, it's my belief anyway that religion was a big part of that, where bringing the people together in such a way that they were stronger socially, and in many other oh my goodness, I'm so tired. Just in a lot of different ways.
Couldn't we just say that, like, religion is a thing that people do. We understand the reasons why, and they come from, you know, the need to explain things and all the stuff I was saying earlier about agency and pattern seeking and stuff, and that those things are the product of brains, and brains are the product of evolution. So definitionally, anything humans do is a product of evolution. And
sure,
yeah, that's basically the argument, right?
Yeah, I think the reason though that it rubs people raw is I don't know. I guess there's this divide between evolution itself and religion itself, and so a lot of folks take offense to the idea that that religion has evolutionary advantages.
Yeah.
That being said, though, I think what needs to be pointed out is that just because, like, for example, in a human, you've got your appendix, you've got your tonsils, you've got all kinds of structures that don't necessarily serve any purpose for survival. And one of the things that I have a personal difficulty with is the idea, especially with Christianity, is the idea that they take credit for things that they do not do. That they do not perform, that they do not have anything to do with. They take credit for healings, they take credit for making a lot of money, they take credit for the weather, they take credit, and none of those things had anything to do with religion. So the idea that humans needed religion evolutionarily to survive, I do not believe that that is the case.
I agree, and I think the people who make the claim that you know, without religion we'd have no society or no civilization,
right?
It's total bullshit, complete nonsense.
Yes. Yeah. Right. So, what do you think the path is going forward?
Well, as I said earlier, I think the path is a slow one. These kind of changes don't happen overnight, and it's like cultural change has to happen. What's normal in culture and in society has to change, and it seems hard to even daydream about these things against the backdrop of what's happening in the US right now, where the sort of, you know, the lunatics are running the asylum right now, and it's all completely crazy. But let's allow ourselves to believe for a moment that this might be, you know, an aberration, and we might get back to some kind of normality at some point. I think the direction of travel is that demographically the largest growing group tends to be, I think, the nuns, as in none, you know, no religious affiliation. I think people are leaving religion in droves, and I think given time, I hope that there'll be some change, and that it will become much more weird to consider these religious ideas to be the norm. I mean, I don't know if you've been to the UK, but where I live, if you meet someone and they have a strong religious belief, that's not the norm. It's not the norm for people around you. Like, if I met someone at a party and they asked me what church I go to, I'd think they were having some kind of episode. Like, it's just not a thing here at all. You can meet 100 people and not one of them is Christian, like it is a practicing Christian. It's not the norm here. And the religion here is sort of, it happens in the kind of background softly. There are still fanatics here, and there are still pockets of real problems, and there's Plymouth Brethren, and there's like the crazies are here. but they're not represented in the population in the same way that when I was in Missouri a few months ago, and it's like there's a church on every corner, and everyone's just it's just accepted that that's what you are. It's very, very different. Right. So culturally, I guess what might happen is eventually, my hope would be that the US is able to become a bit more like the UK is, where it's like it's just not normally a thing, and the UK can aspire to be a bit more like Norway or Sweden are, where it's even less of a thing. Right. That would be my hope.
Yes, I would say that that's also my hope as well. For if there ever was a benefit or an advantage to religion, I do very strongly believe that can be replaced by human knowledge, in the sense that we learn and we grow, and we're able to act appropriately because of that. I know that there was a caller that was talking about your worldview. Well, according to your worldview, the Alabama person, I guess. And it was interesting to me because one of the arguments that I absolutely dislike is the idea that if you don't have a religion, you do not have morals.
Yes,
you don't have a Well, I mean, on several levels, right? Like, so, for example, the idea that if you have a Bible, then you have a objective morality because it's clearly stated, but then you remind a person that there's many, many denominations, there's all kinds of other disagreements, even within similar, like you're in church sitting in a pew, and the dude next to you has completely different ideas about what a God is, about what morality is, about, so just because you sit next to another human being, it has no, oh my goodness, my brain just keeps going dead. Basically the point is that sitting in a church doesn't make you a believer of the same
exactly
ideas.
There's a lot of subjectivity to it, and affiliating with that organization doesn't make you moral either. And it's such an easy heuristic, it's such an easy kind of mental shortcut to just go, oh, they're in the same gang as me, they must be good people. And then you look at what's actually going on under the hood in those places, and it's vile, and there's abuse, and there's all the rest of it. It's skin deep. It's not real.
Yes, well, yes, entirely. And I kind of, I don't know. I think one of the things that I really like to think about is this idea that good people and bad people, you think about those basic ideas, right? And one of my personal beliefs has always been that good people are everywhere. I definitely grew up in a very specific church in a very specific belief system, but I always believed that good people were everywhere. They weren't just in my church, and that was an idea that got me labeled weird in my church. They did not like me to say things like that. Yeah,
you were too pluralistic. Wow.
Yes, I definitely was. I hung out with everybody in town. We had a very strong presence of several religions, and then there were, of course, all kinds of other diverse people. And I would hang out with anybody as long as they wanted to talk, as long as they wanted to communicate. Then that was something that I was into, and of course it did probably sent me in a direction away from my religious upbringing, but but that was already there. I already, from a very, very early age, could not understand the religious concepts that were being taught to me, and the idea that people are chosen just absolutely made no sense to me.
It's so culty. It's so damaging. It's so dark and horrible. And it's that thing of like we're all frogs in the warm water because this stuff has just been there in the cultural background for so long. It's just normalized. Imagine if Christianity was presented as a new idea now. If someone came along, right, with it not being already kind of so built into our, expectations of society and our history and our sort of normal stuff. Imagine someone came along and just said, well, here's how reality really is. There's this God, and he made the whole world, and then it broke, and then these people did this thing in a garden with some fruit, and then he became his own son and came down and died and then came back up to life, and you have to believe in him, otherwise he's going to set you on fire. You'd be calling like medical services. Someone would be preparing straitjackets and rubber bedrooms. It's completely nuts. It's nuts, but it's only because it's so normalized. And it's just so that's what people grow up with. People don't realize how crazy it is. Crazy work.
I wonder how I avoided that as a even a very young child. I did not accept things based on social acceptance. People saying that this is what they believe, that this is what they felt. It never dawned on me to automatically assume that they were correct. And I just don't know why. It's just strange to me.
Well, you're lucky. You just caught the independent thinking gene, and you lucked out. We are made in certain ways by our genetics, and some people just
definitely
think some people are naturally good at mathematics, or some people are naturally good at art, or some people are seem naturally gifted with languages, and some people are good at critical thinking. Other people can barely spell their own names, and you just got whatever combination of genes and circumstances you needed to get you to the point where even as a young child, I was the same. None of it ever made sense to me, and I was lucky because my parents never shoved anything like that down my throat. But I would listen to other people's religious claims and always be like, that's a load of nonsense. I would never say it. I was polite. I wasn't going to offend anyone, but like I always knew that no, that's just nonsense. Like I understood. Other people believe things that I don't believe. Okay.
Right. Yeah. Well, hey, John, it's definitely good to talk to you. I always appreciate the opportunity.
Pleasure to speak to you.
Very, very good to see you.
Thanks, man. Keep well. Take it easy.
Yep. Take care, man.
Thanks, buddy. Okay. Queues are still empty. I've got like just a few minutes, actually, really. So we're approaching the end. A couple of bits of housekeeping, I suppose, while we're here. Let's do some housekeeping. So we need to talk about the members wall, because there's a thing that we do here for the inner circle. Members, we have Make It So, PBG, Rich, Stowbird, Musical Monkey, Tracy, Oceanus, Pseudo V Science, new today, Stefan, The Leakest Wink, Tim Cooney, Upshot, Amon Ra, Devil's Public Defender, Drew Smith, Liberty Giblets, How to Push Back, Jiffy Cones, Cat B, Dr. Inkleen, who's also possibly new today, Elizabeth B, Gordon Loves Science, Issa, and Lacadian. So those are the people to blame. Those are the people to blame when people get kicked out of the chat, out of the discussion too early, or those are the people to credit for spotting when I'm allowing it to go on too long, when I'm allowing the pain to go on too long. There's been quite a lot of chat in the comments under various videos in the last few days about this whole inner circle kill switch thing. Opinion is definitely divided. Some people are like, inner circle rule, they called it, they smashed it. Particularly when I tried to do a veto the other day and then was immediately proved wrong, and my veto was shown to be a catastrophic decision, and actually they had called it right. And some people saying that this is giving too much power and that we won't get an opportunity to hear people make the proper arguments that we need to hear to reveal that they're bad arguments. And I think that I feel confident that we will be able to find the balance between those 2 points, right? We will be able to find the balance where we are able to give those people in the inner circle the ability to stop me allowing someone to stay in really beyond their welcome. And I know I do it sometimes. I sometimes allow discussions to go on beyond the point where everyone's had enough and it's time to get rid. And on the other hand, the other side to balance out is removing people too early just because we don't like the sound of them. And I think it's some of the people we don't like the sound of are the people that we need to hear from the most, because part of what we do here is we reveal what goes on. We reveal what these belief systems can lead you to. And I will often be quite strategic in handing someone the rope. You've all seen me do it. I'm just handing someone the rope and watching them hang themselves with it in the call. And sometimes removing people too early denies us all the opportunity for that to happen. So my request to our venerated Inner Circle members is use the power wisely. Use it. Ask yourself when you reach for that kill switch, are you doing that just because you don't like the sound of this person, or are you doing it because you genuinely think it would serve the interests of the stream, of the show, to have this person removed and that we don't get to hear from them anymore? So that's my 2 cents on that. Okay, we do actually have a couple of guests lined up. I'm going to take one, but as I said, I have a super hard stop in about kind of 12 minutes or so. So I'm going to have to be brief. So let's get Durango Soul in and see what we are saying about this. Hey, Durango.
Good morning, John.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing great. I just, I'm not going to take up a whole lot of time because I don't have a whole lot of time myself either, but I just want to say I very much appreciate everything you do. I love your countenance, the way you approach everything. You're the GOAT.
Thank you. I appreciate it very much. Thank you. And I know the competition is stiff.
It is. There's a lot of really great people out there. I would love to see. There's a particular Christian content creator out there that goes by the name of J Train, and I would love to see you debate him, because that guy is such a grifter, and he needs to be put in his place.
Well, that's interesting. He if he happens to hear this, he has an open invitation to come here anytime. I don't tend to go out looking for debates because that just feels to me a little bit off mission. Like, I certainly don't go into believer spaces going in there going, you're all wrong, listen to why. I prefer to sort of set up camp here and create an environment of legitimizing non-belief for people who are on that journey or have been on it, and then let the people come to me, as it were, if they think I'm wrong. That seems to feel a bit more on mission, but I'm always happy to speak to anyone, and as long as they're here to make proper arguments and not just throw insults around, because that's just a waste of time. Anyone can do that. Then I welcome it. And people sometimes say to me, why don't you have proper apologists on? Like, I don't control who calls in. Anyone is welcome to call in.
Yeah. I would love to see that debate. But also, I can't wait for your book to come out. I hope it comes out in audio, because I'm a bit of an audiophile.
It will be. I will be narrating it, and I will be starting that process. I will be starting that process in the next month or so. So
okay. So we'll be seeing a little less of you because you'll be a little more busy with that.
No, I'm still committed to at least the 3 streams a week. You won't see less of me just because I'm on the audiobook. No, I will be walking and chewing gum. So it will all be good.
Oh, fantastic. Well, thanks, I'll let you get to your other guest. I just, like I said, I'm just honored to have a chance to speak with you and say hello. And like I said, I think you're the greatest.
Oh, the honor is mine. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Take care, friend. Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, that is very kind. Let's get our final guest of the day in. This is STB, and we will have to put a lid on it after this. But with any luck, we can have a good, productive last few minutes of the stream. STB, welcome.
Thank you so much. Thanks for your show. Thanks for having me in. I wish I could be like a final debate for you, because I know that for all of us, that's much more interesting than when friendlies.
Sure. I will say you're super quiet, my friend. You sound like you're at the other end of the room from where the mic is, and we're struggling to hear you a bit.
Let me
That's better.
Oh, that's better. Okay.
Yeah,
well,
that's
I wonder
great.
if just my Bluetooth, maybe my it could be that my Bluetooth was just not working for some reason.
Right. No. Well, this is good now. So whatever you've just done, it's good. Oh, we've gone off. We're losing precious minutes. Greg, yes, sadly, I do need to finish before 6. Greg, I'm so sorry. Greg
Can you hear me?
has just turned up. Yes, I can hear you. We can all hear you now. It's great.
Okay, I think something weird going on. So my apologies. If you stop hearing me again, just drop me.
This is all good. Floor is yours, my friend.
Great. Well, I just wanted to thank you for the show. I know it's not as interesting when friendlies call in, but I wanted to say that you have become my favorite. You and Daniel Green are tied neck and neck because
Daniel's wonderful. He's such a beautiful person, isn't he?
Yes, he is. I think that the style that you both have, it kind of like what you were saying. You feed people the rope and you let them reveal themselves and who they are. And it's to me that's just such an effective way of helping people see just how toxic this belief system can be. And my main point in calling up is I just wanted to congratulate everybody who has kind of broken free from. I was raised atheist. I don't know if my mom, who I trust so much and always looked up to, if she had told me that I needed to believe, I don't know. I might have. I might even still. I don't know. And for the people that break free, I just have so much respect because I know how powerful that indoctrination is. And
me too. And I sometimes feel a little bit of imposter syndrome. I mean, I've never presented myself as someone who broke free of from religion, but I sometimes even feel like, do I even have a right to advocate for these people who have done all of this hard work and have been so brave and shown such integrity and moral kind of honesty and courage and broken free of this? Is it even my place? Am I even allowed to claim to speak for them? And you know what? I'm going to anyway because it matters so much to me. But I share your admiration so much. And people like Sean and Elizabeth, who we had earlier, and many, if not all, of the incredible people who helped me keep this thing going, the incredible mods, and in both chats, so many people have got stories where they have actually walked that walk and come out of it and felt the pain and felt the loss, and I haven't, but I'll never stop advocating for people who have. And
should you?
Yeah, I feel your admiration and I share it.
Well, thank you so much. Thanks for allowing me to come up. There were no guests, so I would not have
thank you
had the nerve to do so otherwise.
I appreciate you. Thank you, STB. Much appreciated. Thank you, friend. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, buddy. You too. Okay. I think that's about it. PVG, you had submitted a question, and I haven't forgotten it. You submitted it via the inquirer's form. I will get to it on the next stream, I promise. So forgive me for not hitting it today. It's not forgotten. It's teed up and queued up, and it was a good question, and I am going to get to it. So thank you for that. Right. Before I leave you all, I am actually going to be away. I'm going to be away for a few weeks. Not a few weeks, sorry, what am I talking about? A few days, sorry. From Thursday morning, and I'm not going to be back until Sunday night. And it's pretty unlikely that I'm going to be able to stream during the few days that I'm away. So what I will commit to doing is some extra streams once I'm back to try and make up for it. I can't tell you right now exactly when they're going to be, but just watch the wire and I will put word out. I'll put it out on YouTube posts and I'll put it out on the TikTok stuff. I will let you know when that's going to be happening. I will try to make it up to you the lost time, because sadly I started experimenting with can I take a streaming setup with me on the move and do it there, and it's just going to be complicated because of where I'm going to be and not great internet and all of this stuff. I just thought, okay, it's not going to work. So I will not be here on the Thursday night stream, and I will not be here on the Saturday night stream. I'll be back on Sunday. Probably too late to be able to stream on Sunday, but I might try and do something on Monday perhaps. Keep a lookout. I'll let you know when it's going to be. And in the meantime, huge thank you to you. I just also have to read this final super chat from our very good friend, Tracy, who says, "Hi, my lovelies. Keep the unfaith. Praise Puff." Well, thank you, Tracy. Tracy is the one who's done this amazing AI art of me eating the banana with a knife and fork and riding Puff, the magic dragon, to Honolulu. So that's going to be featured coming up very, very soon indeed. I appreciate that very much. To all the people who sent super chats, thank you. That's extremely kind. The support means everything. To all the members, similarly, if you didn't send super chats or members, then I appreciate you just as much. The fact that you choose to come and spend your time with me matters enormously. The mods, I don't even have words for how much I appreciate you on both sides. I know it's not always easy being a mod in these situations and figuring out the right call, but I appreciate the integrity that you bring to it. I really do. So with that said, my friends, thank you so much for joining me today, and hope you have a good few